Good morning and welcome to the Daytona International Speedway. The sun is coming up behind me. It's a beautiful Florida November day. And right now, this is what it's all about. It's all about this final segment of all of our groups. We're about to get started this morning with this morning's live stream with Group A, going into their final 42-minute segment. Here is the leader. It's the Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fassler Lola T70. Now then, the gap it's got to the car in second is a massive 2 minutes and 5 seconds. That is a massive lead from this, what I can only describe as a fantastic example of the Lola T70. The standard of preparation on this car that Ryan's getting a look at. Gerard Lopez, I think, is about to start this car. Gerard?
Actually, no, this time.
Call me a detective?
No, this time it's Marcel who's going to start. Yeah.
Sorry.
So
You guys must be happy with how the car's gone this weekend. I mean, 2 minutes and 5 going into the last 42 minutes. I know it's not over yet. I don't want to jinx it. So you're happy?
yeah, we're happy. I mean, I jinxed it 3 times, I think, already, where I was leading by like over a lap and didn't win. So I think we only have one win from memory. But yeah, the car's been like super so far.
Yeah. And working with someone like Marcel, you've worked with some top drivers in your career in motor racing. What's your thoughts on Marcel?
Yeah, he's a top, I mean, really top driver, and also very good at communicating things and so on, which helps, if you're a gentleman driver. Say this car I know better, the other car, but yeah, he's super, he's safe, he's fast, everything you can want from a driver.
Has he been able to give you anything regarding the development of the car, the performance level?
Yeah, a lot on the Cadillac because that's closer to home for him. Yeah, the on the Cadillac quite a bit. Yeah, we changed quite a bit of things on the car, and obviously we also have the original engineer Rick with us on that car. So both working together makes it really easy for me.
Great stuff. Thanks, Gerard. Wish you all the very best of luck, and hopefully we'll see these guys on the podium. Now in second place should be sat here, the Adrian Newey and Farley Ford GT40. However, I've been joined by Lola T165 of Tony Seiler. Another beautiful example of the car. This is the car that raced in the Can-Am period. And another very well prepped example. Just look at that Chevrolet engine. Just listen to that Chevrolet engine. That's on takeover, just burbling away there very nicely. Just bringing the car up to temperature. What a fabulous sight. Now then, the story, I think, of Group A. Just going to grab Ryan. Firstly, Ryan, look at that sun coming up. We're in Florida. Let's go. Because the story of Group A has got to be, well, actually, the story of Group A when we first started was Derek Drinkwater and bringing his replica L'Monstra. However, didn't all go very well for Derek. He had a left front hub failure. Where do you find a front hub for a 1950 Cadillac? Marketplace, apparently. We put the shout out. We put all the carrier pigeons out with the message: we need a front hub for a Cadillac. Well, Marketplace delivered, and here we have Derek back out in L'Monstra. He took part in the third segment. He's back in the race. All right, he's dropped out of contention, but I think for Derek, it's never about where he finished. It's about driving this car here at Daytona. But there's quite a story of how he came about the hub. That's where the wheel is. Now then, Mr. Drinkwater, you've got quite a story, haven't you?
Yeah.
Where the hell did you find a front hub for a Cadillac?
Well, after you guys put the shout out, all the information was coming in, so people were trying to find everything everywhere, and one of the guys looked for a car. So we found a complete car. Then we drove 100 miles last night, and the guy was kind enough to take it off the car and give it to us.
So did you have to buy the car or just the hub?
No, we could have bought the car, but he didn't want any money. He just wanted to be a part of what we're doing.
Oh, that is incredible. That is incredible. So was he aware at that point that you guys were looking for this hub?
He heard about it, but then when I contacted him, he just said, here's my address, come down, take what you want.
Brilliant. You know what? That is brilliant, Derek. On reflection, it's been quite an experience for you just being here with this car, and we really do appreciate you bringing this car out. You have actually put us in a time machine back to Le Mans in 1950 with this Cadillac L'Monstra. For you, what's your thoughts going into the final segment?
I'm just so thrilled to be here. Managing the one last night and then doing today is just a fulfillment. I mean, words I can't describe. I actually felt like crying last night when I was going round.
I think that was just lack of sleep and tension. You've got quite what I would call an evocative period now. The sun's just coming over the horizon. We're going to have highs of 28 degrees. I'm just rubbing that in for everyone back home in the UK. It's going to be a scorching day. Derek, enjoy your last 42 minutes of this event. I'm sure you will, and we'll see you at the end.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Great stuff. I mean, talk about, you know what, we talk about spirit of the race, spirit of motor racing. These guys here, this is, I mean, you can see how much sleep this fella's had. You know, he's only 22, you know. Let's have a walk behind this grid, because I think we're not very far away from seeing this Group A grid get away. So, just to clarify, guys, 2 minutes and 5 seconds is the gap between first and second. I'm not sure what the story is regarding the Adrian Newey Jim Farley GT40, but it's not down here at the moment. We've only got the Lola T70 of Lopez and Fassler and the Lola T165. The GT40 hasn't turned up, so I'm pretty sure we're not going to see that. Alan Reuter in the Shelby CSX is here, but there's a couple of gaps that I'll let you fill in the gaps. Good news. Here it comes. The Ford GT40 of Jim Farley and Adrian Newey has indeed turned up, guys. I'm not sure if you can even hear me, because I can't hear myself back here. All these burbling V8s and high-powered motor cars. It's Adrian Newey at the wheel of the GT40. He's going to start the number 5. I'm not sure if the plan is to hand over to Jim Farley. I know they've been doing separate segments and doing the full 42 minutes with one driver. But the battle is on. I suppose these two, the Ford GT40 and the Lopez Fassler Lola, are the only cars on the lead lap. We've then got the rest of the field pretty much dropped off the lead lap. So before we get things going, I think Ryan and I will go and stand over at the access road, and we'll get a bit of ambience as these cars lead out. Plus, if I go to the front of the car, I might be able to hear my brain work. Hang on, brain's just beginning to rattle. So good morning, gentlemen. I hear you are up on the perch, all ready to get the final segments underway, I take it?
We're up in the top of the tower, and if you've got a good view of dawn rising here at Daytona International Speedway, we have got the sight to behold. The sun is now up into the sky. It's blinding us, but that's beside the point. That we have a view of the paddock area. We could see this Group A grid as you were talking, and it looks fantastic that it's down there. Everybody's looking a little bit more careworn than they were this time yesterday, certainly, and that they've gone through all of that, gone through the night. The Derek Drinkwater story is amazing.
Paul, can I put in?
Yes.
I'm not sure if Paul, I've got Jim Farley here, who's just making his way to the pit lane. All right, Jim, it's not about that 2 minutes and 5 second gap. It's all about just being here with Adrian's GT40, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It was so nice at night. You know, we had a great race with that Lola and came in second last night, so we got a long way to go. But Adrian, right? Adrian Newey, he can do it.
I know. Only 13 Formula One world champions.
Yeah.
Championships.
Yeah, he adjusts the car a little different than me. I'm like, just a little more brake bias. He's like, 2 millimeter movement to the right.
Is he that?
Oh, yeah.
Is he
Oh, yeah.
really? Wow.
Yeah, he's Adrian Newey.
Brilliant. Jim, I'll let you get back to the pits. Thanks for talking to us.
That is amazing. That it's not surprising in many, many ways because he's Adrian Newey. But yes, that's why he's Adrian Newey. That's why he's been so successful. That car must be perfect. And we know that from a setup point of view, it's perfect. The cars are now making their way down the chute. The pace car is on pit road and will be starting this race very shortly. All of the races, of course, start on the hour. So we have lots of cylinders out on pit road already. The Chevrolet engines behind the two Lolas in first and second place, and then the Ford GT40. Jeff Wright, you've been working hard at looking at this race. It's exceeded anything that we've ever had before. I think this is the
every
best.
year it seems to get better and better, and it's has delivered certainly this year, 2023, for the 9th running of this Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by IMSA. It's been a decent overnight sessions. We went back and got some sleep, but we're here to finish out the final round, the 4th and final round here for the Classic 24, and it's a beautiful morning. We expect to have some great racing here to finish it out.
If you are joining us on the live stream and this is your first visit onto the live stream, then let me just give you a quick background. It's a series of races. Every particular group that we have, there is a series of races. These are now the final, the 4th and final races for each of these groups. They are 42 minutes long, and that each car has to make one pit stop at least. That pit stop is a minimum of 3 minutes. So whether you've got 2 drivers in the car or whether it's just one, still a 3-minute pit stop, and they have to be very wary of all those bear traps that are in pit lane, which is you mustn't do more than 35 miles an hour. That you must make sure that it's a 3-minute stop, and that's from pit in to pit out. So that's an additional trap for you, if you like. You've got to time it perfectly, because the other thing is that 35 miles an hour, you can't not only exceed it, but you shouldn't drop much below it, because clearly if you've come out of your pit and that you're a bit premature with getting back into the race, you can't run down the pit lane slowly and you can't stop at the end. So we've seen a few penalties, haven't we?
We have seen a few of those yesterday. We had one car that most of them just kind of slow down as they get down there, but one car actually, maybe 2, actually stopped, separate races. But the issue with that is, first of all, you're kind of cheating, I guess you could say, and because you didn't get your timing right. But it's also dangerous because you might have another car that's coming down, and even though they're also maintaining the 35 mile per hour speed limit, if you're stopped, you're in their way, which is just causing a havoc for them.
Yeah, it's at best inconvenient and at worst plain dangerous.
Right.
So the car's now out onto the backstretch, the other side of Lake Lloyd. We'll be waiting for them to come back into our sight, and then we've got to work out which cars are which, because with this very low sun in our eyes, it's another different kind of problem. But do you know what? Low sun in my eyes in November is really quite a treat.
Yeah, you're liking this. You're loving this compared to back home.
Yeah, this is kind of usual for you, but for me, it is such a treat. And I'll start with saying that if you've never been to the 24-hour Classic here at Daytona, presented by IMSA, do it. Put it in the diary for next year, because it's fabulous. Whether you're here as a driver, a team member, or a spectator, it's brilliant, brilliant stuff. Cars now coming around NASCAR turn 4 and into our sight. The pace car lights are off. He's going to be turning left very, very quickly and very suddenly into pit lane, which he does now. Cars will accelerate towards the line, and the T70, our lead car, straight into a very, very strong lead. He was not going to hang about when they go into turn 1. The field spread out a bit, but right at the back is that magnificent Cadillac L'Monstra, and I think it was just incredible to hear Derek Drinkwater telling the story of exactly what he did. He was sending me messages overnight, and thank you to all the team for that. They were keeping us up to speed with what they were doing. I mean, I think it says something about that effort that the person who actually supplied the parts said, "No, I don't want any money.
Yeah,
No,
just
fine."
take it. I want to be a part of the Classic 24, and there's not much better way you could be a part of it than doing that. Here's a car. It has all the parts you need. Take whatever you need. Take whatever you want. Literally just take it.
Yeah.
No money.
Yeah,
And
what do I owe you? Oh, no, nothing.
I think they went down. I think Tim said last night that it was over in a town called Dunedin, in I guess south of here in Central Florida. So I've been there one time way back in the day, but what a great story that is. And of course, certainly hats off to that gentleman that supplied the parts for free. So,
Yeah, and if you've got those things, which let's face it, are like hen's teeth, that you're not going to find those too often. That just to be able to say, "Here you are," is one thing. If he'd said, "Yes, and I want $500 for it," that would be something different. But he didn't, and he could have done. We have,
and he would have paid it too. But yeah. I know he's happy that he didn't have to.
So the completion of the first lap, and it's the Lopez Fassler T70 in a very, very strong lead. Those cars that car already has a huge lead in the aggregate timings, but not taking it easy at all as he goes into the International Horseshoe, and that he's already got a massive lead of over 10 seconds in the first lap, which is ridiculously dominant. But the car now out on its way, not going to play games with that. Tony Seiler is in second place in the number 17, the Lola T165, with Alain Roeder is third, just 0.6 seconds behind Seiler. Though good battle for second and third. We've still got a lot of cars in this race. Inevitably, this shift that we see, the last of their 4 races, is often walking wounded. There are a few out there, but very healthy grid. A lot of people are out there, and that's testament to the standards of preparation that these cars have. They may be historic, they may be old, but they are prepared exactly the same standards, or in some cases better standards than modern day race cars. And just walking around the paddock and seeing things like our leader, that's perfect. That's if it's just come out of the factory and from being built. He's got a massive lead now. He's coming towards me and crosses the stripe. Now our leader, and there's nobody else in the in view even. But looking at it now, second and third side by side. Fourth and fifth side by side. But the Tony Seiler crosses the line now in second place, 17 seconds down. Great battle between Adrian Newey and Chris Baton. Baton in the Camaro, Newey in the GT40. And we all know the GT40 absolutely built as an endurance racer. We've all seen the films. We've all had a look at what it is, the movies that tell us about the Ford-Ferrari battle, the way that Ford wanted to buy the Ferrari company, and Enzo changed his mind at the last minute, and there was a fair degree of antagonism then that said, right, then we're going to go and, instead of use a Ferrari Ford or a Ford Ferrari to win Le Mans, we are actually going to do it differently from that. We'll just build our own. And the stories are well known, but that's what the GT40 came about. And it's kind of interesting also that there is a parallel with what happened with the Porsche 917, because the original GT40 was a bit of a dog, if I'm honest. That the aerodynamics were all over the place, that it was a very, very difficult car, and that early days GT40 was really quite something. However, by sorting it, it became a world beater, exactly the same as the Porsche 917, which did the same thing. Now that's interesting, that our leader is now up behind the Cadillac, and we have a full course yellow. So from our vantage point up here in the top of the tower, I'm looking down to see where that might be. The pace car pulls onto track 2. I mean, he will actually pick up the Cadillac, because it's the Cadillac which is a couple of cars lengths in front of the Lopez Fassler car, and we believe that is Gerard Lopez who is in the lead, in the driving seat of that car. But we have support vehicles on track. We have a flatbed making its way to retrieve a car. I still can't actually see where the car is, Jeff. Oh yes, I can. It's on the way out of the International Horseshoe on the infield. A car parked sideways. Can you see anything more than that, Jeff?
A little bit of smoke or steam. A little bit of smoke or steam coming out of that car. It's a 33 Jaguar, it looks like. Okay. Pointing towards the wall. I'm not sure if he turned around, slid that way, or just ended up kind of parking. It looks like he maybe went off track and slid in close to the wall there. But the number 33 is what I can just getting confirmation from race control. It is 33. That's the 66 Jaguar XKE of Martin Barrow and Craig Atkins.
Okay, and that car, I don't want to speculate too much, but if it's sideways onto the racetrack and there's steam coming out of it, that would tend to indicate that maybe a bit of an issue. Obviously, that triggers, even though we've only had just under 8 minutes of the race, that's going to trigger quite a few pit callers, because you can do that. You can use your 3 minutes to do that. One of our pit callers is Adrian Newey. He's stopped and door open just to try and get some ventilation into that somewhat cramped cockpit of the GT40, cleaning the windscreen, cleaning the glass. But that car will now serve its 3-minute stop. We've got quite a number of the field are in, which is exactly what we would expect. We have a replay of it. So let's see if we can find what's happened with that. Let's have a look for the replay. So it's there on our screen is the Jaguar kind of locked up on the way into the International Horseshoe. I think perhaps got a bit of.
There was some smoke coming out there. I don't know if it was locked up or actually some engine smoke coming out, but
I think it's the latter. He came out of the International Horseshoe, and I think you're right, Jeff, that wasn't a lockup. That was actually perhaps the beginnings of a blow-up, and a bit close in the pit lane there between the 77 Porsche and the number 7 Camaro. Everybody started their process at much the same time. So, of course, now we have 3 minutes further down the line, everybody is getting ready to go out. Leader is in, and the second place car is in as we continue with this full course yellow. And it maybe is going to take just a few more minutes to get that lovely Jaguar E up onto the flatbed. It's still sitting on all 4 wheels, driver's left on the way out of the International Horseshoe. And if you're watching on the live stream, then for many people perhaps who haven't been to Daytona, it's famous, of course, for NASCAR. It's famous for that's where it comes from. It's not just the oval that we're using this weekend. It is the infield as well, same as is used for the 24 hours in February. So there's almost every sort of corner is on this Daytona International Speedway road and oval course. Virtually everything, except for about 200 yards of the oval course, is used, but the cars cross the start-finish line, then turn sharp left into the oval itself. There are two hairpins, horseshoes. One which is, the first one is tighter than the second. Second one is almost two corners, really. And then it bears sharp left again and back onto the banking. And then the cars run along the banking all the way to the Le Mans chicane, which is just before turn 3 on the oval. So it makes the cars run a bit more slowly, and then they're hard pedal to the metal as they then come away from that and come across the start-finish line. If you want a good photograph, that's the Cadillac in front of the GT40 as they cross the stripe. That's the variety of HSR racing is what that is all about. The Cadillac is running there with its new front hub GT40, as we heard from Jim Farley, that set up to within a millimetre of its life. And of course, we should bear in mind that and be really pleased that and a bit of pit lane shenanigans there, because we had our leader go down pit lane and the second place car of Tony Seiler came out at the same time. There was no way that the leader, the T70, was going to let that T165 out in front of him, and they didn't get that close, but there was certainly less than half a car's width between the two of them as they came towards the end of pit lane, and they are now circulating nose to tail. So when we get the get-go, that could be interesting. I can't really work out why, because the gap between those two cars when they came in was something like 20 seconds, but they're now running nose to tail. So perhaps our leader had a more leisurely stop than he needed to. Maybe the coffee was a bit hot, Jeff, before he took his first sip.
Yeah, had to put a little piece of ice in it, so just to cool off a little bit. So the pace car has the field, or the front of the field, I should say, over out. It looks like out of NASCAR turn 3. The rest of the field, led by the Cadillac L'Monstra, they're trying to catch up with him. Pace car, safety car will stay out, is what I'm hearing from race control right now. They will stay out, so the rest of the field trying to catch up with the pack. That way, when we do go back to green, they will all be together. But the safety car down to a very slow pace.
Yeah,
and we have about a dozen cars or so trying to catch up.
Part of the problem is that with the best one in the world, L'Monstra is not the fastest car on the track. Should we put it that way? It's going to be one of the slower cars, and that is the car that is leading round the rest of the field. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 cars behind the pace car, but then after that we have the vast majority of the field sitting behind L'Monstra. So Derek Drinkwater will be driving as hard as he possibly can to try and catch up with that 4-car snake ahead of him, which he now does. The pace car has slowed down considerably. We now have a complete string of cars behind the pace car going out onto the infield part of the circuit.
Just hearing now that the field will be going green next time by. The pace car will lead them around to the backstretch. Once he gets to the L'Monstra chicane, the lights go off, if you will. There's some flashing lights. There's not a light bar on that car, but it's using the lights. I think there might be actually built in. I think they had some installed that way, but nonetheless, whatever lights are on the safety car, the Nissan Z safety car, those lights will go out around the Le Mans chicane, turn 7, and that indicates to the first car behind it that they will be going green. And, you know, obviously the rest of the field may not be able to see that from where they are in line, but it lets the first car at least know that, okay, we're going to go green this time by. And then we've been seeing the flag man wave the green flag when they were way back right there, kind of at the entrance to pit lane. So there's here at the track for the oval track races, there's a restart zone when they're doing oval track racing. I thought that the green flag was going to be closer to that area, but they're actually displaying the green flag a little bit before that.
I think perhaps, Jeff, you answered your own question there, that because the cars further down in the snake can't necessarily see the pace car,
Right.
that if they fly the green flag from quite a distance, then at least the cars that are 5th, 6th, 10th in the queue are going to be able to see that, whereas they can't see the pace car. But
Right.
so we're going to be getting our racing going again. Obviously, we've got a bit of a change. I'll tell you something though, which is look at the timing screen, because with the various different pit stop strategies that we have got Derek Drinkwater currently in this race in 2nd place. That's going to change because he's got to do a 3-minute pit stop. But perhaps I'll just take a photograph of that timing screen for Derek, because that's got to be worth it, hasn't it? That
Yeah, I'm sure he would like that after the adversity he's had through the hub falling apart and having to drive 100 miles to get it.
yeah, I think that should say it all, shouldn't it?
Now that's not 50 miles down and 50 miles back. That's 100 miles. Or I think it was 95 was what I heard. So go ahead and call it 100 miles down there and 100 miles back. So as soon as they found it, as soon as the gentleman piped up and said, "I have what you need, come get it," you know, they didn't waste any time in heading down there. So what's your address? Google it, and they were on their way.
And the other thing I think with that particular story, which I love, it's the best motor racing story I've heard for ages, is that this isn't, I'll send the crew chief, I'll send the mechanic, I'll send a crew member. It was him who went and got it. You know, he drove there, he came back, he will have fitted it. Pace car now into pit lane. So we're going to get the restart. Now we're going to see all the sortings out. Interesting that I don't know the rules, but there's quite a lot of cars passing one another before they cross the start-finish line. And I don't think that's within the regulations. But Jeff, you know far more about it than I do. But normally with those kind of things, you have to pass the green. But actually thinking back to drivers' briefing, which seems like it was a couple of millennia ago, but it was actually only Thursday, that they were saying if you can see the flag, then that's good enough.
Good enough, right?
But there was quite a lot of jostling, very polite, gentlemanly jostling, but nonetheless jostling, before they got to the gantry and the green flag. Certainly in many forms of racing that doesn't apply, that you actually have to pass the green flag or the green light before you can get on your way. Cars now back to racing. We've had just under 20 minutes of this race. Now previously what we've seen is people by and large have not been going into their pit for their required 3-minute pit stop until about this point in the race, about 20 minutes. Now I think we've got virtually everybody has stopped, and so that's a big difference. So we've now got the 21-minute race or 22-minute race to the flag, which we haven't enjoyed before very much. But this is now unencumbered racing.
Well, essentially, lap times shown here in the 2 minutes, just over the 2 minute mark. So the pit stop's only 3 minutes. Obviously, you're going to get the best for your buck, if you will, during a yellow flag. It's behind the pace car. You're looking at a 2.5 to 3 minute lap behind the pace car, behind the safety car. So that's the time to get your pit stop completed during the yellow flag. So I believe you are correct that most of the cars, or possibly all of the cars, have been in to complete that pit stop. That way they can just go flat out for the remainder of the race.
But currently we have by far the fastest car on the track is the number 60 Lopez Fassler Lola T70, the white car with blue and red stripes. That's, I say, by far the fastest car on the track, and is currently sitting down in 6th place. And so we're going to have to wait for the stagger to work itself out and to be able to see where we're going to end up with this, which is the final race. Don't forget, this is the final race for these cars. So they're going to be out there. We are going to get a winner for this Group A in the next 20 minutes. We're going to know who's going to be done that. And do you know something I love about this, Jeff, is that every single competitor here will have a story to tell. That nobody is going to go home today or tomorrow and say, yeah, it was all right, it was okay. We
I went to Daytona.
Yeah. There's always a story. It can be the big dramas, and it's probably a really good measure of just how this kind of racing and the way that HSR go about their racing, that Adrian Newey is here driving his GT40 with the chief executive of the Ford Motor Company, rather than being in Brazil for the Brazilian Grand Prix this weekend. But he said, no, I'm going to go and have some fun.
Right.
And
the stress level is way different.
Yeah.
On different ends of the spectrum there. And I'm sure there's a certain amount of stress even with any kind of racing, but here, a lot more relaxed than the F1 for sure.
Yeah, and we heard there from Jim Farley that we know you can't be Adrian Newey without being a perfectionist, and that car will be set up and managed perfectly.
And a lot of stress off Jim Farley's shoulders too, after just recently settling the strike that they had going on, the UAW strike. So I'm sure that was very stressful for him, and they finally got it figured out. And he's like, okay, you know what? Big sigh of relief, wipes the sweat off his brow and says, you know what? I've done my work. I'm good. I'm going to Daytona.
I'll tell you something that we know that Red Bull are dominant in Formula One currently, and that you'd be a brave person to bet against it being a victory for Red Bull on the Grand Prix today. That's going to be a phenomenal dinner tonight with those two, isn't it?
Oh, for sure.
Isn't it? That they're going to, as you say, they've settled the strike. They've gone through all of that. That Adrian has done his job. They've had a brilliant race, and they're going to have a really good dinner. I'll bet you on that. The Cadillac into pit lane comes to a halt, and that looks good because there's nobody dashing over anything very much. Just checking that new front hub on the front left of the car, but there's any worries there. Let's hope not.
I guess you have to take the panels off because you can't even see the wheels on the car. So I guess they have to take the panels off just to access.
Yeah, and
any wheel on there, but
and to check tire pressures.
You see one of the crew members right now on the right front. He's literally laying on the ground, has his head stuck up underneath the bodywork there.
Yeah, and the car getting service.
And
as we look down on that. That currently we have Adrian Newey is the fastest car out, or the leading car out on the circuit for this final part of the Group A race. They are but 1.3 seconds ahead of the Gerard Lopez T70. I think that may even have changed whilst I've been talking. Yes, it has, because the car's now going out onto the high banks of the NASCAR Turn 1. We have a new leader, but no surprise in Gerard Lopez in the number 60 Lola T70. Gerard leading round Adrian Newey in his GT40. GT40s are amongst those cars where there have been a number of legitimate continuations over the decades. That not all GT40s out there are original cars from the 60s. That Adrian Newey's is an absolutely genuine ex-Le-Mans race car GT40.
I think Jeff McKee was talking yesterday or the day before that he has a GT40. He's racing different cars now, but he still has his GT40, and I think it's an original car. It's not a replica. It's not a rebuild. And he made the comment in talking to Joe that they're getting expensive, already expensive, but they're getting more expensive, more rare. So he decided to go ahead and retire that car. He said he's going to put a tag on it, and just kind of drive it to Cars and Coffee,
Yeah.
Get it out of the racing. It's done well for him in the HSR series, and he's now done with that because of the cost of it. And he doesn't want anything to happen to it. It's a beautiful car. It's a unique car, and he wants to preserve that. So he decided to take it off the track and just keep it on the street.
Yeah, we're seeing quite a lot of that in the world of historic racing generally, where sometimes people are actually building exact replicas of a car they already own,
right.
So that they go out and race the replica. I don't have a problem with that, providing you know it. The number 92 car there crossing the line.
About a minute and a half before the pit window closes. We still have a couple of cars on pit lane. I think the Camaro has already been on pit lane.
Yes, it has.
Right there, it's the pit stall 31. So that car in for a second visit, and then upstream, another car sitting idle. That is the Lotus Elan number 127.
Okay, that's the
I believe that's the Lotus Elan.
Phil Needs Bill Blair car. Yes, that's sitting there now. Whether that's sitting there and nobody's talking to it because they've just waiting for the time to elapse, or whether they've decided that there's nothing more they can do, we're going to know in the next 60 seconds or so, as our leader crosses the line. Gerard Lopez doing a great job, but we now have quite a battle for first, second, and third. This is not how we thought that this was gonna work out, because we've seen the T70, the number 60 car with Gerard Lopez at the wheel, be really dominant in this race and all three preceding segments of this race. Now we have something very different, because we've got our first three cars are covered by 5 seconds, and we're going to see a change for second place as they go through the kink and down towards the West Horseshoe, because it's the Lola T165 that supplants the GT40 of Adrian Newey as they go into the Horseshoe. He's done it, he's got it stuck, and he's already pulled out 10 or 12 car lengths. But so is this the beginning of a charge, a late charge by Tony Seiler, the Swiss resident, who will be, he can see Gerard Lopez in front of him in the white Lola T70. So we've got 12 minutes of this race left to run, so we can get a race out of these cars. They've done a brilliant job so far, and I think that we're going to see Tony Seiler doing his very, very best to try and close down our leader. Looking to our left from the tower to try and see when that lovely white, blue and red D70 crosses the line now, and right behind is the other Lola, the T165, and then Adrian Newey. The gap between first and second, 5.7 seconds on that lap, and already Seiler has put 1.8 seconds on Adrian Newey, so he's a couple of seconds a lap faster than Newey, but nonetheless, I think that the race is on. We're going to see now if that 5.7 seconds between first and second is going to change. It could go either way, because the T70 has been utterly dominant in this race so far. The fastest car by far is going to have to do something fairly silly not to win overall, because all of these races are aggregate races, that we are adding up the times for each car all the way through to get an overall result, and we'll be doing that through the course of the day, because everything that happens from now on in is the last race for each of these groups. So we're going to get our first aggregate winner very, very shortly. Updated the timing screen there. Thank you, Jeff, because that is now saying that we have Lopez having passed Tony Seiler. So is that putting a lap on him? Right, so that's clarified it just a little bit for me, that there was aggregate times is what Jeff Wright was showing me, and there's certainly plenty of fat in that equation to make Lopez and Fessler very happy with where we are. But for the purposes of this race, that they are now doing what they've done so well this weekend. It's the gap is now just over 6 seconds for the number 60 from the 17. Adrian Newey is dropping back from Seiler in second place. There's still a healthy field, and obviously a race like this, cars of this age and design, but we're going to see a few dropping out, but that really hasn't happened very much at all with this. It's a great testament to the standards of preparation that we see from these people, and we have the whole gamut of professional race preparers who will maybe arrive with 3, 4, 5 cars for different customers, and that their standards are of the professional type. Then we have people who are running their own cars, maybe 2 or 3 guys who just want to go out and have fun, and they're creating the cars. Their standards are every bit as high, because they're doing it with their own car. They know and love that car, but lots and lots of variety in what we do. We're now down to the last 7 minutes of this race. Adrian Newey crosses the line now. He's 10 seconds behind Tony Seiler, which still nothing much with these cars. And we've seen full course yellows, we've seen caution periods, we've seen all sorts of things that can close that up. It's just one of those It's the way that the dice rolls, isn't it, Jeff?
It is. It is. It's kind of out for a Sunday morning drive here at Daytona this morning. So, yeah. Throw the dice. However they land, it lands. So,
yeah.
We're getting down to the final 6.5 minutes here and see who ends up with the snake eyes. Alon Rude running in the 4th position, number 79, in the 65 Shelby CSX. Then the Chevy Camaro of Chris Baton, number 181, currently in the 5th position. There's some racing a little bit further back with the number 71 car, Nigel Armstrong and Stephen Skipworth, racing with one of the Porsches a little bit further back. There's Spence and Watkins. Robert Spence in the 63 over Watkins in the 46. They are currently 7th and 8th. And Scott Leader in the Porsche 914-6, number 56. He's currently 9th. And looking for Daniel Caggiano and Richard Stewart Milne. There they go across the stripe in the number 77, 1970 Porsche 914-6.
Yeah, and we shouldn't concentrate just on the front of any of these grids because they're all great stories. They're all brilliant stories, and that if we look further down the order, everybody's out there having a great time.
And you mentioned that they're all great stories and stories that they're going to tell from their experience here at Daytona.
How many conversations over the course of the next 2 weeks are going to start with when I was racing at Daytona?
That would be pretty neat to actually be able to calculate that, find that out, so
well,
let's put that word out, everybody that can hear us out there, there's a team racer, it's like, go ahead and send it in. I'm sure we have a place we can send it to. It's like, this is my story.
Hashtag Classic24 is where you can send it. We'd love to know your thoughts on the event, and if you're watching now on the live stream around the world, yes, we'd love to know your thoughts on the live stream. And this is something which is completely new for HSR, that we've never done it before. The guys from Driver's Eye Live have provided some great pictures and some great opportunities. Joe Bradley, of course, down in pit lane and stalking around the paddock, did some great atmospheric stuff last night, and was fascinating to hear some of the stories there. But we're really pleased that HSR have, I think probably the right expression, Jeff, would be they've bitten the bullet in terms of going and providing this live stream, which means that people around the world can enjoy what we're enjoying.
Right. And yeah, we welcome the feedback. What did you like about it? What maybe didn't you like? Hopefully you liked everything, but is there any criticism or any kind of thing that can be, maybe you think could be done differently? So again, first time doing it, so definitely HSR going for it, and I think it's been pretty well over. Look at the backdrop, Paul. Look at the backdrop over there where they're going to have the winners coming in just a moment. They're getting the natural lighting off the glass from the tower. It's really lighting up the backdrop there.
That is amazing.
At Victory Lane.
Yeah, and we're sitting here squinting into this sunrise. That means that those cars and drivers, when they're going out onto NASCAR Turn 1 and around the banking, are looking straight into the sunshine, which must be difficult. It's something which happens in 24-hour races. We know that. And it happens the world over. That the same thing happens at Le Mans. That when the sun comes up, you're at some stage or another staring straight into a sunrise, and that can be very disconcerting because you were in a different part of the track a few hours before when you were staring into a sunset. So it is difficult to get that right. But Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fassler have done a brilliant job at the front of this event. But they're now on the countdown, 2 minutes left to run, and they've just come in and done a great job. But they went into this with a 2 minute lead, and they've only made that more inaccessible to the rest of the field. But that doesn't mean that it hasn't been exciting, because it certainly has. And some of the top speeds that we have is quite surprising. You know, that even when we heard that Cadillac, the Derek Drinkwater car, was hitting 130 miles an hour, the fastest part of this track, and that doesn't look very quick from afar, but I bet it feels quick. But the cars at the front of this field, they'd be doing 170, 180 miles an hour in a car that was built in 1969, which is crazy. You've got the white flag now signifying the last lap, something which happens this side of the pond, but maybe a new experience for European and UK competitors. The white flag just saying last lap. The cars are now out, and we'll be looking for Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fessler to come back. So it's you've been doing some sums, Jeff. You've been doing some maths of the overall figures for that. So
I'm just listening to the timing, so I'll cheat a little bit.
No. Listen.
I mean, I've been doing some math. I've been calculating in my head. Just
say never give a sucker an even break.
Yeah.
That if you can convince me, then that's absolutely fine. So what's the overall position?
So we're looking at the number 60 car, and that's the
Lola.
That's a Lola. Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fessler shown. Looks like they're going to be the overall winner over the number 17 car of Seiler, and then the number 5 car for the overall third place position, Adrian Newey and Jim Farley.
So
and that's how they were coming into this last round.
And that makes it easy for us, because that's the way they're finishing this race. So checkered flag flies for the number 60, Lopez and Fassler, T70. We're just waiting for the second place Tony Seiler Lola Can-Am car. Crosses the line now. So he finishes in this part of the race, 16 seconds down. And then we're waiting for the genius that is Adrian Newey, having his fun for the weekend in his GT40, out there and crosses the line now, 19 seconds further down the road, but nonetheless that was fine. Alan Roeder in the number 79 car was perilously close, so really tough push there that he actually got to within a second, 0.8 of a second of Adrian Newey as they crossed the stripe.
And with that being said, looks like Alain Roederwood is going to take the GT win over the 181 of Chris Baton. So we have overall, and then we have a GT podium as well. So Alain Roederwood taking the win in GT over 181 Chris Baton, and 63 will take the third position, Robert Spence, in his 1972 Porsche 911.
So the way that this will happen is that we are now ready and waiting for our winners, who will be taken down to Victory Lane, and that we will then see Tim Pendergast swing into action like a startled gazelle, and we'll be interviewing and talking to all of the people down there. But we will continue with coverage on the live stream whilst that happens. And I think probably just looking at these cars, maybe a bit further down the order, when you cross the line, it's that really mixed feeling of one side of you saying, yeah, thank goodness that we've actually got to the point that we've finished the race, hurrah. But then it's, oh yeah, we finished the race.
Right.
I've got to get home tomorrow.
When's the next round? I want to go some more.
Yeah.
So with it being early morning here, Group A's done, and they're thinking, wait a minute, we have all day to still race, but
yeah, it's not fair.
Unfortunately, there must be schedules to be done and places to go, people to get back home, as you said. So,
yep,
that is the way. People. That is the way that the dice fall.
Yep, and I think everybody will have feelings that says, can I do this again? And I make no apology for saying that if you are a race fan, if you are a car owner, if you're a driver, if you're a preparer, you need to be here next year, because this event is growing so fast and so well that it's just something which I think everybody needs to get to. We saw prior to COVID that this event was growing in momentum, that it was something which very clearly had a strong future. But what we now have is, moving on from that it's every sporting event took a knock during COVID, but now it's back on track, and we're going to see this just growing and growing. And driving in this morning, Jeff, the place was packed. But we have, I hope we have Joe Bradley actually down in the paddock.
This, gentlemen, is what it's all about this weekend. The BRM chronograph, the watch that the winners will be awarded, is right here down in Victory Lane. And we've got the winners, our first winners of the 2023 Classic 24 at Daytona. Let's dive in and get run over by cars, it seems. Tony Seiler there in the Lola T165. He's our second place car. But the man of the moment is the number 60 Lola T70 of Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fassler. We spoke to Gerard just before this final segment, and here we are. I was hoping to see him here in Victory Lane, and I have. I didn't jinx you, Gerard. You've had an absolutely fabulous event in this Lola.
It's good, yeah. Car was super fast. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, we actually had to pace it, for a while. So that's really good.
Yeah, Marcel, has he give you any feedback as to how he's enjoyed driving the older car?
Yeah, he actually said he enjoys this more.
Really?
Yeah, he did. It's obviously a car that is much more alive and so on, so it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. Who's behind the preparation of the car and the restoration?
Our team, so the whole team from Iconic, run by Florent and all the guys there. So they've been running my cars for, I don't know, like over 10 years now.
Right.
Yeah.
And they're doing a fabulous job. Congratulations. We'll leave you to your podium celebration. Let's dive in with Jim Farley and Adrian Newey. Jim Farley sharing the Ford GT40 with Adrian Newey. You left the really tense final segment to Adrian there. That's nice of you.
He's a closer, right? Coffee's for closers.
He is. Adrian, it must be fantastic for you to bring this car out here at Daytona and find yourself here in Victory Lane.
Yeah, absolutely. Did I finish second? Was that where it was?
I think you did. Yes. No, sorry. I don't know. I'll have to confirm. I think second or third. You're in here. Third. I'm hearing my ear.
Okay. No, it's had a really good drive. Jim drove great in the night. Team Jeff and Ralph and Cobra Auto, they've did a fantastic job getting the car ready after Laguna. So no, really happy. Thank you.
What's the key? Because attrition can be a factor with the older cars. So what's the key to nursing the car at a, 168-minute race effectively?
Just don't try to abuse it too much, kind of be a little bit sensitive to the car. But obviously the GT Forces were built for 24 hours, so yeah, they're tough cars.
And everybody wants to know how on earth did you get the weekend off? Surely you should be in Brazil.
Well, sometimes just take them.
You picked the right one to be not there. Well done, guys. Great stuff to see you on the podium. Now then, I'm looking for the Shelby of Alan Reuter, and it's not with us in Victory Lane. So we'll let Tim get on with the presentations down here, guys. So we'll let you guys take over, and down here in the Victory Lane, it'll be Tim Pendergast taking us through the presentations.
Thank you very much indeed, Joe Bradley, down there in Victory Lane. As always, our roving microphone, finding all the great stories, and I still find it hard, Jeff, to think that we've got Adrian Newey down there talking to Joe and talking about the joys of racing here at Daytona. It's just great to see. The car is there, but Joe's found somebody else, I think.
Yeah, I found
just have to wait a second, Tim.
another one of our winners, Marcel Fassler. Marcel, Gerard tells me you're preferring the Lola T70 to the modern cars.
To be honest, it was a while that I get used to this car because it's moving a lot in high speed, and yeah, in the beginning I was a bit scared to drive that car, but yeah, all of a sudden I started to like it and enjoy it very much. It was really great experience for me.
A little bit different, 3 pedals, stick shift, having to nurse those gear changes. A little bit different to paddle shift, yeah?
Yeah, for sure, it's quite different. But I started also with this kind of racing, so the pure racing, you know. So it was nothing new for me. But yeah, to nurse a little bit the gearbox, there was an issue. So we had, let's say, yeah, we had to really get through the gears quite smooth to know that we know that we could do it until the end.
You enjoyed it enough to come back, Marcel?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, I really enjoy it. No, it was a great. Yeah, I think the HSR doing a great organization here. Thanks to them, and I was really happy to be here. And yeah, still one race ahead of us, but I enjoy every minute.
Yeah, and we've enjoyed every minute of having you here and seeing you drive that Lola. Well done, Marcel. Congratulations. Marcel Fassler, 3-time Le Mans winner, 2012 World Endurance Champion, and winner of a BRM chronograph. Mr. Spence, I'm not sure. Tim's going to tell me where you came. Are you Chris?
No, you're third.
Third place, Robert. So third place, podium. When you started this event yesterday afternoon, did you think you'd be here in Winner's Circle?
Yeah, that's what the plan was. Yeah, we planned on winning overall, but you know, it just works out the way it works out, and it was a great race. You know, the 901 shop gave me a great car, held together, and you know, we just went out there and drove the track.
So, Robert, you were hoping for the attrition factor to come in on these more sort of more delicate Lolas and for GT40s. Is that what you guys were looking at?
Oh, absolutely. You never can tell what's going to happen. You know, you just got to be there when opportunity knocks, and you know, that's we were just getting out there doing our time.
Still a great finish, Robert. Third place. I think we had Tony Seiler down here a second ago, guys. Tim, have we still got Tony? No, we're going to have to hand it to Tim because he's getting on with the podium presentation. Okay, so we'll get on with the next race, guys.
Thank you, Joe. And interesting to hear Marcel Fassler there talking about driving the T70. And from up here in the tower, that car looked rock steady. But it's kind of interesting then that he's talking about the car moving around a lot during the high-speed stuff, and that's the difference. That's why I'm in the tower and he's behind the wheel, because I could not begin to think of that car at 170, 180 miles an hour moving around.
Yeah, you don't see it from our vantage point, or even from a spectator vantage point. When you're inside the cockpit there of the cars, it's saying it's moving around. Like, okay, we'll take your word for it, and braver men than we are, perhaps, but I still wouldn't mind giving it a try.
No. Actually, I'd quite like to just sit in the passenger seat and enjoy that. That would be good. But we're now moving on to the second of our final races. That's groups C and D. And
Group B is up.
Sorry, Group B. I've got ahead of myself already.
You want to get out of here, don't you?
No, I don't. I've got to go back to the real world. I've got to go back to the world of 2023. And I quite like being here in the time machine. It's good stuff.
That's right. You come in the gate at gate 40, and there's a whole different world in here. So
it is. It's you just kind of put it on, but it's constantly changing, because we've seen those cars from the 1960s, and this next group that's going to be coming out, Group B, is entirely from the 1970s, except for a 1982 Alan Roeder's Chevrolet Camaro. But besides that, all of these cars are from the 70s. Interesting, you were talking about that the pace car didn't yesterday, Jeff, have a light bar on it. but it's now grown one. That it's grown. The,
is there one on the top? Okay.
It didn't have one yesterday, but it's kind of sprouted overnight.
Well, the issue, I guess, they have to have a suction cup light bar on it because the top of the Nissan Z, the beautiful Nissan Z provided by Nissan Motorsports, is a glass top. So you can't really just put a magnet on there. So they have to find a special one that has suction cups on it. It's very low profile. So maybe I missed that, or like you said, maybe this grew one. But I think from an earlier race, I think that they have some lights also integrated into the car itself.
Right. Okay.
And Joe has some more for us down from Victory Lane.
Frederick Gasser, you are the supplier of the BRM chronographs that everyone is desiring of here at the Classic 24. Tell us a little bit about the watch for this event.
Well, every year we come up with a new edition of a 24 hours watch. So it's like a military time, so you really have a 24 hours time on there. And you know, we make everything in France. Everything is made from one single block of metal. We make something very exclusive. We've been in motorsports for 20 years, so we embrace this moment every year at Daytona. I really like this event.
Yeah, it's become a massive part of the Classic 24, and in motorsport in general. You know, the BRM watch that people can win here is why all this effort has gone to, and that must be quite a proud thing for you.
Yeah, time after time we're just building the brand around motorsport. I think we're starting to get some momentum, I will say. Yeah.
Thank you, Frederick.
Thank you so much.
We'll leave it to enjoy the victory lane.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks, Frederick. And cars now out on track round the International Horseshoe on the infield. We talked about the way that this event can turn around and bite, and certainly it has to this field. That we have a somewhat depleted field out there this time around, but right at the front, once again, we have Ralph Kellner's the 24-hour specialist. I think it would be fair to say a Le Mans veteran of 9 events in various different cars over the years, and Ralph Kellner's is driving the car owned by Detlef von der Kijker, and that is the 1979 Di Tommaso Pantera, the glorious yellow car, and that's going to be out there. It's been the leader of the group so far. Very quick. We talked yesterday because I couldn't remember that car actually being a competitor in the period of the 1970s. I was told last night that it was actually at Le Mans in 1979, and so was I. So it is very, very beautiful. But in '79 we had the Porsche 935s, we had the Ferrari 512 Berlinetta Boxer Le Mans version. The Group 5 was an absolute joy to behold with those Group 5 cars, and that maybe it just got left out a bit, which is hard to think of, bearing in mind how beautiful that car is.
I think that is probably one of the fan favorites here this week. Has been this week and this weekend at Daytona. Certainly one of my favorites. I told you the Pantera story yesterday from when I was pre-teen on the motorcycle, but yeah, it just took off. So it's like, wow, those I got to check into those. So very, very fast cars. We have a smoking car on the apron in the backstretch. We'll check into that, see what's going on there. So we'll see if we get a start here. No indications from race control yet that there's any problems, but yep, there it is. You see it smoking there through the Le Mans chicane.
Yep, and that's proper smoke.
That is the Jägermeister BMW.
Every emotion is highlighted in an event like this when you get to the final race. We talked about this a bit yesterday, Jeff, that if you have a problem early on, then yeah, that's a real downer. But to have it in the last race of the event must be heartbreaking.
That is the Dean DeSantis Josh Tuggle. Josh Tuggle is of course, Tim Pendergast's nephew. Pace car peels off on the pit lane. The field is underway with now just 6 cars. Originally 14 cars in this field, and we lost half of them, and now another one has fallen out. And that car coming in this round was in the 5th position, so that is definitely a heartbreaker there.
And that smoke is getting worse and worse just as he's coming down pit lane, and it's looking very ill as it comes into our site, onto pit lane proper, and we'll be pulling up in front of his crew. And I have a feeling that the first line is there is no oil pressure, but we'll have to wait to see. Are they going to raise the engine cover, or is this game over for this car?
Well, it's interesting. They will raise the hood on that, and they had to take a razor knife. They have it taped on there, basically. So they had to take a razor knife and just kind of go down the seam, cut the tape. Now they will prop the hood up against the pit wall. And
weren't planning on doing that then, were they?
Yeah, they weren't necessarily expecting that. So.
Okay, so that, as you say, heartbreak for a car that's gone so well in this group so far. That's the Dean DeSantis car. It's a 72 car, 1972, when again the regulations were fairly they were fairly liberal. You could do what you wanted to do, and that's why we see that car with that big wide body, the flared arches at the back, the huge spoiler which sits out of the back of the car, leans back. It's a great looking car, but we're now looking to our left to see the cars in. But on the live stream, we can see that Ryan has got his camera right down into the engine bay. And what can you see, Joe?
Yeah, I've just been watching Josh Tuggle here, who's not just driving this car, but he's also crewing this car. He's a renowned and very experienced race mechanic as well. It looks like it may have been an overheating problem, as that's the area they were looking at. They were looking at the coolant reservoir. Dean DeSantis dejectedly gets out. I mean, this is the other part of our sport, really, isn't it? It can be so cruel to have this problem manifest in what is, after 3 42-minute segments. Dean has got some consolation as he's got other cars here to race. Let's see if we can. I'm not even going to try and talk to Dean DeSantis. His face is telling me everything. Hey, Josh. This part of the sport that we all love is the bit I hate. For that problem to happen to you guys here, the run to the flag was what it was all about. So what exactly is the problem?
Yeah, it's my least favorite saying in racing. That's racing. Yeah, I think we blew a head gasket there. It's a shame. We work hard all night to try and stay in it and at least finish, and that's all we really want to do is finish, and that's racing.
That's racing. I once said to somebody, that's character building.
Yeah.
And he said, if you've been in motorsport for 5 minutes, you've got enough character, you don't need any further building. And I think that you fit that category. Bad luck, mate. Really, big commiserations.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
If you want to push it.
Thanks very much, Joe. Head gasket, it sounds like, on that BMW. Why couldn't it just have held on for another 42 minutes? Because that would have made all the difference. We have a battle for the lead in this segment of the race. The first 2 cars crossing the line side by side, and it's Todd Treffert, who was originally our leader, getting gobbled up by the Di Tommaso, but under braking into turn 1, claims back that lead position. The Di Tommaso spitting flames. We saw that again in the dark last night, where that car is so atmospheric, and now the Porsche in the lead thinks, well, if you can do it, I can do it. And those 2 cars going into the horseshoe and spitting flames at each other.
If anybody can run with the Pantera Di Tommaso, it's going to be Todd Treffert in that baby turbo Porsche, number 41. And he's holding on to it for now as they head into the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, we've seen the amazing top speed of the Di Tommaso, and once he gets onto the oval, it makes a lot of difference. But as you say, if anybody's going to hold him off, it's going to be Todd Trefford.
We saw there through the right hand, the sweeping turn through the West Horseshoe, that car weight issue, or difference, I should say. Todd Trefford got through there pretty well, and the heavier car, the Pantera, now you see the horsepower stretching the legs out there on the high banks out of NASCAR Turn Number 2, and the Pantera goes back into the lead with Kelleher behind the wheel.
Yep, and there was a tenth of a second between those two as they crossed the start-finish line. It's going to be a bit more than that, I think, this time around, although still, I am sure that Todd is not the sort of person who's going to say, oh, okay, I'll settle for second.
Well, they'll both be wide open now until they get to turn 1, so the Pantera will move away just a little bit, but Todd Trefford should close the gap as they get into the braking zone. The Porsche a little bit more nimble through the tight turns here on the infield.
And the known as the baby turbo, the 911 RSR was not the big grunty turbo car that we know and love. So not perhaps quite exactly what we would expect. But Alain Roeder said, "I want to be part of this party," and he's now the third place car is catching, or has caught, the first two that we have as they crossed the line. It was just under a second, first to second, and then it was 0.3 between second and third. So,
and that makes Todd Trefford's job even harder, because not only is he trying to catch up with the Pantera, see the flames shooting out of both of those cars as they go into the braking zone over at the West Horseshoe, but not only is he trying to catch the Pantera, but he's watching his mirrors trying to keep Alain Roeder behind him.
And that can slow you down.
Definitely.
We know that the moment you start having to drive defensively, then the way forward is altogether more difficult. I mean, he's got enough of a gap over the Alain Roeder Camaro that probably he's not having to worry about driving defensively yet. Those three cars stretch out just a bit down the back stretch and then hard onto the brakes into the Le Mans chicane. Then they'll be back up to speed as quickly as they can, shift down maybe a couple of gears for the chicane, and then back up through NASCAR's turn 3 and 4, and they'll be absolutely flat now as they come down towards us. There is, having said all that we said about the BMW and the 3 across the stripe, now gap between second and third, 0.4 of a second. That everything we said about BMW being the very worst place to break it, that this is the last race, so go for it. And I think everybody seems to be going for it as much as they possibly can. Fourth place we have David Burke and Brian Saunders in the number 126 with that's the Porsche 911 that they've brought over from the UK. David Agretolis is the next car up in his IROC 911, and then sixth we have David Russell and Barry Waddell, and they were in the BMW, which has probably already disappeared.
Well, that applies to the story we heard from Josh Suggle. They got to this point, they just wanted to finish the race, they wanted to get to the last round, they wanted to go for it. Of course they want to win, but the main thing is finish, and you just have to go for it. And it was interesting for him to say that his least favorite phrase in racing is "that's racing." So unfortunately the racing gremlin bit then here today in this last round, but yeah, if you get to the last round, you just go for it. So
yeah,
things happen.
Yeah, and that's the way it is. But that's racing is so true, because when people say that, there will always be that little shrug when they say, you can't say that's racing without the shrug, and that is just the way it is. But we've now got in this segment of the race the beautiful Di Tommaso Pantera with 5.8 litres of Ford V8 behind the driver, pulling away. The battle for second and third, though, is well and truly on. That I said that we were seeing that Todd Treffert was not having to drive defensively yet. Well, that time has arrived, because what we now have is that the Porsche is very much under pressure from that Camaro, and as they crossed the stripe that time round, it was a quarter of a second between those two cars. But my guess would be probably that the Camaro has a better top speed, but the Porsche can get the power down a little bit better, because that's very much the same way as it is now as they go round the West Horseshoe and then take the left-hander, which will take them up back onto the banking of this tri-oval. So they'll be working at that, a little bit more of a gap after they come out of the infield, which is, as I say, what we would expect. But now, as the cars get up to maximum speed, you're going to see that gap come back down again as they go down the backstretch of this Daytona International Speedway, and the gap comes down and down and down. They're not close enough yet for Alain Roeder to make a move, but nonetheless, into the Le Mans hairpin they go. And again, now we're getting up to top speed, and this is where he can start to close down. He's not close enough this time, but he's closing as they come onto NASCAR Turn 4. Now he's close enough. He's right in the slipstream as they come down towards the start-finish line. Is he close enough to dive out and to go in under Turn 1? He's almost close enough, but I don't think he's going to try it this time round. No, he's leaning back from that. There's 2 or 3 cars lengths, just not enough to be able to make that stick. So what this means, of course, is that the Di Tommaso is just pulling away a bit, because those two are beginning to hold each other up. Di Tommaso pulling away just a bit. He's got 4.3 seconds lead over second and third place, with David Burke and Brian Saunders just waiting for them to arrive across the line now. And they've yet more Brits here. That they always say that the Le Mans 24 Hours is a British motor race organised by the French, and that we have a great British contingent here, and I think it's great to do that. We're beginning to see car clubs and motorsport clubs generally putting parties together. The Classic Sports Car Club, which has brought several of their competitors over to enjoy this race, and thank you for that. Thank you to Hugo Holder, who runs CSCC, for putting all that together, and the Goodwood Road Racing Club, which is the members part of Goodwood. They also have put together a party, not of competitors, but just people out here to enjoy this brilliant Classic 24 Hours at Daytona, put together by HSR and presented by IMSA. The battle, second and third, is still well and truly joined. Not much difference between the two, still a quarter of a second between Todd Treffert and Alain Roeder. That they really are nose to tail, but just can't get enough to pull alongside as that car, the Porsche, spitting flames as they go into the International Horseshoe. This tight hairpin bend, and they're back out, accelerating hard through the kink, which is just that. It's a kink. It's not going to get in the way of that hard acceleration before they do the first part of the West Horseshoe. A right, then a very, very tight, imperceptible little straight, and then the other part of the left-hand bend and the right-hand bend, and they're turning left to make their way out onto the banking. And then they've got NASCAR turns 1 and 2. We use the chicane just to make sure that cars are having to do what they have to do, and to remind everybody that this is a road course. But they're going through there now. Our leader, I'm having to squint into this beautiful sunny morning, but it's those two cars are there. Jeff? Oh,
Just like me to move your shade for you, Paul.
Oh, you do all the right things. Now
I can move the shade if you like.
Would you mind moving the sun?
Do what?
Can you move the sun?
Move the sun. I'll work on that. Let me make a call real quick. I'm looking at the standings coming into this race. Of course, the top 3 cars are battling for the overall finish coming into this round. Of course, Kellner's had the lead. 43 laps completed for the first 3 rounds. Alon Rudd was in the second position, and Todd Treffert all on lap 43 coming into this round. So right now, second and third have switched places. This is not only a battle on track, but it is a battle for the overall finish here for this Group B battle. Behind them, we have David Burke and Brian Saunders in the 126th, and David Evertellis in the David Russell Barry Waddell car. And of the 14 cars we originally had, that's all we have left now.
So the BMW, the number 42 car, getting lapped by our leaders. And yes, you're absolutely right that the Di Tommaso is safely out in front of this, but that battle for second and third is really, really on. And we're actually going to see a change for place, because Alan Roeder goes down the inside into the left-hander at turn 5 before working his way now up onto the high banking, but it's going to be the Camaro which takes that place. I don't think that Todd Treffert is going to give that up very readily.
It looks like Treffert may have some issues there. He has slowed significantly, it appears, from up here. You see Alon Rudd motoring away. Look, Treffert is off pace. There's something wrong with that car, it seems.
Yeah.
There is for that gap to open up that quickly for Alon Rudd over Todd Treffert. There has to be something wrong with that baby turbo. We'll see what happens if he comes in to the pit lane. Of course, we're still expecting pit stops here. They still have to complete their 3-minute mandatory pit stop. So here comes the leader in the Pantera across the stripe. Alon Rudd coming down. And Treffert's, let's see what he does. Oh, you know what? I had the wrong car. Treffert's still doing well. So Treffert's still in the second spot, then Alon Rudd. This was another car that was, did Treffert just pick it back up, or did I have the wrong car?
I'm not sure, because
I think Treffert picked it back up.
I do. I agree with you, because it's the BMW that's coming into pit lane now.
Yeah, this is a silver car. We were looking at a white car, so I don't know what happened there. Treffert turned on the reserve fuel tank, I guess, or something, and certainly picked it back up and whipped it back around Alon Rudd for the second position.
42, the BMW is our first pit caller. But everybody, of course, has to make at least one pit stop before the 29-minute mark. So they've still got 11 minutes in which to start their pit stop. 3-minute pit stop, and they will be sitting there for 3 minutes. Sometimes they'll come in and there's really not much to do. Sometimes it's all a bit different, but forgive us, because we can only see the sun glinting off the roof of some of these cars as they are out on the other side of the circuit. But still, it's Ralph Kalleners and Ditlev van der Kiek who are out there in the lead, as they have been for much of this event. The glorious Di Tommaso Pantera from 1979 is just doing exactly what we would expect it to do, and doing it whilst throwing flames out of the back of the car as well. That was spectacular last night to see, when we had Treffert and the Di Tommaso nose to tail, and they were just throwing flames at each other. It was a bit like a flamethrower competition, but in fact Treffert is now just pulling away a little bit. He's a second, almost exactly, ahead of Alan Roeder, and that, as Jeff Wright just said, that this is a battle for overall position as well as anything else. So At what point, with 22 minutes of this race still to run, at what point do you throw caution to the wind and say, yes, I really want that place? It's not yet, but there's going to be a point which says all of this weekend is now coming to a razor sharp point. The leader has 6.2 seconds over this battle for second and third. The leader seems to be running a little bit slower than he has been. His best time in this race has been 1 minute 54.1, and that last lap was 156. 156 exactly. So as he is certainly running nearly 2 seconds more slowly than he was. Now, whether that's just stroking it home, because he's seen that heartbreak of the car that Josh Tuggle was looking after, where they blow a head gasket, but it was their last lap around was 156.031. Let's just see what this one is. 155.2. So maybe he had a bit of traffic, although I can't see that was a factor. But the battle for second place continues to rage half a second between those two cars as they continue. Pit stops are going to be a kind of factor because they are limited to 3 minutes. Providing a car is running okay, everybody should go in and come out in exactly the same way. There are occasions when that can be different, because what you can see is sometimes a driver will take a little bit more time to get back up to speed, or if you've got a new driver in the car. But second and third in this with Todd Treffert and Alan Roeder, both of those people are going the full distance on their own, so that's not going to be a factor.
I don't think I've seen or heard of. And let's go to Joe down in pit lane. Joe?
Just got a little show and tell story for you. We've got here the former Martin Short car, actually, the Pescarolo 07. And I thought I'd show you the layout. So driver cell there, that's where the driver sits on his iPhone playing games. Candy Crush, is it? That's not the driver, that's one of the mechanics. So this is the power unit, the engine. You'll be, for everybody who's familiar with the mechanics of the car, this is the alternator drive for the camshaft. This is where, so this section here where I'm pointing here, this is basically a spacer. This is where the gearbox starts. So the gearbox and differential, but this spacer here is where we house the oil. This is the oil tank in between the engine and the gearbox, with a shaft going through the oil tank to get the drive from the engine to the gearbox. We talk about dampers a lot. This is the damper set. This is the damper sat right here, and this is the actuator arm from the link to the damper from the bottom wishbone. We talk about damper settings. See these little gauges here, these little dials? Little Allen key on one of those dials, changing them. So 10 there, 10 there, 10 there, 10 there. That's bump and rebound settings that you can really disappear up your bottom with when you're trying to sort out. Now the suspension hangs off the gearbox like this. There's your drive shaft coming from the gearbox to the rear wheel. Now look at this size of this brake disc and this brake caliper. Carbon brakes. When this car comes into the pits, you wouldn't be able to put your hand where my hand is right now. It'd be like a little sort of electric fire. You'd be able to heat a full living room with that. The wheel attaches here. That's the wheel nut. And this paint here, this paint actually is kind of like a dynamic paint, and it changes colour, which indicates at a glance what temperature the brake disc is running at, so the team can see. We talk about sensor failures. There's a wheel speed sensor. This little attachment here going off to the brain of the car. So that's the rear end of a Pescarolo 07, which is not dissimilar to pretty much most racing cars, from Formula Ford 1600s or Z-Techs all the way through. The design concept with a mid-engine car is exactly that.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you very much for that, and a useful insight into just how you build and run a modern-ish sports racing car. We have our pit callers. Alain Roeder came in just while we were doing that. Our lead car was also in with Ralph Kellner's car. That's also stopped in pit lane. The David Agretalis car is stopped in pit lane as well. And now, just to complete the set, we have the Todd Treffert Porsche in to stop. So we're going to be counting down. I think it was actually the Camaro that was the first car to stop. So let's wait and see. Joe, you're very busy this morning. What have you found?
I'm looking after the Pescarolo are kindly ready for a startup process. Now, it's not like a road car where you can just get in and fire it up. It's got to go through a preheat process to get the engine block up to a certain temperature. That's because when the engine block is cold, the tolerances are so tight that you cannot start it up from being freezing cold. You've got to preheat the block. And I've just been told by the chief mechanic there that they're ready for a startup. So we're going to be right where we need to be to get some wonderful sound bites when we hear this Judd V10 power unit fire up. So we're just going to give them the thumbs up. We're ready, boys? So this is now the proper warm-up process. You'll notice no revs, very little fuel going in, just to get the engine nicely brought up to temperature. And this is a process that the teams must go through before every time you run this car. It's got to be at a certain temperature before you press the start button, and then before you engage gearbox, etc. The engine's got to be up to temp before you even begin to think about bringing it out on track. So we've checked the front end. You'll notice the front suspension, again, 2 dampers, all of the same bump and rebound settings there. Damper connected to the front suspension in exactly the same fashion. The only difference between the front and rear is this rod here. That's connected to the steering. That's what turns the wheels left and right. There you go, all being done for us. Fantastic. Little bit of a show and tell on motorsport engineering. This carbon fiber tub from here all the way back behind the driver, that's the safety cell. That's where the driver sits, and that's a very, very strong piece of engineering. Crush section here, the front end, the nose section at the front of the car, that's designed to slowly dissipate energy through the car on a frontal impact. And of course, the front wing to give us a bit of downforce at the front end. Fabulous, guys. This engine, we'll leave the Pescarolo with its Judd V10 just burbling over nicely. Thanks, boys.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you to all the team for allowing us to be part of it. That it's just great to hear that sound of that lovely Judd V10 engine, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is also what is all about modern day historic racing. That this is pretty high tech stuff, and the more I think about it, and the more I see that car there, I'm thinking that we really do need to get Martin Short, who ran that car at Le Mans. He needs to be here, and that I think we need to be having conversations with Martin when we get back to the UK, because it's right up his alley. But back to this race, the Group B here at the HSR Classic 24 Hours at Daytona, presented by IMSA, and we've got some action on track. So we're just going to wait for this next lap and a bit until our timing screen settles down after all those pit stops. We've got 12 seconds. What have you got now, Joe?
Oh, I've got more sound bites, boys. So the engine's up to temp, so we're going to give it a bit of welly. We're going to start revving it to the limiter to get the engine really working up the temperature now. So if you want to hear some music, everybody, turn your volume up at home, we're going to hear that beautiful music played by the Judd V10. Hey Ryan, I've just noticed something. Come back here. See the alternator belt there? See the zip tied spare belt snaps? That one's already in situ and ready to deploy. See that one there? That's a spare belt that's going to go on the car if that belt snaps. Brilliant, brilliant attention to detail. I can certainly feel the heat coming off these exhausts, guys. We're just getting ready now to give it some nice bootfuls of fuel to get that car revving. It's going to be loud, I know. We've just been warned it's going to be loud, they said. We know, that's why we're here. Getting close. Car still sporting the name of João Barbosa, Stuart Hall, and Martin Short, of course. Martin finished 7th at Le Mans. Just waiting now. They're the drivers that took this Pescarolo. All right, we're at 187 temp, 187 degrees. When we get to 195, and that will shoot up, we're going to be able to give it some revs. Put your fingers in your ears, guys. Ta-da! I didn't hear that, Tim. What did you say?
I just ask him what that did. Why they did the run up on that?
All right, yeah. So what? Let's ask that question, because that's, yeah. So we rev it onto the limiter. So what does that do when we take it up to the limiter?
Basically, when it's at full RPMs, it pumps all the oil back into the oil tank so that we can do a full oil level check.
So that's where he went limiter and then off.
Yeah. So, and then it stops in the oil tank. We check it then, and then it's good for the race.
Right. Cracking. Brilliant. Great insight here, guys. Great insight.
Thank you, Joe. But meanwhile, back on track, we have 9 minutes of the Group B race to run, and we have the Cadillac von der Kleck car in first place. That's the glorious Di Tommaso Pantera, followed by Todd Treffert, who now has a gap of 2.5 seconds to Alain Roeder in the Chevrolet Camaro. So it's Di Tommaso from Porsche, from Chevrolet Camaro. Fourth place, we have David Burke and Brian Saunders in their Porsche. They are the best part of a lap down. That's just coming into our sight now off NASCAR Turn 4, looking glorious in that yellow color scheme. That crosses the line now, and is a minute and a half down on the car in front of him, the Camaro. Then we have the David Agretalis car, just 8.8 seconds behind the David Burke car, and then we're looking forward David Russell and Barry Waddell in their BMW, and they cross the line there. They're a lap down on the leader. But the gap between second and third, which is not only for position in this segment of the race, this fourth and final segment of the race, it is also, those two are battling for the overall second/third place. So Todd Treffert currently 3.8 seconds to the good over the Camaro of Alan Roeder and he's got a 3.7 second gap to David Burke and Brian Saunders. So there's not much between any of these. I think the Di Tommaso is certainly controlling this race from the front. They've all obviously had their pit stops. They have to do that within 29 minutes of the start of the race, and we've now had 35 minutes of this 42-minute race. So therefore everybody's done what they needed to do, and we've got these cars. Everybody will be looking for the finish. They'll be looking for the checker, because it's at these stages in any endurance race where you start to hear the noises, the rattles. You start to think, is that really a rattle? Was that there before? And these drivers will be doing that.
Some of them might start hearing voices.
Yeah, when you've been up all night, it happens like that.
The car's talking to them and their head's talking to them. So
Todd Treffert crosses the line now, and Alan Roeder crosses the line now. That's 5 seconds between second and third. So I think Todd is probably in a fairly strong position now. Let's hope that I'm not going to curse him with that, but with just 5.5 minutes left to run of this final part of the Group B, but we can probably say that that's going to be first, second, and third. But we saw the heartbreak of the BMW, which was out there. Dean DeSantis and Josh Tuggle in the car, which didn't even make the first lap, because they had what they thought was a head gasket go. Came down the pit lane with steam pouring out of the exhaust pipe, but that car didn't even make it into the fourth part of this race. So everyone's a winner who finally gets to the end of this.
yeah, they were fifth, as I mentioned earlier, coming into this final round. Dean DeSantis, Josh Tuggle. So that changes things up. Coming in sixth, well, they were in sixth coming into this round, David Burke, Brian Saunders. They are currently in the fourth position right now over David Agratellis. Agratellis was in the fourth position coming in. So a little bit of a change there. That's going to matter. Maybe make a difference there at the end.
What's the gap between them, Jeff?
The gap coming in, excuse me, the gap coming into this round, Agratellis had 41 laps complete, and the Burke Saunders just 1 lap behind them. So it doesn't give a time difference, but yeah.
Thank you for that, because
about a lap difference.
Yeah, the gap between the 126 Burke Saunders car and Agratellis is currently 5.6 seconds. So I think probably the 126 car is going to have to start stirring the pot a bit harder if they're going to move up the overall order. But it doesn't matter, because this is what all the fun is about. We're very much down to our countdown for this Group B, and we haven't really talked very much in this section about Ralph Kalleners and Detlef van der Keck, who have done such a good job with that Di Tommaso Pantera. Unusually a Ford engine, which most cars of that period, sports racing cars certainly, would have gone for a Chevrolet, but this was a Ford engine, and loosely based on a road car. That's, as we've said several times over the course of this weekend, that the Group 5 was you started with, it has to resemble a road-going car, but that's about all that it has to do, is just resemble it. The center section of the car between the wheels had to be original that had to be made of the same material. But the stuff in front and behind the wheels was really up to you what you did, which is why we saw such varying things. And we, if you look at that Di Tommaso, you can see exactly what I mean. That the front and rear are of every bit racing car, whereas the other bit is road car. We've got a bit of a charge going on now because Todd Treffert is only 2.6 seconds behind our segment leader, and in fact, looking as they go through the International Horseshoe, it's less than that. Todd Treffert is actually coming along and making a last-ditch charge. There's 1.5 minutes of this race left to run, and that is all. So we're expecting the white flag this time round, and then Todd Treffert will really have to pedal if he's going to catch this segment leader. Ralph Callender's left on the kick in the Di Tommaso. Seeing where they are on track, going out onto NASCAR Turn 1, and there's really not very much between the two of them. He's probably got a bit too much to do, but nonetheless, he's putting in that late charge for Treffert, which of course has taken him away from the threatening Alain Roeder, who is now 4.5 seconds down on in third place. Car's now into the Le Mans chicane, up on the high bank. The easily identified yellow Di Tommaso into NASCAR Turn 4 and coming towards us now. Here they come. They get the white flag. It was 2.6 seconds between first and second as they went into this lap. It's now 2.8. So I think that the Callender's De Keyk car has got the message, which says, yeah, just do what you need to do. They're not going to be unduly worried about their position in this race because they are far enough ahead that they don't need. They don't even need to win this race, but try and tell you that to a racing car.
Yeah, that doesn't work too well.
No.
So I'm here to, well, just like we heard earlier from Robert Spence on the podium, he said he came here to get the overall win. He didn't come here to just dilly-dally. He came here to overall win, but he kind of said the same thing Josh Talker said. Well, things happen. That's racing, and he did finish on the podium, but not necessarily where he wanted to be. But on the podium is certainly better than not on the podium, even if it wasn't overall.
Yeah, and all credit to him for that. And we're going to be seeing some more podium antics very shortly because the car's now on their final lap, and that we're just straining to see that yellow Di Tommaso come into our sight. That's currently down the back stretch through the Le Mans chicane. And Treffert is probably, if anything, a little bit closer, but not close enough. It's that beautiful, and Joe Bradley chose that as his car of the weekend, the one that he would like to take home. So I can see why. Don't agree with him, but I can see why. takes the checkered flag, and Todd Treffert crosses the line just behind him. And then we have Alain Roeder, who closed that gap down to 2.4 seconds by the end. So the reckoning between those two is going to be very close. And Jeff has now got his abacus out. Crossing the line side by side was the Burke Saunders yellow Porsche and David Agretolis in his dark blue car with the orange front and rear bumpers. They actually crossed the line 53 thousandths of a second apart, which is really quite amazing. But that's for fourth and fifth place. And then we have David Russell and Barry Waddell in their BMW, who will will be the final runners in 6th place. So attrition taking a big bite out of the cars in that race that we saw 14 starts a day ago, and we're now looking at just the 6 finishes. So it's been tough. David Russell and Barry Waddell across the line now, but that's our final runner for this, the Group B section of this Classic 24 Hours at the Daytona, brought to you by HSR and presented by IMSA. We have those cars will be making their way down towards either pit lane or the podium, and they'll be going off to receive their watches and awards and to exchange a few tales as well, I have no doubt. And that's another set of stories, Jeff, that start with when I was racing at Daytona at the weekend. There's going to be some great stories there. Our first 3 cars coming down onto pit lane.
I'm looking at here come the winners in order. They're going to point them in behind the fence and then direct them to the winner circle. Looking at talking about the David Agritella story earlier, and Joe has something for us now at winner circle.
Well, I'm hoping very soon to be greeted by or to be greeting the winners, guys. Yes, my car of the meeting, the Di Tommaso Pantera, Ralph Kellernes and Detlef von der Kleek. A car that did the Le Mans 24 Hours in 1979, about to join us. I can actually just see it in the reflection there, Ryan. It's with us now. Brian Westart, cameraman, just about to get the sight of the car rolling into the winner's circle here. Ralph Kellernes. I mean, do I need any introduction? Does Ralph Kellernes need any introduction? It's Todd Treffert, the 41 Porsche, who comes in behind, and then Alan Reuter in the Chevy Camaro, the IMSA Trans Am car. That's your first. Reuter in second, and Treffert in that 3rd place on the podium. Ralph Kellernes finishes the car, and it really has dominated this Group B, hasn't it? We thought it might. It's beautifully prepared. It's got a lot of provenance, and it's got this man here to pedal it. Every angle has been covered, Ralph. You in this car was the real deal, and it's come as no surprise to find you here in winner's circle on the top step. Well done.
Oh, it's so great. The team and the owner of the car, Detlef von der Kleek, they invested a lot of time to bring this car back to where it maybe should have been. It never was in '79. It never really made it then. But now, taking care of every little detail, the car, it's not only quick, it also lasts, it goes. And so it's a pleasure to be driving it.
How does it compare? I mean, I remember you in that GT1 Porsche 911 GT1 spec car. It looks very similar, your specification size-wise, tire grip level, is it?
No, I wouldn't say so. No, it's there's what is it, 20 years in between them?
Yeah.
And you can feel that. It's heavier, this one, from the regulations. It has less downforce. You can feel that the Porsche GT1 was a differently engineered car, much so, yes.
But for 1979 technology, it's the deal, isn't it?
It's great. It's good fun.
Let's bring Detlef in, Detlef von der Kleek. Detlef, please, I must say, thank you so much for bringing this magnificent car out here. Proud moment for you here in winner's circle on the top step.
Yeah, it's a pleasure for me. We are surprised too. So
you're surprised. I'm not surprised. None of us are surprised. This is where we expected you to be, especially with this guy behind the wheel. You've covered all your bases, Detlef.
Yeah, we do a lot of races. And we just won the European Championship 2 weeks ago from Peter Auto. So in Le Mans and Oldtimer Grand Prix, we did a lot of victories this year.
Yeah, we came De Tomaso guys.
Right. Yes, you are. And you've had this. You can add this victory to that big list for 2023. You've had a great year. congratulations, Guy. I'll leave you to your presentation and we'll go and grab some of our other drivers. Who have we got? Todd Trefford. Is Todd third, yes? Second, you made it. Todd, you made it. You went into that last segment with third, sorry.
Second that race.
All right, we'll come in again. Todd, you almost made it.
I almost made
You
it.
had 5.6 seconds there to make up, and I think you were just shy by about a second.
Yeah, he was messing with me the whole time. He knew he was in front of me, so he just playing with me the whole time. He could have passed me at will, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But it was good fun.
Bit of a mixed weekend. You've had an engine failure on one of your cars. That was very cruel, I've got to say, right there at the very end.
Yeah, 2 laps to go there, and the motor let go, unfortunately. But we've had a great weekend, obviously. 901 Shop has put together a great little baby turbo here, and shooting great flames at night. A lot of fun.
You tend to go a lot faster in the Porsches that I've seen you drive over the years. You just seem to fly in these cars. You're really at one with the 911.
I am. I love the rear engine. I mean, it's come to me. Good. It's great.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. Congratulations. Second step of the podium. Now then, let's find our third place driver, Alan Reeder. There he is. So second place car, Alain. Congratulations, Alain. Second podium of the morning. This one you can actually enjoy. Yes. The last one you had to dash off to get into this and finish second. You've had a great weekend.
Yes, what a great weekend. Was a lot of racing. 8 races in this time. It's a challenge, but we did it.
It's a challenge for you physically, you mean?
Oh yes, but it's a lot of racing. So to drive both cars, just one after the other one is a lot. Yeah.
The Shelby CSX in Group A, the one that you've just put on the Group A podium, a little bit different to this Camaro Trans Am.
Yes, very different. That's also perhaps a little bit the problem when you jump from the Cobra into the Camaro, because there's much more grip here, but you need some laps to be safe and know exactly how quick you can go into the corners, etc.
Now, Alan, you had a 5.6 second gap to Todd Trefford, who was really coming at you there. He's just said he thinks you were playing with him. Were you playing with him?
I was a little bit playing with him. I knew I had, I think, 9 seconds advance of him. So I just counted a little bit the seconds. When he passed some spot, I had problem after the pit stop with my carburetor, so I stuck a little bit. So I just wanted to have the correct distance to him. Yeah. But it was a great fight, always fair. That's fun, yeah.
Great from where we're standing. Great to watch. Thank you, Alan. Congratulations. Second place for Group B in the 2023 Classic 24 here at Daytona.
Thank you, Joe. From Victory Lane, we'll perhaps throw back down to him here in just a moment. Group C and D coming up next. I want to remind everyone here at the track that the HSR merchandise tent is open. If you haven't had a chance to go over there and get your HSR merchandise featuring the Classic 24-hour at Daytona presented by IMSA merchandise, we strongly recommend you head over there now. Olivia told us earlier that they were selling out. The quantities were getting low. And unfortunately, if you're watching on the live feed, not able to get that, but perhaps you can contact HSR and maybe place an order. I don't know if they'll do shipping. We talked about that yesterday, but perhaps they can accommodate somehow. But again, if you are here at the track, we're getting about to the halfway point of the program this morning and the final day here. We're going to be ending at 1 o'clock today with the final race. Coming up next, we have groups C and D, which are the groups that started it all off. So we'll get to that in just a moment. But if you do have an opportunity, please come over to the fan zone area, step inside there and visit Olivia at the HSR merchandise tent.
We have Group C and D. Group C is by design from HSR. It is Group C in that we have Lars-Erik Nielsen in his Porsche 962C Group C car, which is going to be leading out this field. It's again perhaps the dominant car that we've seen so far in this particular group. Second in this group is the 771, which is Mike and Andrew Jordan, and that's in a Porsche 996 Cup car. So this is one that they have brought over from their base in the Midlands in the UK. We've also brought another Porsche and a NASCAR as well. So they're jumping into this with great alacrity. Mike Jordan, Andrew's father, many years ago, in the very early days of this event, he actually drove a GT40 here, and so knows his way around this road course version of the Daytona International Speedway. But they will be out there in their 996 Cup Porsche. Steve Dunn has been giving them a very hard time throughout the event. Steve Dunn is also in the 996 Cup car, and so very much the battle of similar cars between those two for second and third. And then we'll see Simon Evans will be out as well in his 996. So we've got a little sort of one make series battle coming out. The Mustang will be with Ray Bonthron, and Darren Brassfield will be out in fourth on this grid. That's been a sort of race of two halves for that car, because they were very quick. They were on the front row in the first race, and there was a bit of banter between Lars Erik and Darren Brassfield in terms of who was going to be first into turn one, etc. And it was really we were expecting to see that car up there. They've had a difficult weekend in some ways, and so will we see that Mustang get in with that battle at the front of the field? I think we will. I think they've had some bad luck. So the 962 has been imperious throughout, and I think will continue to be so. It's such a treat to see a 962 out there on the high banking. It just looks right, doesn't it?
It does. It looks very right. Able to stretch its legs.
Yes, because
properly.
Clearly, those cars were built both for circuits like this and for Le Mans, where very high speeds are attained in both ways. So it's happy at high speeds. And he told Joe Bradley yesterday that that's getting close to 200 miles an hour in some places on this racetrack. So they certainly don't hang about, these historic cars. There was a time quite a few years ago where people would talk about historic racing and all that meant as being a bit of a parade, particularly this side of the Atlantic. That people would say, yeah, but they're not really racing. They're not. Oh, yes, they are now. There is no doubt about that. And so we're looking now to see the cars moving on out. But on the backstretch now, pace car goes into the Le Mans chicane. It's renamed as the Le Mans chicane. That's if you've been here before, then you've come across the fact that was always known as the bus stop. It's now the Le Mans chicane because in a hands across the ocean moment, we had the first chicane on the Mulsanne Straight at Le Mans was renamed the Daytona chicane, and in return, the bus stop was renamed as the Le Mans chicane, and just showing the ties that modern day sports car racing has, and that it's very much now a global sport. Pace car now down towards us, that pulls off to the far left. The Porsche just makes it clear to everybody. The 962 says, no, this is my race. Battle though for third place. The Mustang goes through from much further back into second place. It was very crowded. That the Jordan
771 car got squeezed out by the Mustang, and the Mustang is actually going after the Porsche 962. Didn't quite make it into the International Horseshoe, but certainly that initial banter bravado that we saw was rekindled as they went down. They're now going into the West Horseshoe, turning right, short blast down to the second right-hand bit of that corner. But the 962 already has probably a second ahead of the rest of the field. The battle, though, is going to be for second, third, and fourth. The Mustang is losing out a bit through the infield, but is undoubtedly going to pull away with the sheer grunt of that big Ford V8 in it and leaves the other two for dead. The battle is now for third place, and we're seeing those two Porsches in the Cup cars side by side as they went through NASCAR Turn 2 down into the Le Mans chicane, and it is the Jordan car that is still in the lead of that battle. But right at the front of this field we have Lars-Erik Nielsen in his Porsche 962, a beautiful real original car coming down towards us now. But he's going to cross the line in a very strong first position, and already the Ray Bonthron, Darren Brassfield Ford Mustang has broken away from that battle for second and third. The Jordan's car and Steve Dunn in the 111, they've been battling all weekend, those two, and it's not getting any less now. But the gap between first and second was 2.7 seconds on that first lap. I don't think that Lars-Erik Nielsen is going to be unduly troubled by the Mustang, but nonetheless he's going to have to control this from the front, and if he manages that at 2.6 seconds, so be it. He can afford not to win this race, and that if you got to the point that it's threatening the car or the position, he can afford to let Brassfield down through and for the win. However, he's a racing driver. His daughter is a very established professional racing driver, so it's in the genes and it's in the family. So he's going to want to win this. He's going to want to be out there and doing so. But as I see them going down again into the chicane, there's not much between it. I think that the 2.7 seconds that we had last time round is going to be a bit shorter this time. I don't think we're going to see the 962 pulling away too terribly much yet, but they still have the best part of the 42-minute race to go, and an awful lot can happen in 42 minutes. So it was 2.7 seconds last time round. It's now 1.3. So halved that gap. The battle for third place still led by Mike Jordan in the 771 from Steve Dunn in the 111. That again, two very experienced racers there. They will know that they don't need to do the heroics. They need to go out and make sure that they get to the end of this race. But that's another conversation which is going to start with when I was racing at Daytona at the weekend. But the gap between first and second is coming down. It's getting much closer. We've got some good battles further down the order. The cars battling for, should I say, the lower places are getting close. And the battle for 12th is half a second. The battle, and that the 965 Daniel Meyer, Sebastian Koppenwallner, but that car is only 1.5 seconds behind Colin Doherty in the number 77 Porsche 944. So there's some good battles. Keep an eye open for those, because those are nonetheless battles. And everybody will first and foremost be wanting to get to the finish of this race, and therefore to get a position. The gap, as we said, was 1.3 seconds last time around. That looks to be about the same as they come to cross the start-finish line. It's it's not only about the same, it is exactly the same. 1.3 seconds for those two. The gap between third and fourth was 0.3 last time round, and they are going to do much the same thing. Yes, so gaps at the front are exactly as they were between first and second, and between third and fourth. So we've got the whole of this race to go, but don't forget that everybody has to make their pit stop. They have to do that within the first 29 minutes of the race. They have to start the pit stop within the first 29 minutes of the race. It has to be for 3 minutes, and they are not allowed to do more than 35 minutes in 35 miles an hour in pit lane. So there's all sorts of problems that can befall any of the cars if they don't get that right, with penalties. Is one of those battles that I was just talking about. The 965 and the 80 nose to tail across the line. They did that. They've done that all three times so far. Daniel Meyer and Sebastian Koppenweiler in the 965. The Brumos tribute car just leading the number 80, Martin Lauber, Alan Turpin's car.
Getting a report from our race control that the leader is smoking in the 9-0. Also, the 8-0 car showing some smoke out there. So they are watching that. 9-0 car, Lars-Erik Nielsen in the Porsche 962. Yep, you see him down on the apron there coming into
and we have
NASCAR Turn 4.
We have a yellow out there as well. Yeah, the 962 on his way into the pit. Oh, how heartbreaking, with just on half an hour of this event left to run. The 962 coming down into pit lane at a snail's pace, and he's been right at the front of this event all the way through.
I think it's a flat tire. It's a cut tire, right rear.
Oh, goodness me. That's put him right out of contention for the overall.
And the bad part about that, the tires are low-profile tires as they are, and the car is so low to the ground that hopefully it didn't damage any of the bodywork on that 962 coming in. They're going to have to get the big breaker bar just to break the hump loose. Now they got to work on that. Car is up on the air jacks.
Because we have a yellow, we're going to see quite a few cars coming in for their pit stops rather earlier than we might have expected, with just 8 minutes of this race run. Our battle with Daniel Meyer and Colin Doherty and Martin Lauber is broken up by some pit stops there, and it's the number 80 which continues apace, but the Brumos tribute car 965 comes to a halt. That is very much a routine stop.
Nothing left on the wheel that they took off that 962. There was nothing at all, just the wheel on the car. The carcass ends up on the back of the back section of the track over there.
So perhaps we've got the yellow because there is debris out on the track. That would get your attention, because that car is there is no part of this racetrack where it's going slowly. So that would certainly get your attention, and that heartbreak for Lars Eric to see that car tumbling down the order. Now it's technically in 9th place, but that's going to be much too much for him to be able to get back in the half hour that remains of this race.
The tire carcass was on the track right next to the Le Mans chicane. They have recovered it. Daytona Safety doing a nice, quick job of recovering that. And the safety car will duck off on the pit lane here in just a second, and we'll go back to green flag racing. A couple of cars following for pit stops.
Okay, and I can see Mike Jordan suited and booted down on pit lane. So that's his son Andrew, who is out there currently. The 962 comes left to right in front of us in the tower, but any hope has gone. The Mustang is now in the pit as the green flag waves, so nobody has really got too much of an advantage from that yellow period. None of our front runners really made that stick, which is a bit of a surprise.
Didn't really change anything, but yeah, it is definitely a surprise on that. But I think that will. Most of your pit callers now heading back out. We had a couple that just came in behind the safety car at the restart there. There goes the 77 car of Colin Doherty. He's back underway in his 944, as well as the Gulf livery number 10 Porsche 911.
So we talked at the beginning of this race and have during the course of the weekend about the Porsche 996 Cup race within a race, because we've got the Jordan car, we've got the Dunn car, and we've got Simon Evans in the 99. That is now the battle for the race. That is now exactly what it needs to be, because currently we have Mike and Andrew Jordan in the 771 leading this race. Now, interestingly, Mike was standing right on the pit wall as that yellow flag was flying. He's now taken shelter from the sun on the golf cart. So I think probably we're going to see at least the 771 car stay out for just a little while. That Carcross is going to be crossing the line in front of us now. You don't need me to tell you that there's 0.3 of a second between first and second in this race now, and that the race is very, very much on. They'll leave Andrew out for as long as they can. Andrew's just a little bit quicker than his dad these days, so he will be out there doing that. 2013 British Touring Car Champion. Races anything and everything. Their preparation business means that their customers ask them to drive all sorts of things, from short wheelbase Porsche 911s from the 60s through some really big, heavy, fast machinery, right the way through to the treat that they bought themselves, which was the NASCAR, which they're here with this weekend. Right, now the Mustang is back on track, or will be in the next few seconds. So the Mustang will be out there. This is where the battle is going to be, because the Mustang came in from the front of the field after we saw the 962 suffering with that puncture on the on the right rear tire, and so therefore it's going to be about the Porsches, the 771, the 111, and the 99, which is just a little bit further back, and then that Mustang. There's everything to play for in this group, as we have 27.5 minutes left to run on this. Our current leader, Andrew Jordan, as we now know, in the car, goes into turn 1 and into the twisty infield section. More of a gap this time with 1.1 seconds. I'm delighted that they've just got that 962 out and running again, because was way down the order in 6th place now, and a minute and a half down. But I just love seeing it. It's just so wonderful to see.
Coming into this final round, that car, the number 90, had 60 laps in. The Jordan car also with 60 laps in, as well as the Steve Dunn car, number 111. These cars up at the top of the field now. Simon Evans there in the 99, currently running in 3rd on track now. He came into this final round with 58 laps completed. So he is kind of moving up in the field a little bit, but he was 2 laps down to the top 5 cars. Excuse me, the top 4 cars. The 4th car in that 60-lap completion after 3 rounds was the Ray Bontham, Darren Brassfield car. And that car falling down through the field.
What was the gap between the lead 962 and the Jordan car?
Just left pit lane. The gap, it doesn't show a time gap. Well, let's see. We have 42, about a minute, a little bit less than a minute was the gap there. Both had 60 laps with a little bit less than a minute there at the completion of race number 3.
You know, the race is well and truly on then, because that means that the 771 or the 111, whichever of those cars wins that particular battle, need to beat Lars-Erik Nielsen by in excess of a minute to win this section of the race, this Group C and D section of the race. So the race is well and truly on. Lars-Erik Nielsen now really pedaling. He's out there doing. His best time has been a 151.5. He's now doing just under 150. 150. Let me just check that before I tell you. 153. So he's still kind of a second and a bit off his best time.
It was a minute 13. Just redoing the math there. A minute 13 after the completion of race number 3 coming into this one. So that was the gap. They both had 60 laps complete, but a minute 13 and a couple of tenths there.
Right, a minute and 13 is therefore whichever of those 996 Cup cars is going to win this race. They have to be a minute and 13 ahead of the 962 if they're going to win outright. And Lars-Erik will know that only too well, and he'll be pedaling that. Also, we'll see Mike Jordan, who is out of the car, will know that, and he's back off the golf cart and getting ready for Andrew to bring the car in. These are tense times, because we're nearly halfway through this race, and drama already if you just joined us, when we saw our dominant entrant, the Porsche 962 of Lars-Erik, who went out and did a great job with Lars-Erik Nielsen car. He had a tyre let go, and the very worst tyre to let go, right rear. It seems that it probably let go on the way into the Le Mans chicane, so that probably had started going on NASCAR turn 2, and that really let go by that. So it really would get your attention.
Well, working through the infield, and you mentioned yesterday that the cars get heavier as they're up on the banking, so they have the downforce going there, so it's just putting more pressure on that, and maybe there was some tire rub going through the infield part and cut the tire down from the bodywork possibly, or maybe got something on the track out there. But certainly, I guess it was probably better that it went down on the straight section rather than when he was up on the high banks.
Yes, because that could have been much more difficult. The Mustang now coming across the start-finish line, and he's got points to prove. He's done his stop. He's not really likely to be in overall contention for the overall win, but nonetheless still got plenty of points to prove for that glorious looking black car. Turning right through the International Horseshoe. We have the sun glinting off Lake Lloyd. Glorious day here at Daytona. Sorry for all you people who are listening on the live stream who are maybe not enjoying quite the same sort of weather that we are. But just a very good reason to be here next year. Daytona, or Florida generally, in November, glorious time of year, and you can, if you're coming from afar, coming from Europe, coming from the UK, then yeah, make it a holiday. Come and spend a week or so here and take in this event as part of your holiday, because it's just great. It's just brilliant. The 23 car is turning back into the paddock. They've had enough. That's the Theo Rui, David Hinton car. That's going home. It's going to be packed into the trailer. We're looking for our leaders, the 771. We've got the other car is in the pits. The 111 is stopped in the pit. Just doing what we've seen happen so many times over this weekend, checking the tyre pressures, maybe letting out just a little bit of air as the tyres are up to temperature, and that they'll be doing that whilst they can see the 771 car out there still pedaling as hard as they possibly can.
Look at the Lars Eric Nielsen car just turning the fastest lap of the race on lap number 9 there. Currently showing the 6th position. And, well, just hearing now on the race control channel that there is some debris over at turn 6. Of course, that was the 9-0 car that had the issue with the tire right rear. It has shed some aluminum off of the car. So I was talking about that earlier. Perhaps the tire got something happened with the suspension on it, maybe cut the tire down, that caused the cartridge to come off, and now a piece of aluminum has come off of that car.
Does that come off subsequently, you think?
Yeah, maybe. It's just now getting to it, so that we're 2 or 3 laps past that car being on pit lane for the tire change. So it's apparently it has just come off now. Noticed by our corner workers out there. And speaking of that, hats off to the corner workers working in all kind of weather out here, sunshine and beautiful weather here at Daytona, but they're working on the backstretch. Now Joe has something for us. Joe?
Yeah, I just want to tell you the number 99, the Simon Evans Porsche 996 is in, and this is your favorite, Jeff. It's the Stars and Stripe livery that ran in the American Le Mans series. I think probably our era, Tim. When it ran, it's got the names of David Murray, Anthony Lazzaro, and Vincenzo Sospiri on the car. These are the drivers that ran it in period, and it ran in the GT2B category back in the day, and it's a massive fan favorite here at the Classic Daytona, and Jeff Wright's favorite car. It's in for its mandatory stop. No drama here, so we'll head back into the race.
A couple of those red, white, and blue liveries cars that are in that livery, a variation of that livery. So yeah, definitely is one of my favorites here. Definitely like that. Hearing that the 9.6 car now is having problems. The Mustang, we were just talking about that a few moments ago. Ray Bontham, Darren Brassfield car having some issues in the 9.6. He's down on the apron.
Yeah, he's in yet again. They've had desperately difficult times during the whole weekend. The Jordan car is down to pit lane as well. So and so is Joe Bradley.
Yeah, we greet the leader, overall leader. I bet they didn't wake up this morning thinking I'd be saying that about them. Andrew brings the car in. Mike's been on the wall, suited and booted for some time now, and he mentions, Paul, check your phone, because he messaged you last night, tried to get her into the booth. And because he said the pair of you are both old now, you don't know how to communicate via phones. I'll leave it there on that one. But right now he's climbing into the car. I have to concur. We'll get a word with Andrew when he gets his helmet off, so I'll give you a shout when we've got Andrew ready to talk to.
Fine, thank you very much indeed for that, Joe. And those two cars stopped. That we really do have a race on our hands now, because Lars Erik Nielsen is now up to 4th place, and that he is going to have to be 1 minute and 13 seconds behind whoever wins this race. So if he can do that, he will win overall. If he can't do that, then he's going to be stuck. But he's already done the fastest lap of this race with a 150.9. So he's 3 seconds a lap faster than our current race leader. So yeah, there's an awful lot to do, but if anybody's going to do that, it's going to be Mike and Andrew Jordan. They've done that. They've parked that car. They're going through that long 3 minutes. That if you're waiting on that, that is making all the difference. What a lovely sight that we see crossing the start-finish line now with the 962 closing down on the Porsche Fab car, which is kind of a 962 look-alike, and finished and presented in Rothman and Marlboro livery without the Marlboro writing. But Lars Erik Nielsen goes down the inside very gently, and Joe Bradley.
We've got Andrew Jordan here eventually. We're just going to get in the sun, actually. Just top of our tans here, Andrew. Everyone back at home. I've heard it's 3 degrees back home. It's not 3 degrees in Florida, though, is it? It's beautiful. Hey, I bet you guys didn't expect to be coming in here in the last segment in the overall lead. I mean, I know you've inherited it, but hey.
Yeah, I didn't know when I saw it had a puncture. That's why I was, because really we were racing the other 996 was our kind of race initially, and then I saw it had a puncture, so it was quite nice really. I could just push on, and I had an aim of getting into a 53 all weekend, which I did. So it's nice this time of morning when it's nice and cool, or relatively cool. So yeah, does that put us in the lead overall?
Yeah, I mean, all right, they were leading Group C overall, so it wasn't really your race. But hey, we like to win overall, don't we, Andrew?
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah. So yeah, I said to Dad, you know, it's a really nice weekend just to enjoy it. You know, we have busy years with a lot of customer racing, so to come out here with a few of our cars and just have a nice, relaxed weekend, enjoy some racing, mix in with a family holiday as well. It's great.
Brilliant. You haven't been able to relax, though, know you guys as we do. It's been a cracking race with Steve Dunn, hasn't it? I mean, there was nothing in it coming into this final segment.
No, he's really quick early on in the race, and then we could just build a bit of a gap. So we softened our car down. Sorry, we softened our car down a little bit just to look after the tyres, and I think that in last night's one we stretched quite a big lead over him. So but it's good fun, love it. Really, really enjoy this event.
Little bit to go, Andrew, so I'm not going to exit and say anything more. Keep smiling, mate. Catch that sun, stay in the sun, and we're really suffering out here. Honestly, guys, we really are.
Yeah, I know what you mean, but I do have a bit of news which you might want to give to Andrew, which is now we have a new leader of the race. Lars Erik Nielsen has climbed his way back to the front of this list. The number 90 Porsche 962, after some brilliant lappery, he's now at the front, and that Mike is going to have to pedal very, very hard indeed if they're going to win overall in this. Mike Jordan pedaling hard? I don't think that's a problem. I don't think that's a problem at all, but they certainly don't have the degree of machinery under them that Lars Erik Nielsen has with a Porsche 962. So a 996 Cup car that's a bit of an unequal struggle. There's David and Goliath, and then there's just an unequal struggle, and I think that's where we sit there. The number 80 car comes into the pits, Martin Lauber and Alan Turpins. But looking down now, we've still got a good race or two in us. This battle between 771 and 111. Steve Dunn in the other Porsche Cup car. could go either way. We've still got 12 minutes left to run in this race, and the gap between second and third is 3.5 seconds.
Well, the good news for the Jordan car is they are actually leading in the Group D battle. Second overall on track right now, but leading in the Group D. Groups C and D combined in this race, they are leading in Group D and coming into this race over the Steve Dunn car. So still sitting pretty right now.
Yes, indeed, and I'm sure they'll be keen to be lining up that BRM watch, which is what the group winners win. We heard earlier on that's very much something which everybody aims to do, and they are unique every year. So this isn't just any old watch off the shelf. This is something entirely different. But let's take our hats off to Lars-Erik Nielsen, that he had that problem of a tyre not only going down but actually leaving the rim. Brought the car in. They went through a tyre change. Clearly that counted as their pit stop. But he's done all that and gone through all that pain, and now is leading the race again. With Michael Andrew Jordan in second place, and then just 2.5 seconds behind is Steve Dunn in the 111 car. Fourth is Simon Evans, just a little bit further back. He's coming towards us now. He's going to cut across the stripe now. So he does that, and he's 30 seconds back on the battle for the lead of that group. Lars-Erik once again crosses the line. He's doing lap times now which are nowhere near his fastest time. The fastest time he's done, fastest time of the race obviously, is 150.9, and that was a 154.2. So he's stroking it home.
Yeah, he slowed down just a little bit there. That fastest lap was turned in on lap number 9, which was after the tire issue that car had. 15 laps complete for that car now. Jordan with 14, as well as Steve Dunn, Simon Evans, and John Higgins. Moving back to 13 laps complete for the Randy Johnson, Ed Zabinski car. And Jeb Rouge and Colin Doherty in the number 77, 13 laps complete for that car, as well as Lauber in the number 80.
We're now looking for this great battle, which has been going on all weekend between the 771 and the 111, 111. They're coming down towards us now. Mike Jordan in the number 771 car. And then just a little gap of 2.3 seconds behind is Steve Dunn. So we still have this battle raging with less than 9 minutes of this race left to run. I would not have put any money on the 962 of Lars-Erik Nielsen after that drama with the tyre going down, that he would battle his way through the field and come back to win. If anybody deserves the watch, it is Lars-Erik Nielsen, because he's just gone out there and done this brilliant job. It was 154 last time round for that 962. It's 153.4. So he's stroking it home, isn't he? He's just making it happen, and he's done what he had to do. He's broken into a sweat to get to the front of the field, but now he's just going to drive as sedately as he possibly can for the next 8 minutes to get that car home. It's the people behind him that really are continuing to push with Mike Jordan and Steve Dunn. But that's where the race for this is.
Well, we're looking at the battle for the Group C top 3. Of course, Lars-Erik Nielsen leading in that field, but the second place car, John Higgins in the 42, he's currently in 5th position And coming into this round, he was in the second position for Group C over Colin Doherty, who is currently in 8th, and 3rd coming into this round. But just getting a report now from race control that they were a little bit late, or a little bit early, I should say, on completing their pit stop. So that's going to be a 30-second penalty. So that may make a difference here at the end. We'll see what the lap count was coming into this. I think they were pretty close to being on the same lap. Colin Doherty had 54 laps complete. Higgins had 55, so that may not make that much of a difference there.
No,
I think they were on pit lane together, but
it just shows how quickly your fortunes can change. It just shows just how quickly you can go from hero to zero.
We'll definitely figure it out here in about 7 minutes or so, 6 minutes.
Yep, the clock is counting down, and we're now just looking to see, and I think we know who's won this category. I hesitate to say it because it's always slightly dangerous to, but the category as groups C and D is going to go to the 962, and that very hairy moment that the car had of losing the whole of a tyre early on, but still looking for this battle between 2nd and 3rd. They've all done their pit stops. So, looking down to NASCAR turn 4, the high bank, then into the tri-oval in front of us. There goes the number 6 car ahead of Mike Jordan, who has a very good lead now. Simon Evans yet to make an appearance. So it's going to be... In fact, I'm looking for Simon Evans. There we are, and that renews the timing screen, but the Steve Dunn car is down in 7th place according to our timing screens, Jeff, which doesn't really equate unless they had an overly long pit stop.
I don't think that was the case, but we had an issue yesterday where one of the cars seemed like it didn't hit the loop on the transponder, so perhaps an issue there with that. But yeah, it has dropped down to the 8th position, which is unusual there for the Steve Dunn car. Came into this round 2nd in Group D and 3rd overall.
I'm just looking to see if I can see it on track, because the 111 was right up there with the 771. The 111 car was pushing hard for 2nd place, and that it's that car is showing to us as being in 8th place now, tumbling down the order. Looking to see if we can see anything, and you've had a word with race control, Jeff. What do you know?
I have. The 111 got into the back of the 10 car over at turn 5. So after that incident, it was right there at the exit and just exited the track at turn 5. So that's what happened to the Steve Dunn car. That's it's going to change things up as well. So getting into the back of the 10, that is the Jeb Rouge Tom Messino 2003 Porsche 996 GT3 Cup car.
Okay, that's an interesting one, and it's only just become completely clear cut that we know that Lars-Erik Nielsen had to have 1 minute 13 seconds to win this race. He's now, after a few good solid laps, he's now 1 minute 30 seconds ahead of the 2nd place 771. So he has now done what he needed to do, but But these cars, he brought that back to the front of the field to guarantee his win, which is great, absolutely great. And Mike Jordan will be delighted. We heard when Joe talked to Andrew Jordan how delighted he is to be here to do what he does. It's an expression that we use in the UK of a busman's holiday, which is when you go and do something which is pretty close to what you do all the other times, and that for those two to come here to Florida and to have a family holiday, but spend 3 or 4 days at Daytona racing cars, when they do that probably 30 times a year at various venues around the UK and Europe and in the US. That really is a busman's holiday. The car coming down towards us now, the one we're talking about, the 771, with Mike at the wheel. But it's who is going to be our race winner, coming to take the white flag, showing the last lap. So we're down to the final lap of Group C and D. And that's a tremendous achievement for Lars-Erik Nielsen to have what could have been catastrophic to have lost that tyre. But he's not only got the car back safely, and a flailing tyre can do all sorts of damage to bodywork, and over the years we've seen plenty of sports prototypes that have lost the whole of the back of the car because a tyre lets go very spectacularly, but didn't have any of that, and came out in 9th place and battled his way back up to where he needed to be. We've got a great battle coming down towards us now and going into their final lap, and that's the 77 car of Colin Doherty and the Martin Lauber, Alan Turpin's Porsche 944. So they're having a great battle. But the white flag has now, I think, been shown to pretty well everybody. So we're just going to wait for Lars-Erik Nielsen to come and take the richly deserved awards for his run. Clock has finished. We've done the 42 minutes. Mike gets the white flag as well. And here comes our race winner, that white Porsche 962. Across the line. Gets the checkered flag. Lars-Erik Nielsen wins the race, or the section of the race, and the race overall for groups C and D. We're left with a fair degree of attrition in this race, in that we've actually got 13 cars left running. We've lost 10 over the course of the last 24 hours. So that's quite a bit. It's going to be Mike Jordan. Third will be Simon Evans in the 99. Then John Higgins in the 42. Fifth will be Randy Johnson in the number 6L. And then sixth we've got Chevy Ruige, and then number 10. Seventh we've got Colin Doherty, the number 77. Eighth we'll have Daniel Meyer. Ninth we'll have Sebastian Lauber, and 10th we'll have Sharon Edelman. The grid crossing the line, the number 80 car, just talking about Martin Lauber and Alan Turpins, they finish in 9th overall. Got looking for the number 30. But here is our second place car, winner of their section, which is Group D. That's Mike Jordan at the wheel of his Porsche 996 Cup car. And we heard Andrew saying that they had no idea that they were going to be this successful when they arrived. So all credit to them for that. And yeah, they're going to go home with a couple of watches. The Lars-Erik Nielsen coming down pit road now. He'll be directed turn left through the gap in the pit wall, and then will be working his way back up down that little access road behind the pits. There he goes up the access road, and then a left and a difficult right turn to get up onto Victory Lane. So, squeezing right. These prototypes, of course, not made for working around quite like this, but he's done it. Hasn't grounded the car, and he's working his way up and parking exactly where he should, in front of the stage on Victory Lane, where he'll be getting all the plaudits that he deserves. The car looking sort of perfect, but Joe, you've got him down with you in Victory Lane.
Yeah, Lars-Erik Nielsen brings this 962 in, and here we are, Ryan. This is the action area, isn't it? That almost cost them the race, coming very, very late in the day, tyre giving out, causing a bit of damage on the car. But thankfully, the main running gear on this 962 was absolutely fine. So Lars-Erik gave himself a bit to do at the very end, didn't he? He came into the final segment very comfortably in the overall lead, and certainly lead of Group C. And then that drama at the very end. It's what motorsport's all about. We call it character building, but like I said earlier, if you've been around motorsport for anything more than maybe 10 or 15 minutes, you've built enough character to last you a lifetime. Lars-Erik Nielsen just taking off his helmet and getting a very well-deserved drink of water. It's very hot work in these cars, but a massive congratulations. Let's dive in and get a word with him. As the Fab car comes in behind, that's second in Group C. Lars-Erik, you left the drama to the very end there. You had us all worried.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I probably picked up some little spike from somewhere. I have no idea, but we kept it going, and minor damages.
So when did it manifest? When did it become apparent? What happened with the car when the tyre went?
Turn 3, going on the banking, became a little bit unstable. Then all you have to do is give even more throttle, so it sits. No, I'm not kidding. I'm just kidding.
My eyes went wide there. So you felt the car going?
Yeah, it was going. It was going very quickly. And then I was going, as you do. And then you always think about how much damage it actually does to the rear if you keep going too fast. Being a Le Mans driver, this is something you learn the hard way.
Yes, you did a very great job. Very little damage there, able to got the team worked brilliantly though, didn't they? They got the car straight back out there, and you had to chase down the overall lead again.
That was very nice. It's a fantastic team. Horst and his team has been together. We've been together for more than 20 years. He looked after Christina, and now he's looking after me again. We're having great fun.
You really are, and you've just won a BRM watch as well. That's quite an accolade. Congratulations, Lars.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank everybody at the track and everybody here. They're putting on a fantastic show. We didn't have too much to compete against, but we still had fun, and thanks to everybody around here, including the spectators. Not so many, but enough to make a crowd.
Well, I think I can speak on behalf of all the spectators and everybody involved. Thank you so much for bringing this Porsche 962C out. Spread the word, please, and get all your friends who own these cars to bring them out and tell them what a wonderful experience it is racing at Daytona Classic.
You bet I will. I'd love to.
Congratulations, Lars-Erik Nielsen. And our second place, the Porsche Fab car of John Higgins, who is, So what a way to go out, Podium. John Higgins, So you announced that you are giving up driving, and you've finished your driving career in very fine style with a podium here at the Classic 24.
Same car we drove here in 1987 in a Rolex to second place.
That's incredible.
This car's been on the podium here every year we've come, and I really appreciate the opportunity of the Porsche dealer for bringing me back and letting me drive the car.
You've enjoyed the run then? I mean, it brought back many memories, I would imagine, from back in period.
I had old Chipmunk and Charlie, and Charlie was riding with me on that last lap, and the car's about the same as it was, and it was fun. I really enjoyed it. I'm 76. It's a little taxing, but better than a wheelchair.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you're not going to do a Frank Sinatra on us here, are you? You know, you are going to retire, yeah?
Well, we'll see. I think so. My wife would like it, I think.
Yeah. She'll decide, huh?
She always does.
John, great. Thank you so much for bringing the car back. Dale Oaks, great job from Dale. Preparation on the car. Dale, you've had a great Daytona as ever?
This was a great Daytona. It was a great outing for John and White Allen Motorsports and Euro Classics, and proud to be back in the winner's circle at the Classic 24 again.
Yeah, mate, that's where you deserve to be after all the hard work. Well done, Dale Oaks, who runs the car. Now then, the Group D winners, where are we? There we are. Just behind us, where's Mike and Andrew? Just confirm to me, Tim, these are the Group D winners. Mike Jordan and Andrew Jordan. Hey, the Brits are on the podium on the top step. Well done, guys.
Oh, that meant a lot. We've had a fantastic weekend. We came last year and did it just with our Super Cup car to learn the ropes a little bit, and then Simon Evans has brought a couple of cars this year, so it was a bigger thing. We brought some of the guys out with us, and we've had a blast. We've had an absolute blast, and that means a lot. You know, not a huge grid in that, but Steve's kept us honest all the way through. You know, he's really quick in that car. I said to my wife last night, apart from probably the last half a dozen laps there, every lap Andrew and I have driven in that car, we've been flat out.
Really?
It's just been flat out. It was only at the end then when I saw he'd had a problem, I thought I can just roll it back a little bit, but we've had a ball.
He kept you honest, didn't he? I mean, you know, I've got to sing, you only need 2 cars to make a race. All right, it's not a big grid, but you guys have raced from the green flag at the very first segment all the way to the checker in the 4th.
Absolutely, yeah, and there's a couple of little differences between the cars. He's on Pirellis, we're on Michelin's, and you can see that just makes a bit of a difference on the way they warm up and everything. But no, he's driven really, really well, and yeah, we kept pushing.
And the other thing, Mike, to have Andrew alongside. Let's get Andrew in here. So Andrew Jordan is the driver, 2013 British Touring Car Champion. 2007, I remember you and Cleo's, mate. Yeah, it seems a long time ago, but you know, racing with your dad here at Daytona Classic, you've won a BRM watch, for instance. The father and son thing, that's pretty special.
Yeah, that's the proper dad and lad fun, you know, to bring a couple of really nice cars to race at this track. This is my favourite event. It's nice. It's nice. Yeah, we do a lot across Europe, and they're obviously very good, but this has just got a nice, relaxed feel, and everyone makes you feel very welcome here. So. Yeah, we don't want to bring too many cars because then it's probably not as enjoyable for us. So, but no, it's a real highlight of the year to come here, and I was very lucky to race on this track. I've been coming here since I was 4 or 5, so to race here was really nice. And the result, it's always nice to win, but it's more about the experience coming here and just enjoying the weekend and enjoying the driving. And it was nice that the other 996 actually, you know, we got a race and we had to push on the whole time. So really enjoyed it, and then go for a dip in the pool this afternoon, I think.
Yeah, you're just rubbing it in, everyone back at home. Tan's coming on, guys. Well done. See you on the podium, guys. Congratulations. BRM watches all round for the Jordans there, winning Group D. I want to get a word with Simon Evans if I can. Where is the number 99? It's not here. Who've we got here? What positions have we got, David?
Sharon and they finished second in
second in Group D.
C.
Sharon, second in Group C. All right, second in Group C. Did you expect to be second in Group C on Thursday afternoon when you were just practicing?
No, this is my very first time here, and my co-driver's first time here too. 3rd time in this car, so this is
So Sharon, you're the novice, yeah? You're the novice driver.
Yes.
So what does George think of that? Then George, Sharon did a bit. She did what was expected.
Absolutely, she's been very modest. She did 2 out of the 4 races. She did a good chunk of each race, and it all counts.
Yeah. When did you start thinking we're going to make the podium here?
Overnight, to be honest. We've been nursing a bit of a crunchy gearbox all night, and it got to the stage where we just needed to bring it home, and we realised we were in good shape. So
Proper endurance style, isn't it? Nursing the car home. We love that. Congratulations, guys. You're going to be on the podium here at Daytona Classic. We've already chatted a lot, David. Thank you very much. We're about to get going with the actual trophy presentations, which Tim Pendergast's managing down here. So let's get back into the next race. I think it's Group E.
It is indeed Group E, Joe, and thank you for your hard work down there. Group E, of course, is yet another variation on a theme. Group E is basically late IMSA, GTP, and World Sports Car Championship cars from the era from 1983 for about 10 years to 1993. So we're talking about FIA prototypes from that kind of period. We're talking about the Grand Am series, which I will get this right in a minute. LMP2, LMP-PC, LMP3s, the Daytona prototypes, those are now all out. Joe, I know, has a very soft spot for the Daytona prototype, and that those cars have been very, very quick through here. And cars now out on track. We have the inevitability and the joy of having quite a few 911s back out in this. The John Reisman, Eric Curran Coyote Corvette has been the car to beat this weekend, and that car, which is nine years old now. That's ridiculous that car is 9 years old. It's a 2014 car, a Coyote Corvette DP, but there's lots of other stuff out there as well. The grid out on track. Interestingly, they have fared a bit better in terms of the durability of these cars. We've got quite a big grid now, as we see them out on track. I suppose probably as the cars get newer, then they're going to last a bit longer, simply because of the design more than anything else. But these days we don't see that degree of breakage in prototypes that we used to. If you go back, read the stories about Jaguar D-types and things back in the day, the first thing to do was get to the finish, whereas these days, the cars are much more durable, mainly because of the design, but also the materials that are available to designers, and secondly, that it is now very much a series of sprints in endurance racing, and cars are therefore designed to go quickly for relatively short periods of time, rather than anything else. In days gone by, you would have a team of 2 or 3 cars which would be entered into a race, and one of those would be designated as the hare, the one that would rush off and try and break the resolve and the cars of the opposition. That's why Sterling Moss really did not like sports car racing, because being the fastest driver of his era in sports cars, or one of the fastest, he was always given that job of go out and drive as fast as you can and try and get the opposition to follow you. And inevitably, he would go and do that. He'd be blindingly quick, but the car would break. These days, that doesn't happen, and I think what we're seeing with these cars, with these Daytona prototypes, even some of the Porsches, the 991s and the 996s, and particularly the Ligiers, those cars are pretty bulletproof generally. And I don't want to curse anybody. And we've seen also the Audis out there as well, and those cars, yeah, they're strong, very strong cars. So coming round through NASCAR turn 4, we're ready to go, and I think John Reisman is going to try extraordinarily hard to get the power down and to break away, which is exactly what he does. And he's followed by the 07 Ralph LaMacchia car into second. But it's the Whelen Engineering car. Down into the International Horseshoe for the first time, this long string of cars for the Group E race. And like all the other races that we've seen this weekend, mandatory pit stop between the start of the race and the 29th minute. You have to start your pit stop within the 29 minutes, and then you've got to observe all those limitations that we've heard about in pit lane. So a few drivers in that last race, or certainly one or two, fell over some of those regulations. Cars now out onto the high banking. It's John Reisman just beginning to pull away a little bit from Ralph LaMacchia and James French in the 07 car, the Pano's DP02. There's a change, or almost a change for third place there on the way into the Le Mans chicane, but the cars are noticeably faster than anything else we've seen today. Herring around that. Turns 3, NASCAR's turn 3 and 4, and already John Reisman has a strong, commanding lead. And then it's Ralph LaMacchia and Corey Friedman, and then Vincent Barletta. So Corey Friedman now getting into his stride in the 991 Porsche Cup car. That's looking, I mean, I don't mean it's unkindly, but it looks out of place behind those two prototypes. And we saw in this last race that we just watched that those cars are very, very quick. And
Paul, a spin over in the turn 1 area. Looks like that is one of the prototype cars, the 821.
821.
I think is what the number I saw on that car. Yeah, Brad Ward in the 821. 2020 Ligier back underway. So temporary local green, local yellow there at the turn 1 area, but now back underway, and we are green again.
Good, because we really don't want that to impede what we've got in this 42-minute race. We're already 3 minutes into that. And once again, all of these races that we're now seeing today are the final part of their event. So we've seen Tim Pendergast working hard down on the victory lane podium, and people very happy with what they've achieved. So everybody is now looking for the end result of where we are. And talking of dominant podium finishers, the John Reisman Eric Curran car crosses the line a full 5.7 seconds with on only their second lap. 5.7 seconds in their second lap. Don't want to do the math on where that takes us at the end of 42 minutes, but if all of this holds together, they're going to be yet more dominant than they have been. Look, Ralph LaMacchia is second place in the 07 car, the Pano's DP02. That's a car from 2010 as well. 13 years old. And Corey Friedman and Shannon Herford. We've seen that car out, the 514. That's the first of our GT cars. The real flat-out top speed of those first two cars. It takes your breath away as you actually see them down the back straight there. They've been accelerating all the way from turns 5, 6, and they are then really up to maximum speed along the back stretch, and then braking for the Le Mans chicane, and then they're going to do the same thing again when they come round and in front of us.
58 laps complete for that Shannon Herford car coming into this round, number 514. They were in 5th position after 3 rounds. Again, 58 laps complete. The leader, John Reisman, into this round with 61 laps. Then 60 laps completed for the Vincent Barletta Robbie Foley car, as well as the Ralph LaMaggia and James French car. 60 laps complete for them. And then 59 laps complete for the Angus Russell Sean Rahal car, number 15. So a little bit of a variety there of laps completed coming into this final round. Reisman across the straight. Fastest lap of the race there on lap number 3, and we're just getting started, obviously, at 1:45, 1:57. We'll see those times come down.
Yeah, and we'll see just how that works out. Reisman very much in the groove now, and that last lap was a 1:45.187 personal best for him. So he's getting into that groove. The second place is a 1:48.4. So, but the leader is 3 seconds a lap faster currently than the second place car, which in turn is best part of 3 seconds faster than the third place car. So there's certainly differences in those top 3 cars. We've got our first pit visitor. Is that routine? There's nobody falling all over the car, so that's a bit of good news. Which car is that, Jeff?
That is a 1-7 car. Just got a report from race control. That car spun over in the turn 7 section of the track, so they're just crews are checking it over. This will count as their 3-minute pit stop if they so choose.
That's the 1-7 which has come in from 17th place.
17, yeah, I think it's listed as 17A on the grid. There's a tiny A beside the 17, so you can barely see it from a distance.
That's a Cibeco that we were talking about last night as a car which I know absolutely nothing about. I'm going to see if we can find something, because it certainly has all the looks of probably an MP2 car.
Yeah, great looking car, no doubt. So they were talking to the driver, asking what happened out there, just taking their time, nothing really going on with the car other than talking to the driver. Some more pit colors coming in. Here comes one of the other red, white, and blue livery car that Joe was talking about that I liked. I think a lot of people like the red, white, and blue liveries here. And that is the Charlie Craig car. Comes to a stop at pit stall 21. Efren Castro listed as co-driver for that. That's the 2016 Porsche 981 Cayman GT4.
Let's see if we can get a replay of that little shenanigans. That's the bus stop, and the back end just got away as he turned into the right-hand bit of that. Quite lucky not to have got collected by one or two of those cars, because certainly the second of those two cars that we see would have been unsighted by the one in front of him. So yeah, a bit lucky.
I think it might have been a little bit deep going into the chicane. And that's what caused them to have to cut it hard to the right.
Yep.
Spin it back around.
He's back in, so he's done the bit. The Sebeco just had a look, and it was built as a car for customers, built around a very stiff and safe tube frame chassis with composite side impact structures. So it's very simple design, let's say. 2-litre Mazda engine, 210 brake horsepower. And yeah, if you want to get in the queue, you can have that for $84,950.
Is that all?
For a new one. So,
check my pockets here.
Yeah. go down the back of the sofa, see what you can find. So yeah, that answers it. It was built as a car for. And I've got some more information. Thank you very much indeed for that, Brendan. Sebeco took over the projects from Elan Motorsports, which of course was a Pano's business. The DP02 was an old IMSA Lights car. The NP01 is a US club racing prototype. So this DP02 IMSA Lights was that was designed for. So thank you very much indeed to our live stream producer Brendan, who took the trouble to look up on that. And let's mention the live stream and just how that has been great for covering this race. All credit to Driver's Eye Live, who have given us some great visions on the track, worked with us with Joe in the paddock and the podium work this morning. But this is a new venture for HSR. It's the live stream. It's been very well received. That we've had lots of very nice comments, and thank you for all of those. It's early days. We've still got to get it polished and honed, but nonetheless, I hope that you are enjoying what we've put in front of you so far. Some insights into things that are going on that maybe you wouldn't see. I don't know that I've ever seen the startup procedure for a Pescarolo, and enjoyed that view that Joe Bradley brought to us this morning. But the whole live stream, say, something new for us, and all credit to HSR for making the investment in making that happen, because that's all part of this event becoming bigger and better. And that's going home last night, Jeff, when we'd finished just driving through the infield and seeing all the campsites and the fires and people having a good time. It was just great, wasn't it?
That's what it's about. That's what the Classic 24 is about. It was great. Sometimes it kind of makes us want to stop and hang out for a while.
Yeah, except I was exhausted.
Right, yeah. Need to get some sleep for sure. So.
Yeah.
But good times here at Daytona.
Very good times at Daytona. John Reisman, Eric Curran continue with 22-second lead now over Ralph Lamacchia. James French in that 07 car, which is the Panos, and then the first of the GTs, Corey Friedman, Shannon Herford in their Porsche 991 Cup car. Vincent Barletta is third. He's driving with Robbie Foley. That's in the number 95. That's the BMW Z4. Z4, as you would say, Jeff. Z4.
Z4 is what you would say. I'll work on that myself.
I told you, you're an honorary Brit.
Honorary Brit. I have to pick up on the lingo.
Oh, yeah.
I'll work on that.
Okay, good.
Between now and the next time that we meet each other.
Yep.
You were talking about the online feed here, HSR Facebook page, HSR YouTube, Goodwood, IMSA, and others. It shows everybody that's watching online and around the world that we get a good close-up look at that Pescarolo and the startup procedure and all that. That is something that you can actually witness in person here. Now, maybe not as close as Joe and Ryan were with the camera, but you can be up close to these cars and get good photos, talk to the drivers. You may not necessarily allowed in the garage area, but you can get up close and relatively close and get some good pictures, good photos here live at the track. So anyone that's watching around the world, as we've been talking about for a couple of days, make plans to be here next year for the milestone 10th anniversary, 10th running.
Yeah, that's important in itself, isn't it?
Of this wonderful event that has become the Classic 24 at Daytona, presented by IMSA.
Yep, and we've seen some great dramas in every sense so far. And I'm not going to talk up the end of this event because we've still got some more to come. But nonetheless, we've got some great stories to tell. And that is all part of it, isn't it?
It is. We're going to have our own stories. The spectators are going to have their own stories. People around the world are going to have their own stories. And, of course, drivers and crews, teams will have their own stories. We mentioned that earlier. There's always going to be something to take away from Daytona.
Yep. And this is now firmly in that level of the great classic 24-hour races, great classic races generally, which is just brilliant. All credit to the guys for doing that.
I want to give a shout out to Simply Fresh Trackside. Allison Olthoff, of course, she's the wife of Dennis Olthoff. He's a racer, and they have a business that's called Simply Fresh Trackside. They provide food typically for the officials at our events. Well, they have been invited this year to provide the diners, the driver's lounge dining tent for this event, and they have been doing a wonderful job. Great food over there. Simply Fresh Trackside. Joe did a spot on this yesterday and was kind of teasing us because he's actually on camera eating his dinner.
Very, very cruel moment for Bradley.
Yeah, we got to watch that guy, but certainly a big thank you. Now, I don't know how many people are working over there at Simply Fresh Trackside, but they have just delivered brunch up here in the tower, so thank you for that. But they've been working, the entire staff is working tirelessly throughout the week. They've been here all week, obviously, and setting up and preparing for the, who knows, how many people do you know that goes, how do they plan for that? You know what, we need to bring a bunch of food. We have a lot of people we're feeding, and it's for the drivers and the teams and the staff, obviously. And they've been doing a wonderful job. So thank you very much to Simply Fresh Trackside, as they have been feeding us all week long.
They have, and I think you're absolutely right. How do you know how many? You can't quantify that. I haven't, because I'm lazy, but I haven't actually totted up how many cars have actually taken to the track this weekend. But it's a lot. And then you say, well, each team, you've got 2 drivers probably, but then you've got a crew, you've got the various other family members or whatever there. I mean,
you could easily queue in 15 or 20 per car, I would say.
Easily.
And a good average.
Yeah, and so they've done just a brilliant job, and I think it's as impressive with what they're doing here as I've seen anywhere in the world. I really do.
They do paddock delivery, serving lunch, appetizers, and dinners, and they're trying to grow their business. And this is something that if you have an event that you're doing somewhere, look them up. Simply Fresh Trackside. Allison Olthoff is the owner, and they are from Mount Ola, North Carolina, on, appropriately enough, Cobra Lane.
Back on the racetrack, we have John Reisman, Eric Curran still in the lead. Tell me something I didn't know, you say, because they continue now with a 23-second gap, and to Ralph Lamacchia, who has a similar kind of gap to Corey Friedman and Shannon Herford in their first of the GTs. Then we have the Vincent Barletta, Robbie Foley BMW is in 4th place. 5th, we have John Gilliland and Brian Peel, and they're there in the JSP car. we talked yesterday briefly about the Ligier name, that Guy Ligier was a Formula One driver in the 60s. Not a particularly stellar Formula One driver, but he nonetheless went out and did it. But then designed and built his own cars with Gérard Ducarouge as being his designer, and that the Ligier Formula One cars were brilliant. Before that, he designed and ran a Le Mans car, the JS2. But then we had the JS 10s, 11s, 12s, which were Formula One cars, and that they were successful. We had people like Jacques Lafitte driving those cars. All of the Ligiers, right up until these cars that we see out on track, had the name JS something, and that was a tribute to the Jean Schlesser, who was also a Formula One driver who died in an accident at Rouen-les-Essarts when he was driving for Honda, and that great friend of Guy Ligier. And from there forward, when Guy Ligier started building his own cars, he just called all of them JS something. The Ligiers that we've got on the list now are still JS's, JS P3, JS whatever. I'm afraid to say that. Oh no, that's just a normal pit caller. 21 minutes, so we're kind of expecting to see all of this now. Typically, most people are happy to leave their required mandatory 3-minute pit stop until as late as they can get away with.
That first pit caller there was Angus Russell, Sean Rahal car, 2016 Ligier JSP3 in the teal and black Leighton House livery. Joe has something for us on pit lane.
Of Reisman and Curran on pit road for the final pit stop of the day, final pit stop of the event, in fact. And that beautiful Coyote Corvette Daytona prototype, the Win Engineering Action Express livery car. Of course, Action Express, the team that ran the car in period as part of the IMSA series. And just getting a pretty standard pit stop here, their obligatory 3 minutes. They've got some fans blowing into the engine bay on the car. That just helps the car remain a little bit cool. It's not flowing through the air like it should be. So rather than have it just sat there and a lot of heat soak around that engine bay, get some air circulating through it and keep it at a more temperature. Sorry? Gearbox. On the gearbox, Tim's telling me, so that's more of a concern, the gearbox temperature. They've got gearbox temperature readouts in the car. They've got gearbox temperature readouts on the pits to car telemetry as well. So I'm not sure I think that's just standard process. It's not really a massive concern, but yeah, he's directing that fan directly onto the back of the gearbox casing. So you guys know when the 3 minutes are up. As far as I can see, the Hudson Historic team just going about their business in a very general way.
And obviously with that car well towards the end of pit lane, they haven't got to worry quite so much about second guessing how long it's going to take them to get to the white stripe at the end of pit lane, to make sure that they have satisfied the requirement that they stay on pit lane for a minimum of 3 minutes. But a team like that is undoubtedly going to be well ahead of the game. We're seeing quite a few of the cars stopping now. We've had 24 minutes of this race so far, and so the teams have 5 minutes to start their pit stop, i.e. they have to be into pit lane within 29 minutes. So we'll see most of those, but our leader is in. Ralph Lamacchia has chosen to stay out, as has Vincent Barletta.
1-5
Go ahead, Joe. What do you have?
Yeah, John Reisman getting out of the car. I'm not sure whether this says the car is done. The gearbox cooling is obviously more of a concern than it was apparent. And Reisman, the car's still in pit lane. I think the 3 minutes are virtually up. Let's see if we can dive in and get an idea of what the problem is from John. John just now finding out from the team himself exactly what the problem is. I'm trying to fathom out on the telemetry what might be going on, but it's definitely a gearbox issue. They were looking at the back of the car. They had fans going onto the back of the gearbox. So this is not good, is it? At this stage of the race, going into the final 20 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes of the event. So you can see, guys, a lot of conversation going on there. Probably, being a decision process going on as to whether or not they can perhaps risk it, or whether the gearbox temperature has been climbing. John, tragic, I think, at this stage. I'm suspecting it's gearbox related, is it?
Yeah, the gearbox has a crack in it.
So you're losing oil, so that's why the temp's going up.
Yep. Yes. It's racing.
You know what? That's been said a lot today. I'm not going to say it's character building, because you've already got a big character of being around this sport. It's just, there's nothing I can say, mate. It's just, this is racing. John Reisman there, absolutely gutted. In from the lead as well, guys.
Absolutely in from the lead. Interesting though that they've been looking at that on the car to pit telemetry. They've been working that through. Some of the older cars in this field, you didn't have any of that. You only actually knew that it was not working when it went bang. But with these cars, you've got all that information. Sometimes too much information is not a good thing. And
is that scientific there, Paul? Bang?
Yeah, it is an engineering term.
Engineering term.
Yeah, it's when it goes bang.
Let the magic smoke out.
More cars into pit lane, but we have lost our leader. So the Reisman car falling down the order, as it inevitably will, and of course is not therefore going to be up on the podium. And so all that good work that they've done in the previous 3 races comes to naught, and it's going to be a race to the line for the best of the rest, and the best of the rest is going to be the best. So that's tremendous. Yeah, the Whelan Coyote Corvette is just standing there now. Driver's door open. Nobody do anything to it, so that's going to be returned to the paddock and put away in the trailer at some stage, because that race has been run. But Bradley did the sum, and I think came out with 168 minutes of racing over this weekend, and they did 140 of them brilliantly, but with 14 minutes to run, that car now out of the race, and so we look to get down to the last few seconds of the pit stop window. I think everybody has certainly come in, but we'll now be waiting for everybody to get back on the racetrack, and then we'll see how that settles down. The 07 of Ralph Lamacchia and James French, the Penos is down pit lane. Be very careful about that 35 miles an hour. These more modern cars, of course, will have a pit speed limiter, they will simply press a button which will limit them to the 35 miles an hour, whereas the older cars, you've got to rely on the good judgment and a light right foot for the driver to keep below that 35 miles an hour, both in and out of the pit. So right now it's the number 95 Vincent Barletta, Robbie Foley car, but we're going to wait until the pit lane clears, because then we can see it a bit a bit better, and the race to the flag. The Audi R8 is stopped in the pits. I don't want everybody to feel that we're rubbing salt in the wound, but I can't quite see the number of that GT Porsche because the sun is glinting off the glass into my eyes. But back into
3-4 just now leaving pit lane. And we have the Audi, another car further upstream. There is the Audi back underway, number 52. The pit window has closed now, so any cars that are not on pit lane are late. We have the 42 on pit lane as well as the BMW.
Okay, so John Gilliland and Brian Peel in that 42 car in second place.
In the 95 BMW. Yeah, unfortunately coming into this round, well, fortunately, the Reisman car was in the lead, but unfortunately they have just had as Joe Bradley reported from pit lane, the gearbox has a crack in it. So one of the officials on pit lane was talking about that before the interview there and mentioned that it was dripping a little bit. And once they took a closer look, they realized it was cracked. So unfortunately that puts them out of the race, but they were in the lead coming into it with 61 laps complete. And we have been leading pretty much the whole time. Unfortunately, it puts them out.
Yep, and that's the way it is, because however successful they've been in the first three parts of this event, that counts for nothing if they don't make the finish, and that's true of everybody. So that's true of the whole entry list of these cars. So everybody that's leaving the pits has left the pits. The Toyota Corvette now being pushed back, somewhat forlornly, I have to say, back towards the gap in pit wall, so they can go and take it back. These teams, of course, have been working all through the night. They kicked off with their first races yesterday afternoon, and that they've been running all through the night. Some very, very tired faces in the paddock this morning. The car is pushed back into the chute. That's going to be hooked up to a little paddock vehicle so that they can drag it back to where it needs to go. We have just under 10 minutes of this race left to run, and it's certainly a turn up for the book with all of our teams now, because suddenly people are saying, well, I might be on that podium, so they're going to try that as well. But it's the number 95 Barletta Foley BMW, which is currently at the top of the order. I think that's going to change once we get settled down. We need to get all of those cars out of pit lane and back on their right order on our time screens. There's still some good battles. People are not just running for the flag. There's nobody out there in any of these races we've seen so far who is just running slowly and gently, and I'm not gonna fight with anybody, I'm not gonna dice with anybody, I just want to get home. But this is racing right down to the very last minute, and that there are some good battles. There's some big gaps as well, but at the front in the two GT cars, we have the BMW and Corey Friedman, Sharon Herford in the 991 Cup Porsche. They are only 6 seconds apart, and we still have just under 8 minutes left to run.
They're trying to make up some time, as I mentioned a few moments ago. Coming into this final round of the 4-round process here at the Classic 24, they had 58 laps complete. behind the 60 laps complete of the Vincent Barletta Robbie Foley car. So currently running in the second position, Rafa LaMaggia and James Prince in the 07 car. They came in with 60 laps complete. So they're currently running third. So on track, that's how it is. The 95, 514, and 07 in the end results is second and third will probably switch over, as if I've done my math properly. Richard Stewart Miller runs in the fourth position, number 54, with Colombo Russell, then John Gilliland and Brian Peel in number 42 car. Carlos McGuinn's and Federico Suarez Salvia in the number 74, currently sixth, over Sean McCaig and Louis Philippe de Moyan. The Angus Russell, Sean Rahal, car number 15, currently in eighth, over Ray Evernham and Dave Roberts in that number 52. That was the Audi we saw in just a few moments ago. And rounding out the top 10, the 188 Thomas Ballister in the 2014 Porsche 991 GT3 Cup car.
The GT's showing very well, I think, Jeff. That it shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. They're very, very quick cars, and we saw in that previous race that it was a great event for the GT cars. Yes, we had the 962, which eventually put its stamp on the event after all the dramas with its punctured tyre. But nonetheless, it was the GT cars that were up there on victory lane, and this is a bit like that again, isn't it? Ralph Lamacchia and James French in their Panos is the fastest of the prototypes. Then but we have to look at the Barletta Foley BMW and Friedman Hereford Porsche as being every bit as quick. And just looking at their lap times out there, that the number 95 car, currently in the lead of this part of the race, his last lap was 152.7. Corey Friedman, Shannon Hereford, second in this part of the race, 151.8, the second faster. But Ralph Lamacchia, his last lap was 2 minutes and 2 seconds. So it's not that the prototypes are fast but fragile. All of the cars are fast.
Well, depending on the lap count here, Paul, I just got some information from race control, or from timing and scoring via race control. The 1.5 car, that is the Angus Russell, Sean Rahal, beautiful Leighton House livery Ligier, they were short on their pit stop by 9.4 seconds. That is probably the largest margin we've seen here this week at Daytona. So they will get a 30-second penalty added onto that. So 39.491 seconds will be the penalty for the number 1.5 car. 5.2, that is one of the cars up in the top 10 contention. I believe that's a Ray Evernham car. And Dave Roberts, the Audi, they were 5.5 seconds short. So they're going to get a 30 seconds added onto that. And we had a couple of cars that are in the top 5 contention, and they get a 40-second penalty for being late on their pit stop. So one of those cars is actually our leader, Robbie Foley and Vincent Barletta in the number 95 car, plus the 5.4 car, Richard Stewart Milne and Colombo Russell in the 2013 Porsche. Both of those cars will get 40-second penalties. So that may make a difference here in the end as we work on lap number 18.
Yeah, most certainly. And you noted, actually, Jeff, that the leader, the number 95 BMW, was our last pit entry in. Unfortunately, his last pit entry was too late. That, I think, part of this, and no fingers pointed, but these teams, these drivers have been up all night. They've been working all night, and it's not quite the same as when you have a couple of hours sleep in a chair in the paddock from getting into your bed, and if there are going to be mistakes made, now's the time that it's going to happen.
And they get a little complacent as the weekend wears on. We get down to the final, just a final several hours, really, of the event.
Yeah, we're into the last couple of minutes, last 2.5 minutes of this part of the event, this fourth part, which of the Group E races. And I would not have expected to see GT cars first and second in this, even in this part of the race. It's been a brilliant battle through the night as well, but it's number 95 from 514 and the 54 Richard Stewart Milne Colombo Russell Porsche 997. So we have the first three cars are all GT cars, with the Ligier is going to be in this part of the event the first prototype home, number 42. White flag for our field. The Barletta Foley BMW, certainly very recognizable with the blue and yellow Turner Motorsport livery. Very easy to spot.
Yeah, they have a convenient pit stall, convenient garage stall over there in the yellow garages. They're right there at where they pull the cars in and head back to the garage area. Everything's just right there for them.
Yep. So they'll be
most convenient.
Loading that BMW into the semi-trailer very soon. But just waiting for the last cars to get the white flag signifying their last lap. And then we cast our eyes back to see if we can see that number 95, that blue and yellow BMW. Not coming at us yet. Jeff, you can see it coming out of the Le Mans chicane.
Coming through now, yes, out of the Le Mans chicane up on the NASCAR turn number 3, High Banks, and now in turn number 4, all alone. And the white flag has been put away. Here comes the checkered flag. The start team on the flying bridge there, and it waves for the number 95 car. Vincent Barletta, Robbie Foley.
Wow, that's quite a turn up for the book.
On the challenge right there at the end for position. One of the Porsches trying to get around the Ligier.
We've got
further back in the pack. Sorry, Paul.
Corey Friedman and Sharon Herford are going to be in second place. 7.8 seconds down on our winner of the race. And Richard Stewart Milne Colombo Russell cross the line now to take third place, 23.5 seconds behind the Friedman Herford car. So it's going to be some mathematics to do to try and make sense of that. We fully expected to see the Reisman Curran Coyote Corvette up there on victory lane. That's the car we expected to be on the podium, taking the BRM watch. That's not going to happen because of that gearbox problem that the car had. Sadly, a crack in the gearbox housing had let an awful lot of the oil out, and the car and the engine gearbox just couldn't cope with that. So sad, but I really don't want to say that's racing, because everybody uses that expression. But
I think we've worn that out this weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah, particularly in the last 2 or 3 races. But that's the way it is. The cars coming through. We saw 21 cars, or we will have seen 21 cars cross the finish line in this race. Great reliability from this field. That there were 30 cars entered. So to get 21 to the finish, I think is pretty remarkable here at Daytona International Speedway. Our sector winner comes out, but he's going to go back to his space in the paddock. That's the way that we have to work this out. Of course, all of this is done on aggregate, so we do have to look at this and say who has covered the most distance over all 4 of the races, and that the timing and scoring will be working that one out and giving that information down to Tim Pendergast on Victory Lane.
They're having the scramble over there because we had a couple of cars you mentioned that I think you were talking about that just now about the penalties. So they're having to scramble to get that sorted out. 40 seconds added to the 9.5 car and the 5.4. So they are waiting for the update on the computer system to see where those cars will fall.
Yeah, when we talk about drivers and crew members having worked all night, there's an awful lot of people in timing and scoring that are looking a little tired as well. So.
Well, I can tell you that one of the guys down there, his name's Tim Rogers. He was my roommate here for this weekend at the hotel, and I asked him, I said, you going to go? Because he was supposed to work the overnight shift, and he did work the overnight shift, but he was supposed to leave yesterday and get some rest, and he never did. So when we left, he was still here. I came in this morning, I said, did you ever leave? Well, I know he didn't leave because he didn't show up at the room. But I said, did you get any sleep? He said he got about an hour of sleep somewhere. I don't know how he did, because there's no beds up in the tower.
No.
At least not in this area anyway. But anyways, he is looking a little wary.
Yeah, as I'm sure are lots of people, and let's take this opportunity to thank all of the people who make this happen. That's all the marshals and officials. It's the people who work in timing and scoring and all of the other bits and pieces, because that happens.
And Joe's ready for us now down at Winter Circle.
Good.
Victory Lane, I should say.
I am indeed, guys. We've got some cars. The winning car, the winning BMW of Barletta and Foley, has gone straight around the paddock. Probably doesn't believe it's actually won overall, eh? We have got the second place Panos, the DBO2. Quite a distinctive car, the single-seat sports racer. Ralph Lamacchia is the driver that's finished the car. I think it's Frank. Just getting out of the car now. It is indeed Frank Lamacchia. We'll give these guys, a chance to get their helmets off, and then we'll dive in for a chat. But we've got the third place Ligier, the P3 Ligier, car number 15. That's the Angus Russell and Sean Rahal. So I'm not sure. I think that's Angus who's finished that one. So Frank's just getting his, Ralph's just getting his helmet off. And now we'll be able to have a chat and just ask him what it's like to drive this this beautifully prepared car, the Panos DBO2. Hot work out there. Hi, Ralph. Hot work out there for you?
Pardon me?
Hot work out there?
Oh, a little bit. A little schwitzing going on. How are you guys doing today?
Well, you're doing well, but you're doing even better, mate, because you're on the podium with the second place overall.
We love that. Yeah, I got to thank my drivers, James French, Bart Wolf, my team, Nathaniel, Jackson, and Larry. They kept us together, kept the car going, and appreciate it. And HSR for putting on a spectacular event. You guys did a great job.
Thank you, Ralph. Thank you for that. Well, you did a great job as well, because you're part of that, the cog in that set of wheels. Tell us what it's like driving this Panos DBO2 around here. I mean, Daytona is so unique, isn't it?
It's a fantastic car. It is just glued to the ground, and we're getting the best speed that we've ever gotten out of it. We took the dive planes off, and did just some details to it, and it was amazing the impact that would have. But it's tires spun quite a bit on the rim, so we had a lot of vibration going on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, Ralph, you are on the podium. You'll be up there meeting the infamous, and there's your teammate. Let's get him in here, James French. just sneaking away, trying to be a bit discreet.
My other driver.
So-
over here, quit taking pictures. He's such a ham.
This is gonna. You guys have got to put that all over Facebook and Instagram, haven't you? James, let's start with you. Just been talking. Second place overall. I mean, did you expect this?
You never really know what to expect at an endurance race like this, but the guys gave us a fantastic car. Made it to the end. There was, we had good pace that we didn't really expect to have, but we were cruising, had some good battles out there, and yeah, it was awesome.
You guys go for it? Did you go out intending, right, we're going to go for a podium, or did you just let the race come to you?
Looking at it, we planned on a podium. We thought we had a chance. We looked at the numbers and stuff, and mathematically it could work out, and obviously it did in our favor.
Great speed for you guys. Second on the podium. Well done.
Thank you.
Let's move around. We've got the third place, Ligier, Angus Russell, and Sean Rahal. Angus finished the car. Sean, congratulations. Podium here at the Classic 24. You guys must be happy.
Yeah, thanks. It's fifth visit in 6 years, so it's becoming a bit of a habit in
It's called you're a stalwart of the event.
Yeah, well, great driving by my co-driver here. Really set us up for the podium here, so thanks, Sean. Good.
Well, Sean's the superstar, though, isn't he? You expect that, It's not taking anything away from the work, Sean, but we wouldn't have expected anything less from you.
Yeah, I tried to put on a little bit of a show last night. It's good to be back. This is my first road course race in 5 years. Yeah, since I retired in 2018. So I came out to have fun with my buddy Angus and had a great time and got a result, I guess.
Well, you put the band back together then, bringing him out of retirement. What's the plans for 2024? Or are you guys doing Sebring, in fact?
We're looking at our 2024 plan now. We always think about it over the winter, and we'll look at that. And yeah, Sean and I have been talking about some provisional plans, but we'll be back for sure with the car.
Great to see you back, Sean. Well done. Podium as well, eh? Didn't expect that, did you?
No, obviously not.
Thanks to HSR again for another great classic.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, guys.
And Klaus and Amalfi and all the guys. They worked. Yeah. And we had a blowout last night in the first stint of mine, and they just handled it flawless. We wouldn't be here without them.
Exactly right. We can drive, but the Amalfi team is amazing what they do every year here.
I mean, guys, it's a team sport. The concept of the 4 segments, I think, makes it even more of a team sport. We always talk about it. Endurance races being won on the pit wall, but you come off the pit wall quite a bit here, and you regroup and you go again. But it is massively a team sport.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Yeah, great stuff. Thanks, guys. Well done. Right, let's have a word with, I think, Corey Friedman is the I'm not sure where Corey finished, actually. Let me just find out where Corey finished. Tim, where did Corey finish, by the way? Just clarify. There's a lot of workings out going on still. Just form the podium. Second place for the 514, I think, is the right. Ryan, let me squeeze through there. Get a word with Corey Friedman. He's shared the car with Shannon Herford. I've just clarified, Corey, that you guys are second.
Oh, great. Sounds good to me. I mean, it was a lot of fun. I mean, we just run to have a good time. The track was awesome this morning. The car was awesome this morning. Had a great time running with that Z4, and it's just a blast to be here.
I mean, we see at this event, especially, the 911 seems to be the car of choice. You tell us, what's the reason for that? These cars are magnificent pieces, aren't they?
Yeah, well, the Porsche horsepower, I think, is a little bit bigger than a standard horsepower. So the car has really good straight line handling, and which definitely doesn't hurt at a track like Daytona, and it's got incredible brakes, and it just puts the power down so well. It's just, it's just a really good combination for this track. It's just so much fun to drive.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done, guys. You've got a podium. We haven't quite clarified the winner of what I call it, the GT section. So we'll get on with the next race and have a look at the grid for that.
Thank you, Joe. And perfect timing from Mr. Bradley, because the pace car is now coming down the chute and going off, and will be parking up on pit lane, which is what happens. The car will turn left onto pit lane and then wait for the field itself to be brought out. We've got something like 12, 14 cars in this race, which is pretty good, bearing in mind that we actually had 21 who came out first and foremost. So that's pretty good. Again, I'll say the reliability of these endurance race cars has been great. A few heartbreaking tales in the middle of all that, but that's the way that it goes. The Turner Motorsport guys obviously didn't realize their success when they came in with their BMW, and they've taken that lovely blue and yellow car back to the paddock, which is a bit of a shame because they don't get the pictures on the podium, but nonetheless they will still get the plaudits and the record book. So that's all good stuff. It's a fantastic day here at Daytona. It's hot. It's just a gentle breeze, and that the weather is fantastic. Everybody very, very interesting to hear everybody say how much they enjoy the event. That the event is not just what happens on track. It's not just about, yes, we had a great day because we got on the podium or whatever. Because if you walk down the paddock now and talk to people who maybe haven't had quite so much success and say, have you enjoyed the event? They will say, yes, I have. I've had a great time. And that's really a measure of the success of the HSR Classic 24 Hours at Daytona, presented by IMSA. Cars now out on track. There I can see the Pescarolo, which is in fourth place for this race, for this start. And that's the car that Joe Bradley showed us being warmed up, and all the procedure that those cars have to go for. And when you consider that that's a 2007 car, so it's 16 years old, and even then, 16 years ago, that was the degree of refinement that you had to put into a prototype car, and that it's about the warming up, the heating of the car, because the tolerances in some of those parts of the car are very, very fine. And the Pescarolo has the V10 Judd engine, which was a very popular engine at the time. And Judd, of course, were suppliers of engines to Williams and several other Formula One teams, as well as doing these engines for endurance racing as well. And that's a measure of the quality of the company, that they can do all of those things. They're not one-trick pony. They're perfectly capable of doing everything that needs to be done. But cars will now be going out onto the high banking. They'll make the left turn. Then it's off around the high banks. Then we'll be racing for another 42 minutes. We've only got one race left after this, which is going to be for Group G. So the podium celebrations after each of these are exactly what they need to be. Some people are running in more than one group, and so therefore perhaps they do the podium celebration or get out of one car and get into the next. Others, as we heard Andrew Jordan saying on the podium to Joe Bradley, right, well, that's fine, I'm going to go and sit by the pool now, and that sounds fair. So he's finished his I was going to say his day's work, but probably it's not work for those guys, because they are driving their own car and they're just having a ball. Cars down the back stretch fairly stretched out now, so the pace car will slow down a bit and let everybody catch up, and then as they go between turns 3 and 4, they will form into the 2x2 formation that they need to cross the start-finish line. Our official on the gantry is currently standing there with Green flag ready to wave. Cars now forming up into their 2x2 formation. Perhaps not the tidiest one we've seen, but nonetheless they are forming up into the 2x2s, and as they come out onto the beginning of the tri-oval, they're in pretty good form, actually, pretty good shape. Pace car pulls off and green flag waves. The field comes down. And of course, it's Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fassler who crossed the stripe first, with Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss are in second place. Nothing much between those two as they go into turn one. They're side by, or almost side by side. Eric Foss going deep into the corner and hard onto the back of that Cadillac DPI of Fassler and Lopez. Interesting what Marcel Fassler was saying about the comparisons between the Lola T70 and this 2019 Cadillac DPI. And basically the comparison is there isn't any comparison. That they're certainly very, very different cars, but the first two already beginning to pull away a bit from the rest of the field. But everybody safely through the infield for the first time. Down the back stretch into the Le Mans chicane. And Lopez Fassler beginning to get enough of a gap that they don't have to worry about the car behind them. Very, very quick through NASCAR 3 and 4. Across the line now, and those two cars have a huge gap over the following cars. And once again, third fastest is the Pescarolo. But this car a bit older than a different kind of car, but 10 years older than the car in front of it, 12 years older than the leader. Battle there for 5th place. And that'll be Malcolm Ross and Corey Fergus and Stuart Woodshire, Stuart Bradley. The leaders back onto NASCAR turn 1. We would expect this field to spread out quite a bit during the 42 minutes that it's going to be running, because there's a fair amount of variation. The back of this grid, we're talking about the 2014 Audi R8 Ultra, which, yeah, they were built as race cars in a GT format, but there's nowhere that's going to be close to any of those first 2 or 3 cars on this field. Cars coming into our site. We've had so much drama today with cars not quite making the finish that I'm very hesitant to say that it's going to be this, that, or the other, because we've seen people retire from the lead. We've seen cars that we thought were going to win have problems. We saw the Porsche 962 have a blowout on, was well in the lead, but then come back and take over yet again. We've had lots of drama, and cars crossing now. David Tuati and Jared Hodrick very close together there. Matthew Butson only just in front of them as well. That's 24, 68 and 01 in 10th, 11th and 12th. And that's the joy of this event, is that it's not just about whether you win the race. That it might be that you've spent the last 3 races, and you're spending this race as well, just having a great dice with somebody who is in a similar car, a similar pace car, than you are, and that's just so good. Everybody can really enjoy what they're doing. Meanwhile, the leaders at the front of the field, Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fessler, are leading from Pierce Marshall and Eric Voss. That Lopez Fessler car is not really getting away. I mean, there's a second gap between the two last time round, and remains much that kind of level, just over a second. Then the next car, the Pescarolo, with Juan Gonzalez and Butch Leitzinger doing the driving. They're a further 10 seconds down from that, 9.8 seconds down from that. Right, Merriman crosses the line in the 188 car in 5th place. Then 6th, Stuart Wiltshire, Richard Bradley in a similar car. There's some nice noises in this field as well, which is good to hear. We obviously lost the Ferrari 333 fairly early on in the weekend, and that was one of the best sounding of the cars, but still some great sounds out there. But it's still the Lopez Fest car in the lead. Second is the 02 Pierce Marshall, Eric Voss. Third, Juan Gonzalez, Butch Leitzinger in the number 18. Fourth is Malcolm Ross and Rory Fergus in the number 10. Number 188, Dwight Merriman is 5th, and Stuart Wiltshire in the 17th is 6th. And those very, very similar cars. Geronimo Guzman is in 7th with his number 48 Audi. And then we have 8th position Vincent Barletta, and he's in the first of the BMWs. So Jeff, you've been watching these cars settling into this, and I know you've been doing a bit of work on who's in the overall lead. What have you got?
Yeah, I'm getting some information from timing and scoring, seeing what the cumulative lap count was. These cars, you talked about the sounds, the great sounds of these cars. We also have, these are going to be the cars that complete the most laps in the whole event. So looking to get a count on that right now. Should be over here to me in just a moment, but certainly some of the most beautiful cars out there and the fastest ones. Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fessler currently leading in the number 5 car. So we'll get the lap counts out here coming into this round here in just a moment. But the race wears on. We are just 7-8 minutes into it now. So a long way from the end of this one. And final round for Group F. Podium presentation just winding up, and photos and hardware has been handed out. As then we'll take those cars back to the respective garage areas. So currently 5 laps in, Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fessler in the Cadillac DPI 2019 model. They are leading in the number 5 over the 02 car of Pierce Marshall, Eric Voss, another Cadillac Delara DPI car. And then we have the number 18 Juan Gonzalez Butch Leitzinger car, 2007 Pescarolo.
Andy Wallace here has been sharing the car with Juan Gonzalez and Butch Leitzinger. Andy, you're 3rd overall. I'm not going to hex anything. I'm just going to ask you, how have you gotten up to 3rd overall in what is, by today's standards, all technology, isn't it, that Pescarolo?
Yeah, it is. Actually, at the moment, I believe we're
over the whole race, we're fourth. We could still get third. Unfortunately, for the race when Juan was driving, we got a puncture between, we left the garage, everything was fine, collecting area, everything's fine. As soon as it pulled off, we lost a lot of air. It was coming from a valve issue. So he had to stop before the third race to change tyres. So we lost some time.
Right.
So without that, we would be in a solid place. But you can't say without anything in endurance races, you well know. So it's all mixed in together. But it's looking like if Butch keeps the pace up he's doing now, we could snatch third back.
Right, I see. Well, I've got a sheet here that's telling me you guys came into this segment in third place, a minute and 2 behind Piers Marshall. They've given me the wrong sheet, Andy. They've given me the wrong sheet, Tim Pendergast.
No.
So can we start? We'll come in again. So you guys are actually in fourth, regaining because of that air pressure thing.
Yes, because we lost time with we had to change a tyre. And at the moment, Butch is around about sort of 3-4 seconds a lap faster. So he would need to get about another 75 seconds, but it's not impossible. And he's really got the hammer down.
You got to keep pushing. Butch is staying in the car though. You're here in your civvies, getting a tan, aren't you? You're not going to take over. Butch is going to take it to the flag.
You know what? It's too much effort to get out and strap somebody else in. And when you're in there nice and comfy, it's good to stay in.
Yeah, he's in the floor, and you've got to then get up to speed, haven't you? I mean, tell us a little bit about that, Andy. I mean, you've got a lot of experience. There's Tim Pendergast. I'm going to throw those sheets at him and tell him they're absolutely useless. Read what it says on top. Races 1 and 2. There you go. Professionalism. So, Andy, I mean, back in your professional racing days, things like being at Le Mans or any time, being here at the Rolex, I once said to Fernando Alonso when he came here to do the Rolex, I said, are you looking forward to being woken up in the middle of the night and asked to perform? And he said, it's never happened to me before. I asked the same question to Jenson Button at Le Mans, and his answer was, standard in my house. So what was it standard in the Wallace household, being woken up in the middle of the night and asked to perform?
Yeah, the thing is, there's so much adrenaline pumping around, and also if you've got a crew of 3 drivers, you're so petrified of letting anybody down. But I mean, I used to actually just set the alarm for 45 minutes in the future and wake myself up and then do it again, rather than get into a deep sleep.
Right.
And I used to have nightmares when I wasn't racing that somebody would bang on the motorhome door and say, he's coming in 2 laps. And what happens is you try to find your shoes, you can't do the laces up, then you tie the laces together. So what I used to do, and this is true, I used to take a shower after my run, put on all my clean suit and my shoes, laces done up, and then go to bed like that.
Yes.
And that way you haven't got to worry about that. Because, I mean, shoelaces are a nightmare, as you know.
Yes. Especially when you can't see, because it's the middle of the night.
There you go.
That's quite interesting, Andy. I mean, you see drivers sort of limbering up and doing stretches and that. And a lay person would say, well, why? You're only sat on your bottom driving a car.
I know it's a strange thing that to imagine that the racing drivers are athletes. I mean, it's a strange thing because you think, especially if you're on the armchair with a remote control, you just sat there. But the loadings on your body, laterally, longitudinally, then on top of that, the bumps with the G-load on your neck and on your arms are actually quite a lot. So, you do have to look after yourself a bit.
Yes.
I mean, beer's not out of the question, but obviously not when you're driving.
Yeah, of course. We're not going to give that. Andy, best of luck then. Let's hope Butch can keep on pushing. And you never know what will come.
Brilliant. Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Joe. Great work there from the pit lane. As we get back to the action here, Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fassler still in the lead in the number 5 car, followed by the 0-2 Pierce Marshall, Eric Frost car. Malcolm Ross, Corey Fergus currently in 3rd. Joe was talking about the number 18 car there with Andy, the Juan Gonzalez Butch Leitzinger car, Pescarola, White Merriman, Stuart Wilshire, Richard Bradley, and the number 17 car currently 6th. There's Merriman across the stripe, heading into turn number 1 in the 2018 Orica. Wilshire and Bradley also in an Orica 2018, so essentially identical car there, and they go across the stripe several seconds behind, 14 seconds to be exact, behind Merriman. Then Geronimo Guzman in the 48. That is the Audi R8. currently 7th over Juan Lopez Santini. There's that battle as they cross the straight heading into turn 1. 0.2 of a second separating those two cars as they have company behind them with the Vincent Barletta, Robbie Foley. Yellow flag out at turn 7 for an incident. Just a local yellow at this point. The 6-7 car, Bob Neopol and Guy Cosmo. That is the 2016 Porsche 991. Getting loose over there in the turn 7. Turn 7 and off on driver's left into the tire wall. They're trying to get the car restarted and back underway. Currently under a local yellow at 7. And now we're going to go full course caution. That car not able to continue, so the full course caution flags come out, and that will mean that that pit lane will be very busy here in just a moment. Coming into this round, Juan Lopez Marcelo Fassler with 71 laps complete in their Cadillac DPI after 3 rounds. Third round finishing up obviously earlier this morning. Here's Marshall Eric Foss, with 71 laps complete in their Cadillac Dallara. And that is how they run on the track right now with 9 laps complete. Full course caution has been retracted. That car able to clear itself, and just like that we go back to green. Whereas we had several cars that were committed to the pit lane, so they're going to go ahead and empty drive-throughs. Might as well go ahead and get the pit stop out of the way. We're 16 minutes into it, 16 and a half to be exact. The pit stop's underway after the brief full course caution.
Jeff, the one car that did react was the Pescarolo. So, Joe Bradley, what do you think?
Dallara, the Cadillac DPI in the Konica Minolta Windtail Racing colours. It's just so evocative. I mean, I was lucky enough to be here a few years ago and see this car racing here in period at the Rolex. And when I say in period, guys, I mean 2020, of course. That's how old these cars are. Now, the driver's out of the car. That's what the regulations say. The driver has to be clear of the car while the fueling's going on. So these cars are being refueled at a half distance, or halfway through the stint, I should say. And once the fueling's done, Malcolm Ross, who is indeed the car owner, he's getting aboard the car now. Now, Malcolm, very experienced in all sorts of motor racing, not just as a driver, but as a team owner and team manager, team owner. He's run a team in Formula Atlantic and IndyCar and the like. And Malcolm now just being bolted in, and Ryan giving us some great footage there of just what's going on to bolt these drivers in. The seatbelts going across the hands device to protect the driver's neck if needs be. And you can see the tight confines of these prototypes, very similar to any kind of Le Mans hypercar, even the current Deep GTP formula that we now see racing in the WeatherTech IMSA series. Exactly the same. The engine fires. So Malcolm just getting to grips. Let's have a word with Corey Fergus. If I can just wave him over. Corey, happy with the car and that stint there just to finish the event?
Yeah, the car feels pretty good. We've been dealing with a little bit of an issue with the starter, which caught us out last session. We got stuck in the pits for a while and went down several laps because of it. So we're just trying to have fun at this point, learn what we can since we didn't get much track time this weekend. So this is sort of a test session for us at this point. We're just having fun.
Yeah, I mean, all right, you guys came here to be competitive, but motorsports like that up and down the pit lane, we've been talking to people who have had adversity thrown at them, but once that adversity is hit, does that take the pressure off for you just to have fun and enjoy the drive?
It does, yeah. I mean, we obviously come here to compete for sure. That's the racer in me and Malcolm. But we won 2 years ago, and last year we broke while leading with 15 minutes to go. So this year, another setback is going to keep us from winning it looks like. But yeah, we're just taking advantage of what we can at this point, having fun. I think that's what we're going to take from this. Like I said, a test session. We haven't had any time in this car. Malcolm got this car earlier this year, but it got rained out at Mid-Ohio. This is literally the first time he's ever driven it, and me as well. And so we're just here to have fun at this point. Yep.
We spoke to Malcolm very early on, and we were looking into the cockpit. I mean, the car's like, one, it must be like driving a firework, but it's also like controlling a UFO. All of those gadgets and adjustments that you can make in there.
Yeah, for sure. This is very different from anything I've driven, even in 2020. And I'm sort of dressed with this this outfit here today, but I drove the McLaren in 2020 in IMSA GTD, and that was a heck of a car. But this is just on another level. I mean, I remember driving with this car in 2020, watching it fly by me, thinking, what the heck is that thing? And now being in it is another experience. It's the coolest car I've ever driven by a long shot. It's a rocket ship for sure.
Absolutely. Thanks, Corey. Let you cool off. And just to reiterate a little stat that we've been telling everybody, that the WeatherTech IMSA series, the DPI, the Cadillac DPIs, and the DPIs from the other manufacturers, like Acura and the other cars, fastest sports cars in the world, direct comparison being able to be made at the Super Sebring event, where the WEC hypercars are running at the same track, same configuration, same conditions, 2 to 3 seconds quicker the DPIs were than Le Mans hypercars. So for a short period of sports car history, the DPIs were the fastest sports cars in the world. And how fantastic it is to have them here at the Daytona Classic. Brilliant.
Yeah, and seeing those cars out on the banking, you can believe that completely. But they are absolutely what they look like. They look like they're doing 200 miles an hour standing still, and when they're doing 200 miles an hour, goodness knows what they look like. It's another golden era of sports car racing. We've talked a lot about this over the course of this week and this weekend of what was the very best time. But Joe, what have you got down in the pit lane now?
Well, down in the pit lane are the winners of Group E. It's the BMW, the Turner Motorsports, BMW Turner Motorsports here, actually running the car. And this is the winners, Vincent Barletta and Robbie Foley in their Z4, their Z4 BMW, winners of the Group E race. Were not able to take part in the podium celebration, and the reason being was because they had to make it across to the collecting area and jump into this BMW M6. The BMW that they're in now, not the Z4 that they were in Group E, is what you've been talking about. So I've just said that to Tim Pendergast, who's come dashing across, thinking he was correcting me. So we're just waiting for the 3 minutes to tick by, and then we'll get these guys up and running. They've had a great weekend so far, and not sure where they are in the running for perhaps a class podium in Group F, but we'll work that out by the time we get to the checkered flag.
Yeah, there's a bit of working out has to be done with virtually all of these grids. Nothing is entirely self-contained or self-evident, but right now we have the number 188 Dwight Merriman car at the front of this order. It was interesting that when we had that full course yellow, very, very briefly, that the Pescarolo actually came in before the yellow was called. So came in having seen a problem, or having seen that there was likely to be a full course yellow. They did probably half their pit stop under the yellow. Then when the full course yellow was called, lots of people came in, but by then they'd actually decided it wasn't a full course yellow, and they so perhaps the Pescarolo just got a little bit of an advantage there.
The car cleared itself apparently over there in turn 7, but excuse me, the full course yellow was out, and it brought 4 or 5 cars had committed to the pit lane right as they pulled the full course yellow, right as they retracted the full course yellow, I should say. So they were already committed; they couldn't change their direction.
But the Pescarolo therefore got a little bit of good out of that, as I think those two Audis are actually held together by a piece of string, because Geronimo Guzman and Juan Lopez Santini, 48 and 8, battling for 10th and 11th place. They haven't been further than about 5 cars lengths apart for the whole weekend.
I was just going to say, we have not seen them any farther than that the whole time that they've been on track. The 95 Audi is in on pit lane, by the way.
Yep, that's a similar car to the ones we're talking about there. But those guys, and that's one of the things I will take away from this week, was when Joe was talking to those guys who are here with their Audis. He spoke to Geronimo Guzman and to Juan Lopez Santini, and both of them were just so full of the enjoyment, and that they both said independently, well, yeah, I like to win, but if he wins, that's okay as well, which is brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Number 59 car, Pippa Mann and Scott Vanacore in 14th place, crosses the line. So that's the 59 car, which was his 991 Cup car. They're from just up the road at Ormond Beach. Haven't had far to come.
Yeah, this is a backyard for them.
Yeah.
Or front yard even. So the 01 car came and checks on. The 01 Porsche 991 Cup car, 2019 model, and on pit lane. We're just about 2 minutes away from the pit window closing. We have one of the prototype cars a little bit further back on pit lane, the number 17 car from ERA Motorsports.
That's our currently sitting in second place prior to this, but that's obviously a bit distorted by the pit stop process. Those those two cars are dressed in very similar color schemes, with the all black with the highlights.
Saw a couple of guys from that team the other night at the restaurant, and they walked by and recognized the shirts and maybe the face. I don't know. Probably the shirt more so. And so we nodded and said hello and how's it going? How everything's going? And it's like, so far so good. So
yeah, well they've done a great job.
The record is showing coming into this round. The number 17 car came into this round in 5th position with 68 laps complete.
Both the cars there lined up. The 17 has been in for a while, but it's Orica teammate sitting behind. And we currently have 15 cars circulating on this final run. Run to the flag now with 13 minutes and 10 seconds left to run.
You definitely can pick those cars out from a distance with a bright neon orange and neon, I guess you call that chartreuse, yellow.
You're getting very, very poetic.
Well, I'm just going off something somebody said to me one time. Like, we just call that yellow. We'll just call it yellow.
Yes.
Or a greenish yellow bit.
Orange and yellow.
One of my particular friends that likes that. Let's go to Joe now.
Yeah, Joe Bradley with Richard Bradley down here in the pit lane. Stuart Wiltshire has just brought the number 17, Richard Bradley. Richard, you were down to drive the car, but you've just been telling me you don't need to drive the car this weekend. Stuart Wiltshire's been doing all the work.
Yeah, Stuart's been doing all of it. I went out on the first day, just signed off the setup and everything, and set his reference date to him, and said, "Off you go chase it," basically. And he's been doing a really good job, making some good progress. I mean, it's a very different scenario for him, very different situation. He normally tried the Peugeot 908 in Europe, and now coming here to an Oracle 07 at Daytona, which is very, very different, as you can imagine. And we're just having a great time as well. Apart from the fact we're working on him and we're improving his driving, we've just had a ball this weekend.
I mean, you know what? You're in the right end of the field so far. Here we are, getting towards that final checkered flag. So, he's done the proper job.
He's done a proper job in very challenging conditions. Stuart has a regular job and a family and everything, so this isn't purely for his fun. So for him to get up at 3:30 in the morning and then go do the night stints at Daytona, which are always tricky because obviously it's very unique with the humidity and with the dew and everything, and especially you've got no tyre warmers here. Normally in Europe we're always using tyre warmers with the Peugeot. So he's done a fantastic job and we've had a really good time. He's got the fan club watching back home, so hi to everybody. He's done a really good job, and we've had great fun. And look, he's up against some serious competition. I mean, we've got Dwight in an identical car who has won the Rolex 24 in this car and has raced it in IMSA for a few years and everything. So he's got a good yardstick. And we came here for the first time last year, and it was a definite learning curve. But I was just showing him before this race his data before we got to the last race last year versus this year, and the rate of progress, he can be absolutely stoked with himself.
And that data you brought along to be able to feed back on?
Yeah, exactly. We brought it along, and I've been working with him all year, as I said, in his Peugeot. Okay, a Peugeot is obviously a very different animal, but the driving fundamentals are still the same. And he hasn't been in an 07 this year, not since Sebring last year. So we always try and do these 2 HSR races at the end of the year. We'll be at Sebring as well with the same car. But honestly, apart from the fact we've had a load of fun, I think he's done a really good job in very, very challenging conditions.
Well, you've actually won that Sebring Classic event some years ago. Are you actually going to do any driving at Sebring, do you think?
Yeah, I won it in that Pescarolo actually that just went by. That was when David Porter had it, and that was the first race or first thing I did with David. We had a great time. So yeah, I kind of want to get another one because obviously there was only one watch, and that went to David for obvious reasons. And it's still the same thing. It's about making the most of it. Unfortunately, I do this for a living. I'm driving something pretty awesome every week, so it's more. I get just as much satisfaction out of seeing probably more actually out of seeing the progress of someone like Stuart. David gave me an interesting phone call last week, so we're going to have another phone call next week. So we'll watch this space.
You can't divulge any more than David Porter has rang you with a little bit of a project, has he?
Yeah. We'll see you at Sebring.
Thanks, Richard. Always great to see you, mate. Well, best of luck for the rest of the race.
Well, that's an interesting insight. Watch this space, I think, as far as Richard Bradley is concerned. That David Porter quite clearly is a man who likes his fast motor cars. So we'll see what that is. We'll hopefully get something that we can talk about before the end of the year.
Apparently already warming up my spot at Sebring.
Yeah, it's something to look forward to. It's still the Lopez Fessler car now. Once we've had the sort out, it's back at the front of the field. And how many times have we said that this weekend? Lopez and Fessler at the front in first place. But they currently sit there 5 seconds ahead of Pierce Marshall and Eric Voss in their Cadillac L'Monstra, a very similar car, slightly older. And then Juan Gonzalez and Butch Leisinger, they're in that glorious Pescarolo. Malcolm Ross and Corey Fergus. We heard from Corey just now, and they're in fourth place in their Cadillac L'Monstra, and then Dwight Merriman is up there in the Orica, and Stuart Wiltshire, and we know that Richard Bradley isn't in it because he was just talking to Joe Bradley, the relation, and that's the number 17 car, which is in 6th place. 7th, we have Vincent Barletta and Robbie Foley in the BMW. And then 8th, we have Juan Lopez Santini, and in the Audi R8. And then you really don't need me to say this, but right behind him, Geronimo Guzman in the number 48, the identical car. They continue to play cat and mouse and cat with each other, as they have done all week. Because if you're watching us on the live stream, don't forget that although we have only been covering the Classic 24 Hours here at Daytona, there's a week of activity, or very nearly a week of activity. Wednesday is a test day. Thursday and Friday are other races. But we have the test day. Test day's Wednesday, and then we start with the HSR qualifying sessions on Thursday, and then we move into more races all the way through Thursday afternoon. Friday is what they call qualifying races, which is a great initiative, I think, Jeff. That it's the way that they are runners' races, but clearly it's the fastest lap in the session that makes the difference.
Right, and strategy going on during those races too, because they're going to check out the pit lane speeds. We've been talking about that, coming down, checking the timing on that, and getting the races in, and just getting a real good feel for how this race is going to be. So yeah, you're talking about that. Activities pretty much start on Wednesday. What you could do is just leave wherever you are on Friday, come to Daytona, go to the beach for a couple of days, enjoy the sights and the scenery around Daytona, show up at the track Wednesday or Thursday, and spend the rest of the weekend here. Sounds like a plan.
It does sound very much like a plan, and I know we've been banging this drum for the last 24 hours, but do it. If you have petrol running through your veins, then do it, because you will not regret it. If you have petrol running through your veins and you have a car that would fit, then just get on the phone, talk to HSR, because that is so important. And I think that one of the things that we've seen is a lot of people coming from afar, and we have on our entry lists, obviously, lists of where people are from, and we've got people from all over the place that are here. Very, very strong British contingent, and we know that Classic Sports Car Club put together a number of entries for their competitors, which I think is a great initiative. But we've got lots of people from the UK. The UK is in some ways one of the main homes of historic motorsport, but nonetheless, great number of Brits here, British teams, British drivers. So yeah, if you've got a car and you would like to bring it, I would suggest that you talk to Historic Sports Car Racing pretty soon about what you can do going forward, as they say.
Well, we're looking at the 2-4 car just now heading into the turn 3 area. Reports from corner workers that it was smoking a little bit, and now they're talking about possible tire rub, and you see it there now going through the right-hander, excuse me, at the International Horseshoe. Looks to be clean right now, but you did see another break in there as that car went through the International Horseshoe, being chased by one of the prototype cars now, looking to the inside as they head through the turn 5 area. That car gets by clean. The last report now is a smell of gear oil, so might have a gearbox going out on that. Just a few more minutes though. We only have 3 minutes remaining in this race, so hopefully we can get through it without any track issues or anything happen to that car.
Would it not be heartbreaking to have a problem like that 3 minutes from the end? And that with everything, we just talked about the program that's happened this week, so a week's worth of concentration and effort and hopes and dreams all blown away within 3 minutes of the end of the race.
And that car running in the 10th position right now came into this round in 16th position. Next time by for the leader, the white flag will be waving. But yeah, that 2-4 car has gained some ground since the start of this 4th round here in the Classic 24, has moved up to the 10th position.
Yeah, so we're going to be sitting here with everything crossed. That we really we don't want any dramas for any of these competitors right at the end of all of their efforts that have happened. We're now just waiting for the white flag to be shown to signify the final lap of this race for Group F. Group F is certainly one of the high spots. We know that Group E is probably the fastest, but Group F is also very, very fast. And then we'll be into Group G, which is the HSR cars, HSR groups, which don't fit into any of the other groups. So we talked about some of the HSR group races, Jeff, and what happens on Thursday and Friday. This next group is maybe a little bit of a taster of some of the things that have happened off screen this week. That we obviously only went live for the Classic 24 Hours, but in the case of all these other things, it's all been happening before we went live with our live stream. There goes the white flag.
That current running order right now, as the white flag waves, is the number 5 car. Well, on track is the number 5 car, Gerard Lopez, Marcel Fassler, 02, Marshall and Foss, and the number 18, Juan Gonzalez, Butch Leitzinger car. Then Ross and Ferguson, number 10, and 188, Dwight Merriman in the Orica. Current standing in the overall positioning, the number 5 car at the top of the list there, followed by the 02, and then 188 Merriman in the 3rd position for the overall finishing. In the GT class, currently 48 is your leader. That is Geronimo Guzman, followed by the number 8. Of course, no surprise there. You're talking about that short string between those two Audis. They are currently 1 and 2 in the GT class, followed by the 096. And that is the Vincent Barletta Robbie Foley BMW.
And with the white flag flying, we have a car down pit lane, and that's
I think that's that Mustang they were talking about.
I think it is.
Yeah, the 2-4.
Oh. So on the last lap of the last race of the Classic 24 Hours, the Mustang disappears down into the paddock. So Matthew Butson and Tony Alve are going to have to drown their sorrows tonight, I think. So our leader crosses the line, and Lopez and Fessler are winners for this, the Group F. Pierce Marshall and Eric Foss will be second, and Juan Gales and Butch Leisinger are going to bring the Pescarolo home in 3rd place. So that's the section race order. But we'll have to do a few workings out, get the full order for you. All these drivers crossing the line, seeing the flag, knowing that the good thing is they got to the end of the race. The bad thing is that they got to the end of the race, that they're going to have to go home tomorrow or today. Everything a bit skewed because a bit skewed because of the change in clocks, which happened at 1 a.m. this morning.
You mentioned that when we sat down this morning. It seems like we never left.
It was just fired up the screen and thought, yep, here we are, doing it again.
And then just like that, here we are coming up to the Group G race, which will be next, and that is the final race for the weekend for the event. So
it is, and who would have thought it? Who would have thought we'd get to this point? Because it has whizzed by, I have to say, and part of the joy of an event like this is that you see the light, the dark, you see different cars doing different things at different times. It really is a joy. Cars now down pit lane, and our winners will be making their way down to victory lane. Again, that difficult transition of getting the car into victory lane, because these are big cars and they don't have a lot of turning circle. They're not made for this, but Joe Bradley obviously has his microphone open to pick up on that. Joe, are you down there in victory lane?
Yeah, we're down here as ever to greet the winning number 5, the Gerard Lopez Marcel Fassler. It's Marcel who has finished the car. Gerard Lopez doing some sterling driving as well. I mean, these cars are at the height of technology, and we heard Marcel telling us how much he enjoyed driving the Lola T70. He's in more familiar territory with a myriad of buttons and switches and settings on the dash. As we've got the Turner BMW coming in, that's the car Vincent Barletta and Robbie Foley, the BMW M6. That was third in the GT class. Congratulations once again. You and Marcel Fassler are having one of those weekends, Gerard, that are just dreamlike.
Yeah, it is. I mean, like, nothing goes wrong. It's one of those, you know? Yeah. Absolutely nothing goes wrong. And Marcel has done an awesome job. I mean, for the first time we drive together, it was amazing.
Well, you've done an awesome job. All right, Marcel, we expect to do an awesome job, but Gerard Lopez has done a fantastic job. This is not an easy car to drive.
I've done okay, yeah. Yes, I've done okay. I've done all right, yeah. That was good fun, a lot of fun, yeah.
So top quality Lola T70, top of the podium, and now a Cadillac DPI. They are totally, I mean, eras apart, aren't they, in technology?
Yeah, I mean, like, even the driving, actually one of the biggest issues is to forget about one car when you get into, literally forget it, because it's difficult, like the braking points are different, opposite gearbox steering, so you literally have to erase your memory and start from scratch every time you, and it is, actually, believe it or not, it's actually an effort to forget about it.
Wow, I'm not surprised. And you've added to the BRM watch collection again. Well done, congratulations, Gerard. 100% record for Gerard Lopez and Marcel Fassler. So there's a bit of a conversation going on there between drivers. The 0-2 was second, Piers Marshall and Eric Foss. Let's talk to Robbie Foley though, who won his class in the previous Group E. Wasn't able to talk to us, but now he does. Another podium, Robbie, and here you are in the trusty old M6. You've had a great weekend.
Yeah, it's been fun. It's my first time driving actually. Vin had to go take a flight, but he was an Ironman. He did all the races in Group E and all the races except this one in Group F. So I jumped in at the end, had some fun, and it's a great event. We love doing it every year. It's a good end to our season, and thanks to HSR for putting it on.
And is it right that the Works Turner Motorsport BMW guys are behind prepping and running this car this weekend?
Yeah, for sure. It's the same team. I raced with Vin this year in the GS category in IMSA, and it's all of our main guys. So for sure.
Brilliant. Well done. Congratulations. Third step of the podium. Let's have a word with the. Let's just squeeze through here, guys, if you would. The winner of GT, the number 48, Geronimo Guzman. We have got now Geronimo about to take his helmet off, struggling to take his helmet off the hands device. Okay. I've been talking about you guys, Juan Lopez Santini and Geronimo Guzman here, have been having the biggest amount of fun here this weekend. You guys have been racing together, but here you are in the big part of the event and a first and second. Fabulous.
Yeah, we had a very good weekend. I cannot complain. We were in the podium. I was in the podium. We were all the podium, all races. Here, I was a lap up from Juan, and then after the pit stop, I started to have like very slippery tires. I started like the pressure started to go up, so he caught on to me, and for some reason I don't know why, when the guy that is in front just takes off, and it's so hard to catch each other, unless there's like this circumstance. But we won together as a team, and that's what matters, to be together up here.
And there's certainly no such thing as team orders. What a team effort, Juan. I mean, Juan Lopez Santini, second behind your good mate Geronimo. So that's not too bad, is it?
That's not too bad. He's fast, and we've been working at it. And well, I'm gonna say he's fast. So we just raced it, very close, very clean. It's a pleasure to see what he does and how the car behaves. Yes. It's a treat. I hope everybody out there is enjoying it. I know I was. Then again, I would have preferred to have stayed ahead, but those things happen.
I noticed that I started to take off from the beginning of the race, and he started to catch up, and then he started to do my
What
trick.
you expected?
No. He started to use my trick in turn one and the horseshoes that we talked about this morning. And I'm like, oh. And
Why did you tell me?
Yeah. So he tells you what you're doing wrong, and then you go quicker and catch him, and now he's complaining. I mean, what?
I know. But I'm smart, huh? You see? I know how to pedal, but I'm also pretty smart. But hey.
Great. Guys.
This is fantastic. Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us. Are you kidding me? It wouldn't be Daytona Classic without Juan Lopez Santini and Geronimo Guzman, would it?
Well, thank you very much. We've been here. We've been here for every time, and I think a lot of people enjoy seeing these cars. You don't see a lot of Audis in the USA, and I think we have put a heck of a show the whole weekend. We're probably confusing people with our paint schemes, and I don't know if you noticed, his suit matches my car, my suit matches this car, just to get even more confused. I don't know how that happened, but it happened. But I think we put a great show, and I want to thank all of you guys, everybody at HSR, all of the corner workers, and everybody out there in the bleachers. Please keep on cheering. We love doing it, and we love to see all the hands up in the air.
Well, you guys made it an event, and you've been racing with us all week, not just today and yesterday, but in the HSR groups and the like. And I want to thank you. I really do want to thank you guys. Great racing.
There's something I gotta say. I don't know where. There's Greg, Cody. That's my crew. They've been working hard, getting my car, tuned and ready, and dealing with all the tire gremlins and all that. And we do this as a team. Like I told, I try to make you proud, guys. So thank you to you guys. Thank you to everybody at 901 Shop. Brady, thank you for teaching me how to drive.
That's where all the hard work is, isn't it? Those guys, the energy, the effort.
He taught me how to drive.
Well, he's done a great job, but he's taught Geronimo too well, because it's him who's going to get the watch. Thanks, Juan. Brilliant stuff. All right, I've got Dwight Merriman. Dwight, here we are again. You've made it familiar. You're on familiar ground here in Daytona, aren't you? You're no stranger to this place. And third on the podium. All that experience from the pro racing side of things coming to the fore here for the amateur side of the sport.
Yeah, this is a really enjoyable event, and it's also just fantastic practice for me for coming back sometime for like maybe the other race.
Is that an exclusive? You're coming back?
Yeah, well, I think we'll be here in January.
Oh, that is fabulous. What are you going to be running? Well, you're going to be running this trusty old thing, yeah?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what? The thing is, the cars, all right, they're getting towards the end of their development curve, as they say, but they're still spectacular cars to watch and drive.
Right. So, because we're kind of part of the goal is training, so this is the exact kind of current spec they're running in IMSA in terms of power and everything else. And weight and all that stuff.
So, Dwight, what we need you to do is spread the word to the other LMP2 teams and drivers and owners to bring their car out to the Classic Daytona, which is because it's fabulous preparation for the Rolex 24 in January, isn't it?
It is, and last year I came here, kind of similar idea, and one other driver did too, that was from a different team for the same idea. But this year, we're running 2 cars here, but that's it so far. But you have a good point. I should spread the word, or maybe I should.
Maybe you shouldn't. Yes, yeah, because you'll be fighting for that third spot.
I need to beat them.
Yes,
so.
exactly. Yeah.
So
I've done that wrong, haven't I? Dwight's never going to promote this to bring more competitors. Great stuff, Dwight. Congratulations on the third place. See you on the podium. No, I did not. I need to speak to Piers Marshall and Eric Foss. Tim is right. Let's have a word with these guys because a very fine second place behind the likes of not taking anything away from Eric Foss and Piers Marshall. You're up against Marcel Fassler, 3-time Le Mans winner and 2012 World Endurance Champion. So you know what? You didn't do too bad, guys. Eric, I'll start with you.
Yeah, talking to Robbie Foley, we're both guys from MX5 Cup not that long ago. So, to get an opportunity to be here and race a DPI car against someone like Marcel was just phenomenal. I mean, he taught me so much in that last session. I got a lot to work on. So, but having Dan Banks and Phil Banks and Reed working on the car that have been around it at Ganassi, and then our guys at Matador Motorsports, Craig, Eric Lister, and then Joe and Scott, they all did a phenomenal job. And then biggest thanks to this guy, Piers Marshall, for trusting me to drive this amazing piece of machinery, and just working with him for the last 10 years. It's been quite a pleasure to see him improve, and his pace this weekend was phenomenal.
Piers, there's a rumour going about that Phil Binks was in on the deal when you bought the car. Did you buy him as well?
No, I didn't. Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. I saw your first interview with him. No, I've been working on this, actually going back to Daytona earlier this year and turning to talk to the GM folks, and this was going to be the last one that possibly might go to somebody in private hands. The 01 sister car went into the museum. So I worked hard. I've got, as you may know, I've got several Corvettes of the CISA, and so in fact, the funny thing is I actually own the 2016 Daytona winner that Marcel won the Daytona 24 in. Yeah, so obviously I'm a huge GM fan. While I've got the Nissan DPI, this is obviously my first love, and we also got it about literally about 2.5, 3 months ago. It immediately went to Phil's and Dan, and they got to work on it, and here we are.
Well, I really want to thank you for all from on a personal level, me, to see these cars out running again. Fastest sports cars in the world in 2022, the DPIs, quicker than the Le Mans hypercars by about 2 or 3 seconds at Sebring. Just want to say that, and we really appreciate me and all the fans out there across the world, because we're live streaming it now, Piers. So we're going out to the world, and we look forward to seeing you. You guys out at Sebring?
We will be at the Sebring 12, absolutely. Yeah, we're looking forward to it, absolutely. Thank you to HSR for obviously putting on a phenomenal event. I've been doing this now for about 5 years, and they get better every year. It really is phenomenal. And now that we're doing the live stream, I was ecstatic when they posted that. I was able to tell friends, go and watch it, and they have been.
All over the world as well. That's the thing, isn't it? Yeah, the word will spread. Thanks, Piers. Congratulations, guys. Last word, I think, with Marcel. Or last word for Dan Binks, I think, isn't it? That always scares him off. Marcel, just a quick word with you. Congratulations. Another BRM watch, or is it Gerard? Well, you've got one each now, haven't you?
Sorry?
You've got one watch each now, with the win in the Lawler and now in the Cadillac.
Yeah, that was a great weekend for us, for the Iconic Racing team. I was really appreciate very much that I could drive those kind of cars. It was a blast, I have to say. I had good fun, good battles out there with the number 2 car. I was pushing all the time, really tough and good racing. Great weekend for us.
Great stuff, and we love having you here, of course. 3-time Le Mans winner and 2012 World Endurance Champion here, Marcel Fassler, the real deal, that guy. Thanks, Marcel. Thanks, Gerard. Well done, guys.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for that's getting everybody together down there in Victory Lane for our penultimate podium, because we now have our last race of the day, which is for Group G. Now, we talked a few minutes ago about the fact that there are all sorts of other things that HSR do, and that HSR have a number of different groups which are separated out into competitive cars, and this Group G is for HSR cars that are not deemed eligible for any of the other groups. So this is cars which don't quite fit in anything else, but that does not make it for anything other than a very, very exciting race. And we saw some great variety and some great battles earlier on with these cars, led by that TCR Volkswagen Golf GTI. The TCR format, of course, is one which works worldwide, and that the Volkswagen Audi Group, VAG, were champions of that because they did it for the Golf, for Seat, for Audi, and all much the same car underneath, but they look fabulous. And that Golf has been very, very quick. Starting at the head of this field, the pace car now pulls off and they come down towards the green flag, holding station very, very well. And it's as they cross the lines, the Golf and the Ferrari at the front. Now, there's not many times you actually get to say that. The third place car of Stephen Davison, the Aston Martin, locked up a bit, and we have a spinner. The Ferrari has spun at turn 1 on the first lap. Talk about give yourself an awful lot of work to do. But the Ferrari has spun, and somebody else carried on. And that was it looks like it could be the Aston Martin that carried on there. Somebody didn't make the turn at all, and that's the Aston. Yeah, the Aston just carried straight on at turn 1. The Ferrari spun. Whether they were close together, I don't know, but certainly there's two cars, both of which were in with contention.
The Aston has pulled off now. The Aston ended up way over there closer to turn 6, and now it's pulling off the track over at 3. So unless he can continue on, I think maybe he has a cut tire on that car.
I think he's got something for sure, because going very, very slowly. And is that something hanging out of the back of the car there? You've got the binoculars there, Jeff. But
yeah, I don't think that's the exhaust. I mean, I guess it could be, but it seems like it's actually hanging out a little far to be the exhaust.
Yeah, I think there might be a little bit of damage, although he didn't go off
right
the
side,
top.
on the right side front. Paul, I'm sorry, Paul. Didn't mean to interrupt, but the right side front, the tire has shredded.
Right.
And he's about ready to leave a car because he needs to go ahead and pull off there at 5. I don't know why he continues around.
Perhaps he's going to try and get it back to the pits, but with his 3.5 miles of Daytona International Speedway road course, that's quite a long way. No, he stopped, but he stopped trackside, which is going to change things.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have the first run of cars on the first lap, and that it's the Khalid Eldu car, the number 26, the 2018 Audi RS3, which crosses the line for first. Olivier Mansour, very similar car under the skin, the Volkswagen Golf GTR, and then the 988 Ben Curry, Nigel Greensall, Porsche 991, yet another Porsche 911 Cup car, which is absolutely great. We've seen so many of them in various degrees of vintage over this weekend. But at the front, we now have the Audi RS3 ECR car.
Well, I can tell you why the 909 tried to continue, because they came into this, according to the information I have right now, in third position, came into this final round in third. So that's why he tried to continue, but that was just too much damage on the front of that car to continue all the way around.
Yep, so he's got the car into a place of safety, I assume, because we can't now see that trackside, and there seems to be no concern for anything else. But the Ferrari, which had that spin right at the beginning, is now working his way back through the field. It was dead last, and then dead last except for the Aston, and that he's now given himself all that to do. Now, we have one car spin and one car go straight on at turn 1. They may not be related at all, but those two issues may have something to do with each other, but we just don't know. But the leader's coming back to us now for the second time, and it's the Porsche in the lead, Ben Curry and Nigel Greensall, who crossed the line in first place. The 988 car Khalid Eldou in the Audi, and then Olivier Montour, or Louis-Philippe Montour, one of them, in their Golf GTI. Those three cars evenly spaced as we then look down to Zach Barfield, who's been a star with that BMW M3 during these races as well. Then another BMW behind Zach, and that's Ernie Wilding, Ed Velasquez. That's in a 1995 M3, and then Russ Gorchowski, he's in the 2018 Porsche GT3. Our leader just beginning to put a bit of distance between himself and the rest of the field, which would tend, not for any other reason, but to say that's likely to be Nigel Greensall. Very, very quick driver in almost anything. Nigel Greensall's one of those people that you can slot into anything and he's going to be quick. He's not a specialist in anything, he's just good at everything. And a very, very effective driver coach as well. And Nigel is doing his stuff extraordinarily well. So the Nigel Greensall, that makes me think that it's probably that car, simply because he's going so quickly, and that he's pulled out a huge lead. He's the length of the first part of the home straight. See, he crosses the line now. We're looking back to see the second place car of Khalid Eldou and Trevor Hill. The gap now is 8.2 seconds. So in a very short period of time, that we've got Nigel Greensall has done his stuff, pulling away well.
And that's a guy that every time you talk to him, he has this huge smile on his face. His wife's here, and she's a big supporter of him and the racing scene. And every time you talk to him, he's just in the greatest of moods. I don't think I've ever seen him about it. He has a great big smile on his face and talking about how much fun he's having at whatever track we're at. And he's just driving the car well. And I think when things are going well, that certainly makes your mood a lot better.
It always does. Yeah. Although we haven't seen any tantrums, we haven't seen any throwing laptops across the pit or anything, as will be happening in Brazil this weekend.
or even here on the commentary booth. So I think we're doing okay.
Yes.
Yes, yeah. We're not quite there yet.
Yeah, we still have 34 minutes of this race left to run, Jeff.
Is that a normal thing in Brazil to be throwing laptops and chairs?
Well,
and
it is in Formula One. It doesn't matter where they are, but there's some very highly charged individuals in Formula One, which is to be expected. But it also means that we see we cherish the fact that we've had Adrian Newey here this weekend, really enjoying his racing and back to basics. The battle for second very, very much joined now. They're closing down a bit, I think, on Nigel Greensall, but the gap for Khalid Eldou and Olivier Montour, they cross the line absolutely together. There's almost nothing in it, 0.14 of a second between those two cars. It's still the Ben Curry, Nigel Greensall car at the front. Russ Gorchowski is in the second place Porsche.
Look at the gap there between Khalid Eldou and the Oliver Montour car. 0.147 at the stripe between the Audi and the Volkswagen GTI TCR car. Now they hit the turn 4 area at the kink and the West Horseshoe now, working their way through there as they chase down Borchowski. Behind them, in the number 5 position, number 64, Zach Barfield, followed by Colin Watson and Jeremy Adams in the 91. Then the Ernie Wilding BMW. Mulaney behind them in the Ferrari Challenge car, then Wallace Owens and Kevin Owens, Paul Clark rounds out the top 10 in the 808 car.
So let's keep an eye on that number 36. Patrick Milani, Chris Hall, Ferrari. That's the car that had that difficult turn one, lap one moment, but he's now working his way back up through the field. Started dead last, and is now working his way back up to where are we now?
8th position for that Milani car.
Oh, yes, hold on, caller. That's it. 8th position. Bill the Curry Greensall car at the front. Nice little battle there for 17th and 18th. Marvin Waters and Steve and Paul Denton. They crossed the line 69 thousandths of a second apart. The number 988 car still continues in the lead. A few of these TCR cars, one way and another, in this field. They were kind of production races, that they were built by the OEMs, the manufacturers, to a given specification. Still racing, and that it meant you could go and buy a car off the peg and go racing with it. It's is a very effective way of going racing.
What was that? Buy a car off the peg?
Yeah.
I have to, thank you. I'm going to use that one too. Well, buy a car off the peg.
Yeah, it's a tailoring term, I think.
Off the peg. Only cars I bought off the peg are Hot Wheels. That's good, right?
Well, a few of our audience understand me.
Well, again, you gave me that honorary
Brit.
Honorary Brit, so I have to study up on the lingo some more. So.
Oh yeah, there'll be questions. Rest assured, there'll be questions.
There'll be a test at the end, huh?
Yes. So our leader has gone through and goes on his imperious way. Oskarachowski, he crosses the line now, some 28 seconds behind, and then Aldu and Montour are really very close, not only to each other, but to our second place Porsche. So Ruskarachowski is going to have to get a bit of a move on if he's not going to be caught by those two TCR cars in third and fourth, number 26 and number 45. And we're already 12 minutes into this. Despite this being a slightly different format from all the other races, it still works to the same principle. They've all got to make the 3-minute pit stop. And just looking that it's Porsche, Audi, VW. The Caterham is up into 5th place, the number 91. I think those Caterhams that we've seen have been one of the high spots for me, simply because they are so incongruous. They are so strange to see a team of Caterhams running here at Daytona International Speedway and being successful as well. All of that is great to see. So Colin Watson and Jeremy Adams have been probably the most successful of any of those.
Yes, they've had a very good weekend here at Daytona.
And they're very recognizable, which also makes it life easy for us, doesn't it? Now the car goes over the stripe now.
No doors on those cars either. They literally have to climb up on the top of the roll cage and kind of slither down into there.
Yeah, and in the UK, Caterham racing is a big thing, and that you will regularly see grids of 30 plus cars for Caterham races. But they also obviously fit just about into various other formulae as well. Okay, so talking of the Caterham, it's now only 1.7 seconds down, according to this, on where the Golf GTI sits.
7 laps completed right now as we are 15 minutes into it, 26 minutes remaining, 26 and a half minutes remaining. Still looking for some pit stops to happen. We're early on yet in the race. Here comes our first pit caller, as I say that. Maybe not the first, but a pit caller. And that is the 988 Porsche coming in.
That's our leader.
Just set the fastest lap of the race on lap number 7 last time around with a 151.901.
All looks very unhurried. There's obviously a driver change happening. Incoming and outgoing driver have a brief word. We're going to see a change for position here with the Caterham going from 5th to 4th in front of the GTI. So the Caterham goes down to 4th place. That car is not going to get into the overall glory because they had a bit of a problem overnight, but nonetheless now up to 4th place with that Caterham. Sorry, 3rd place with that Caterham. That position obviously is slightly different because our leader is stopped. But I don't think from our position up here in the tower that there is any cause for concern. It's a very early stop, but we've seen most people stopping at the back end of the 29-minute window, and we've only had 17 minutes of this race. So I don't think there is any cause for concern, but they're just sitting there counting away the 3 minutes, which then they can get back and up and running. Door shuts and there's movement afoot to get that car back. Very difficult to know from this distance when a pit stop is. Well, it's all dreadful, and when a pit stop is, oh well, actually it's all so much under control that we really don't need to break into a sweat. I think this is the latter. The
808 and on pit lane just in front of it, Nigel Greensaw, Ben Curry car, and now they start they're having to push the car to get it going, and it finally fires off. The 808 BMW on pit lane right in front of them. That is the Paul Clark M2 CS Cup car.
Coming in from 13th place. The Ferrari goes across the line now with that is now up to 7th place. Next target is going to be Ev Vasquez, Ernie Wilding in the number 1H2 BMW M3, which is right in front of them. Goes down fairly effortlessly under braking into the International Horseshoe. He's going to make that happen. The BMW doesn't let him go, staying with him down through the kink and towards the west horseshoe. But the Ferrari has done the deed. He's got through and will slowly and carefully pull away after giving himself a huge amount of work to do. So we have Russ Gorchowski in the lead of this race because our erstwhile leaders were put into the pit early. Still got 10 minutes of this pit window left. As we know, Jeff, it's one of those things where most people leave their pit stop until the very last minute, just in case there is a yellow, because clearly that means that everybody else is circulating much more slowly. Lovely battle here, and the Caterham is pulling into pit lane for his stop. I was thinking there was a battle between him and the Golf GTI, but actually he's now pulled in for his stop, and they've been using a pit bay a bit further up. Yep, right there in front of us, bay 22. So they're coming to a stop, and again, nobody's worried about any of that. But checking tire pressures and maybe just adjusting them slightly. Quick word with the driver.
I think they did have a little bit of an on-track battle going on. But that car's shown in the 5th position right now, of course, sitting on pit lane. So that's going to make that car fall down through the standings here, probably by about 4 or 5 spots, I would say.
Yep, but we've then got the run to the flag, and the final flag of today.
And we still have a lot of pit stops to happen, so we're getting about 7 minutes away from the pit window closing.
Yes, it was Nigel Greensall who sort of started that particular ball rolling, went out in front, had a huge lead in the 988 car. He came in and is currently sitting down there in 12th place, but that's because he's spent 3 minutes doing nothing, and he can now wait for nearly all of the cars in front of him to do the same thing in their pit stops. He's going to pop out at the top of the list when all that is done, but for now it's Russ Gorchowski in his GT3 Porsche 2018.
They did do a driver change on that 988 car, so Nigel Greensall he started off, but he did get out and turned it over to Ben Curry.
Okay.
I think you mentioned that, but I was watching that pit stop as it happened. So Nigel Greensall did indeed start it off, and he did hand it over to Ben Curry in the 988. So they're currently 12th.
He's given the car over to Ben Curry with a bit of a considerable lead, and just to bring it home, stoke it home. The BMW doing his stop, and pulls over to the centre lane to adjust his speed. Pulls in very neatly behind the Caterham.
Look at the difference in the size of those cars.
Yeah, the Caterham comes up to the door mirror on the BMW, I think. Caterham back in the field now, so with 23 minutes of this race run, yes, we're going to be seeing everybody come in the next lap and a bit. Nobody's going to want to risk missing the window, so all of these cars will be pitting, and then we've got that great 10-minute run to the flag.
Gorchowski's shown as the leader. They're looking at that car. Flames coming out of the right rear on the number 20 car. So we'll watch him. He heads into turn number 1. Don't see anything from up here, but corner workers were reporting that. So they had the meatball flag prepared for for that car, but no issues on the front straight through the tribal.
No, we didn't see anything at all, did we? I think we'd noticed flames coming out of the car. So it is still the number 20 from the number 26 and the number 45. Those cars crossing the line as I say them. Although the first car is well ahead, 30 seconds ahead. The Ferrari is coming into his pit, as we also have the green BMW. He's got one of the spaces towards the end of pit lane, which does perhaps make it just a little bit easier to time the exit. Standard procedure we've become so used to. There's fuel going in that car, Jeff, which is a surprise.
Yeah, the driver quickly got out of the car, hopped over the wall. They will do a driver change, it appears.
Yeah.
Of course, while they fuel the car, they must have a crew member with a fire extinguisher just in case that we have a flare up, and the driver must be out. So that is exactly what is happening down there in the 6-4. But hats off to that driver. He was very, very nimble in getting over that wall pretty quickly.
That's a very slick pit stop.
Actually, the same driver getting back in. So I guess it was just one of the crew members. It must be his seat captain, I guess you could call him, helping him get buckled back in that car.
So they did have a little bit to do. Get the driver out, get some fuel in, and then reverse the process. And they've done that with time to spare. That the crew member going around checking the tires, just underneath the rear of the car. Slightly incongruous to see the crew members, because of that fueling, in fire suits and crash helmets. But, yep, that car seems to be docked and loaded and ready to go. But there'll be somebody somewhere with an iPhone doing the countdown.
Yeah, that is the Zach Barfield car that came in this round in the second position. So definitely trying to get a good clean pit stop and maintain. They're currently shown in fourth on the scoring feed, but coming in this round shown in second position. So they're trying to maintain and get a podium here at Daytona, which is obviously the goal of everyone that came here.
Yeah. Everyone first and foremost wants to take part, be here, be part of it, and then if they can get a podium, that's brilliant. If they can watch, that's even better. Ferrari back into the field. We have 27.5 minutes of this race now run, so I think probably everybody who's going to stop has stopped. The Caterham now back in the field. The gap between the Caterham and our previous leader, with Ben Curry now at the wheel, not really changing very much. That car, the Ben Curry Nigel Greensill car, that's the best time of that car, which will be under Nigel's control, would be 1 minute 51.9. The last lap was 2 minutes 15 seconds. So something like 20 odd seconds slower. There may be a reason for that. We're going to have to keep an eye open on that, which is the number 988, which is currently sitting there in 8th place behind Caterham. And we know how easy it is to spot the Caterham, but we'll keep an eye open for the 988 as well. I think the guys from the Classic Sports Car Club have very much got their feel for what they're doing with that Caterham, because that's now very quick in all aspects of of the racetrack. Golf GTI runs down pit lane. Now, we were talking about how slick that that pit stop was for Zach Barfield in the green BMW. He's gone out and done one lap and come back again.
This is a team car, yeah, 6'3" car. 6'3", identical car in on pit lane.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
And that is the Clark Hicks Jose Vanilla BMW M3 E92.
Gonna have to get myself a set of binoculars for next year.
I just happen to have a set for sale. I can make you a good deal. Like you're not, you can't refuse.
Never trust somebody who says they're doing you a favor in a sale. So it's Khalid Eldu in the lead currently in that Audi RS3. Olivier Montour in the very similar Volkswagen Golf GTI in second place, and Clark Hicks and Jose Bonilla in the number 63 BMW M3 are in third place. Fourth place, number 64, Zach Barfield, and then in. It's interesting, we've got 2 sixth places. I'm sure that doesn't work. Fifth place, Patrick Milani and Chris Hall, then Colin Watson and Jeremy Adams in the Caterham. They sit in 6th place overall in this segment of the race. You can tell getting to the end of a 24-hour endurance event when even the timing screen is getting tired, because we currently have 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 6th, 6th, and 7th. Have a look where the Ferrari has got to in his efforts, because we've seen him go down pit lane, currently sitting well down the order. Oh, sorry, 4th fastest down the order. Patrick Milani. He's doing laps. His last lap was 2 minutes 2 seconds 0.3, which is much faster than our leader, much faster than second place man, and faster by 2 seconds than third place. So the fastest car on that last lap was the Ferrari, the number 36. So let's have a look at that. That I would expect that by the time they get back to us, the Ferrari would be up to third. But the question is going to be in the next 9 minutes, can he proceed any further up the field? So he's going to be pushing very hard on Zach Barfield, number 64 car, just trying to pick out that red Ferrari out on the racetrack. And where he is in relation to Zach Barfield in the BMW. Car's coming down towards us. It's red, but it's a Porsche, so that doesn't count. And then we have that very easily identified Caterham, but with the Ferrari in front of him. So, wow, that means that Colin Watson is in 4th place in the Caterham. 3rd place, Patrick Milani, Chris Hall in the Ferrari. 2nd place, Olivier Montour in the Golf GTI, and in 1st place, Khalid Eldu in the Audi RS3. So we've got the gaps are closing, ladies and gentlemen. Possibly not quite enough, but it's only a second between third and fourth, but I think that will be going out next time round as the Ferrari gets into his stride. Can he close down Olivier Montour and Louis-Philippe Montour in the Golf GTI in front of them? 9-second gap with 7 minutes of the race left to run. It's doable. It's certainly doable. That Ferrari has come up from last to third in this, the final race of the HSR Classic 24-hour at Daytona, presented by IMSA. So we do need to keep a good look, and this live stream that we've been covering over the course of the last 24 hours, huge success. Thank you to everybody for all of their kind words. We've got a great bit of in-car camera on that from the Zach Barfield BMW. That gives you an idea of what these people are doing out there, and thank you to everybody from Driver's Eye Live for these pictures. Now the gap between second and third, second just gone through with the Golf and the Ferrari, but interestingly, the Ferrari is now under a lot of pressure from Colin Watson, Jeremy Adams in the Caterham.
The Caterham reeled him in last time around through NASCAR turns 1 and 2, and almost got by him on the back straight. The Ferrari was holding them off now and still continue to do so as they work their way through the International Horseshoe, turn 3.
But Joe Bradley talked about that Caterham as being a bit like driving a firework. It's like holding a tiger by the tail. That you just have to hope that it's all going to do what you expect it to do. But there is, rather than me expecting the Ferrari to be closing down on the second place car, it's the Ferrari that's actually under threat now as they come down through the West Horseshoe, and they'll be making their way up onto the high banking. Now, it's interesting that with such a small frontal area, although it's a small little engine in that Caterham, it is quick. It is quick in a straight line. He's beginning to close down the Ferrari. There's probably 4 cars lengths between the two of them as they go through NASCAR turn 2, but they're absolutely there. They've got some more traffic to deal with as well. They're going to go into the Le Mans chicane. There's 3 or 4 cars lengths between the two of them. There was nothing that the Ferrari could do in terms of using a top speed, because every time he was looking at that, the Caterham had something else. They're getting closer and closer together now as they go through NASCAR 3 and 4. They're side by side as they go into 4. The Caterham on the high line, the Ferrari on the low line through NASCAR 4. It's going to be the Ferrari, but there's traffic, and that's going to hold up the Ferrari. It's the Caterham that goes through into the lead of that battle. The Ferrari made a bad choice in terms of which side to go. The driver of the 944 really didn't have much option at all, but it's the Caterham, but the Ferrari's all over the back of that Caterham.
Almost into the back of them there in turn 1. They went by that number 6, Porsche 944. Real close there. Look just ahead of them, the 4 cars that they are probably going to catch up with around the turn 6 area.
They are, but already the Caterham has pulled out 6, 8, 10 cars lengths as they accelerate away from the International Horseshoe down through the kink. The battle has been done. Ferrari is going to have to get a real move on this lap if he's going to do anything at all. With just 3.5 minutes of this race left to run, we have the Caterham, the number 91 car, in 3rd place behind the number 45 Olivier Montour Volkswagen Golf GTI, and Khalid Eldou in 1st place in the Audi RS3. The battle continues. There's still an awful lot to do out there, but we're right down to the last knockings of this race. Less than 3 minutes now left to run, and there's this battle that we have. Khalid Eldou has only 3 seconds over Olivier Montour. So first to second is only 3 seconds. Second to third is 10, but third to 4 is 0.397. There's nothing to it. As trying to see if I can find those cars. Our early leader, the Ben Curry Nigel Greensill car, is in 8th place. Straining to see this battle goes past underneath us, and it's still the Caterham from the Ferrari. So what an unlikely position to be having to commentate here at Daytona, to talk about a battle between a Caterham and a Ferrari, but that's what we've got. Caterham now pulling away. I think he's got that sorted. We're now into the last minute and a half of this race. We're going to be seeing the white flag flying very shortly. So that's going to be it's going to be a win for Khalid Eldou and Trevor Hill in their Audi. They haven't yet got the white flag signifying the last lap. That's going to be something which we're hoping to see. But so we have all the cars now will be working their way down towards this white flag, and that's just ready for this to be shown to Trevor Hill and Khalid Eldou. There it goes, the white flag. But the gap between first and second on this last lap of this sector of the race has come right the way down now to 0.53 of a second, so that the win for this sector of the race is all open again. First and second very close. The third and fourth are going to be close. That's going to be 1.2 seconds. That's white flag for everybody. Here comes the some of the midfield cars. There goes the red Porsche, the number 59, and Steve Denton also in his Mazda MX-5. One of the many BMWs that we've seen over this weekend. That's the Ernie Wilding Eb Vasquez car. Number 182, which is going to be finishing in 6th place, all being well. But where are our leaders? Is it going to be the Audi or the VW? Trying to keep an eye open for where those cars are. They're just coming into the Le Mans chicane, I think, Jeff, and it's going to be the Audi still in the lead, gap of half a second between the two of them on that previous lap. But I think that probably Khalid Eldou has done enough. They come off NASCAR turn 4, really close, and really there's nothing in it between these two cars, and closer and closer and closer. But it's going to be the Audi that crosses the line, gets the checkered flag. The gap between the two, 0.181 seconds. Here comes the Caterham, done a brilliant job to close that gap as well. But Jeremy Adams crosses the line in third place in the 91. Fourth will be the 36 Patrick Milani, Chris Hall car. And then we have in fifth place Zach Barfield, sixth Ernie Wilding, and seventh Wallace Owens.
You saw that move by the by the Audi. Stayed way down next to the double yellow. So it's not allowed the GTI TCR car to get around him, hug that line coming out of the turn 4 and down into the tri-oval. And official standings at the end, according to the timing and scoring, the 45 car will take the win over the 3-6 car, Mulaney and Hall on the Ferrari, and third place going to number 64, Zach Barfield, 2009 BMW M3.
So the cars now making their way, and this is the end of competitive racing. We've still got people going out to the victory lane for Daytona International Speedway. Very happy people, I think, Jeff, that will be happy with this race. And in many ways, this is the true clubman of the event. That these are the people who really are the backbone of HSR in many ways, and that to see such a brilliant race just to close off this HSR Classic 24 Hours is brilliant.
An awesome weekend here at Daytona International Speedway. Well, the 9th running. We missed 1 year, ran it in 2014, missed 20. They didn't run it in 2015 for whatever reason, and then they thought, you know what, let's try it again, and they've been running since then. So next year we'll have the landmark or what's the word? 10th anniversary. We'll just call it that. The 10th, not 10th anniversary, but the 10th running. A milestone.
Yeah.
A milestone. There you go.
And
easy.
yeah.
Get it out sometime.
In 10 years, this thing has gone from strength to strength. I think it's one of those difficult bits where, as in common with every sporting event in the world, COVID hit hard. COVID has always been hitting hard, but besides that, yeah, absolutely great. These cars now coming back onto the podium, and this is going to be, of course, for the overall win on not just that last segment of the race. So we've got the Golf, we've got the green BMW, and there goes the Ferrari. So let's go down to Victory Lane and Joe Bradley.
They're having microphone trouble down there.
Say that again. Okay, so maybe a little bit of technical issues down there in Victory Lane, but we're trying to connect to Joe Bradley so that he can talk to our worthy winners down there. But it's been that was a great way to finish this HSR Classic 24 Hours. That it's been nip and tuck all the way in this particular section of the event. I think one of the things about this event is that everybody's got their favorite. That it can go from anything from the those cars of the 1960s right the way up to the very latest cars. Personally, I love an old racing car, so the older the better in many ways. But nonetheless, every single one of these has been brilliant, and we've seen lots and lots of people out there just enjoying themselves. And in a motor racing world where people take it very seriously, that they're taking it seriously, but they're having fun as well. And Jeff was saying about, do people throw their laptops across the room in many forms of motorsport? No, they don't, and thankfully they don't. But nonetheless, there is a bit of that. It does happen, and sometimes we all work with people who perhaps take things a bit too seriously, and all of those people that are having such a great time, that's really what it's about. Very often they're supported by people who do take things seriously, and because they have to, they're car preparers. They are therefore people who have the performance of the car to think about, but also the safety of the drivers and everything that goes with that. So it's important that we recognize those people, because they are taking it seriously. They are doing what they should do, and long may that continue. But we've seen some cars out there. Not one of the cars we've seen are any good. We've got Joe Bradley. That's good. Welcome back, Joseph.
Yeah, we're down here in the winner's circle with our final group classification. The Oliver and Louis-Philippe Montour. It's the Volkswagen GTI, the TCR class car, that comes to the fore and wins the event, wins the BRM watch. Olivia, yes, you got the job of finishing the race. You guys have had a wonderful weekend, if not week.
Yeah, it was a blast being here with my family. This event, Daytona, it's a pinch me moment. It's crazy.
It's going to be a pinch me moment on there when you get a BRM watch. You've won the Classic 24 for 2023.
That's crazy. Thank you, HSR. Thank you, the team. It was a great weekend.
Woo! This guy's got the easy job. You guys have got the hard job, giving him the race car. Well done, Olivia. Congratulations. The winner of Group G, Ryan and I will move down. Now, this is a really interesting car. This is the third place car of Zach Barfield. And this car is actually started life as a road-going car. Is that right, Zach? This is a car that was created from a road-going BMW.
It's still a road-going car.
It's still a road-going car. Tell us the story.
So this has been purchased from one of the friends in the paddock, and Mike Gorman, the car owner, keeps it road legal and registered, so I could drive it home if I wanted to.
Are you going to drive it home? That would be really, really, it is a classic event, so you really should, in honor of the history of the sport. That's how it started.
Yeah, it's not too great on fuel mileage. It cost me a couple $100 to get home, but I don't know. Maybe if they let me.
So you'd have to change the tyres. They're not road legal, are they? Tell me, what sort of power are you putting out?
About 400 horsepower.
Wow, that's not a road car at all, is it? That's a rocket ship for the track.
Yeah, it's an absolute weapon. I love this car.
Zach, we've been, have we had an in-car on, Zach? Have we? Is this the, yeah. We've had some great footage on the live stream of your in-car camera. It's been great. It was great for us just watching you drive around. You must be overjoyed to be able to drive around this Daytona Speedway.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute blast. I'm glad y'all enjoyed the in-car camera. It was like an addition at the very last moment, so I'm glad it got used.
Brilliant. Congratulations. Third on the podium. Second on the podium, you're Chris Hall. Yes. Are you champion of brands, Chris Hall? I thought you were. We met many years ago at Road Atlanta when you were doing the race school there. And I remember you from Brands as champion of brands.
That's right,
So Patrick Mullaney and Chris Hall, you've been campaigning this Ferrari, Patrick, for a number of years now, haven't you?
I think probably 10 years here at least. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, we keep the old girl running, too, and she's running good. She performed great this week.
Yeah, what a great partnership you guys are. I mean, you know, there's very little weakness in the driver lineup there. You're both really on the pace, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, I've coached Patrick for a number of years now. He's been a great friend and also client. And Speedworks, to prepare the Ferrari 360, do a great job. But yeah, I tried a Formula Ford maneuver at the start into turn one. And of course, I forgot my tyres were still too cold. But I had to give it a go because it's the only way I could probably get one, P1. So I tried.
Chris, it's in the blood. Once it's there, mate, you know, you can't help it. Well done, guys. Second on the podium. Second place for the Ferrari. I think it's only up that we should talk to the boss at the end of this fabulous event. David Hinton, congratulations, David. We've done it again, haven't we? I mean, you know, we started this in 2014. It'll be the 10th running next year of this fabulous event. The sun's shining here in Florida, as it always does. I know you've had very little sleep, if not any at all. So, but hey, you're running on adrenaline.
Yeah, it's a magic event. A lot of work, like I said before, but the amount of people who came up to us today and just said, fantastic event, loved every minute of it, can't wait to come back. That's what makes it all worthwhile. Yeah. The 3 drivers who had the incidents yesterday were all released from hospital, which is great news. Yeah. Nothing serious, so that was the best news of the night. But that was some cracking racing. It's good to see some different people win this year, and can't wait to do it again next year.
And I think the biggest, most major enhancement on this event is bringing the event to a global audience. Thanks to Driver's Eye View live stream, we've been able to bring the event and showcase the event to the world. And you know, we want people to see this. We want more drivers, we want more cars, but we also want more spectators, don't we? Because it's got a festival feel to it, hasn't it?
Yep, and get some more interest. I think we can make it bigger and better budget, and you know, let's build this into one of the best motorsports events in the country.
I think we've already achieved that, David. It is one of the best motorsports in the world in the whole calendar year. Congratulations to the team, the slick organisation of getting everything, you know, keep rolling on. Cars off track, cars straight on track, and incidents being cleared up in no time at all. Congratulations to everybody involved.
Yeah, no, the whole HSR team, the SCCA corner workers, everybody, the Daytona staff have been fantastic as always. So, you know, big thanks to all them, because that's what makes it all happen.
Yeah, brilliant. Thanks again. And that wraps up things down here where all the action has been and all the drama. This is Tim Pendergast. He's been of no use whatsoever to me. In fact, he's been quite a hindrance, but that's another story. Guys, I'll leave it to you to wind up, but it's been, as ever, Classic Daytona has been the event not to miss. Thanks.
Joe Bradley, thank you very much indeed. Thank you for all your hard work down in pit lane and wandering through the paddock, and even showing us eating your meal last night, which was probably the low spot of my evening. But nonetheless, thank you for that. Thank you to Tim Pendergast. Tim always gets upset if he's left off the list. So, Tim Pendergast, thank you very much indeed for.
You have to coddle him, I guess, a little bit. So,
thank you to everybody who's made this happen. Thank you to Driver's Eye Live, because they have done a brilliant job with this live stream. That it was a bit of a work in progress for everybody to see if we could make this happen. It did. It's the comments that we received online have been very, very encouraging. The numbers of people who've watched it have been very, very encouraging as well. So let's hope that we can continue that momentum. And Jeff, your thoughts on the week and the weekend?
Just a big hats off to the whole entire staff at HSR, at Daytona, the corner working staff. You know, we always want to thank them. Daytona Safety, the tower staff here at Daytona, and of course the timing team. They had their hands full. There's a lot going on in that timing room over there, so we know it was a little bit stressful over there. But certainly thank you to our support team as well, with Leah and Mike and Bobby over there in the control room for us. Thank you for that. And of course, Driver's Eye, and it's been a great weekend. The weather has been beautiful. We had a little bit of rain, a couple of days ago, but it's Florida. You're going to expect that. I grew up in Florida, so that's just a normal thing. And you can't be a more beautiful day to finish it out here at Daytona. And it's the 9th running we just completed, 10th running coming up next year. And as David said, he hopes it to be bigger and better. And certainly with the coverage we've had from Driver's Eye with a global audience, we should get some more participation next year. Tell your friends, come on out.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's one other thing that I just want to talk about, which is that we had a conversation, you, me, and Joe Bradley, about the spirit of the race, and that this isn't an official award. This is just something that comes from us up here in the tower. But for me, there is absolutely no doubt that the spirit of the race, and we all agree, should go to Derek Drinkwater for what he did. First of all, just bringing the Cadillac L'Monstra to this event. It's incongruous. It's mad. It's simple as that. He built it in the first place. He brought it. Had problems in that first outing when the front wheel hub collapsed. Went out and found another one for a 1950 Cadillac Coupe de Ville, and brought it back and did the next race. And we've seen that car out there. So the announcers award for Spirit of the Race goes to Derek Drinkwater, and for that brilliant Cadillac L'Monstra. For me, yes, it's been a brilliant time. It's you just get this feeling, Jeff, that with what we're doing, we are seeing the beginning of something huge, and that we may well turn around in 4, 5, 6, 10 years time and say, I can remember when we first live streamed that. I can remember when we first saw that, and how we were worried about how it was going to be, and da-da. And it's been great. Great to talk to a global audience again. Thank you to everybody. And thank you, I think, probably speaking for all of the Brits here, thank you for the nation as a whole in terms of making us so welcome, and particularly the HSR and Daytona crew. It's a bit of an unusual one for us to see people smiling and saying, hello, how are you? And it's all that great sort of stuff. So thank you to everybody for that. It only... Jeff, you got a point?
Go ahead. You finish your thought.
No, I was just going to say, it only remains for me to say thank you very much. But if you've got something else to... I
just want to add one more time at the end, Olivia over at the merchandise tent, she's been working hard over there, and that's been her home for the last... she's been here since last Sunday, I believe. So hats off to her. She sent me a message earlier saying that she was packing up. There wasn't a whole lot for her left to pack up. So that is a good sign. That means she sold a lot of merchandise. That means a lot of people bought a lot of merchandise, and that there was interest in the merchandise, especially the classic HSR Classic 24 Daytona presented by IMSA merchandise. So she had a good time over there. And of course, Simply Fresh for feeding the drivers, feeding the crew members, feeding the HSR staff. That was certainly a big undertaking, and the first time for them here doing it at Daytona. We've had other companies that did that in the past, but Simply Fresh, Allison Olthoff, the wife of Dennis Olthoff, who was a racer. So they have kind of the Simply Fresh part of it. The trackside catering has kind of overtaken the racing program for that family. So, and it was been delicious food. And we've had support up here in the tower where they've been actually delivering, so we didn't have to run across back and forth. So that's certainly been a big help and a big convenience. So thank you to them, and just thank you to everyone for being here. It's been a great time. And we talked about the spirit of the race. How about the spirit of the spectator? Because the spectator online that saw that online said that's how he knew that Derek needed that part.
Yes.
And got on, and posted a note online and said, "Hey, I have what you need. Come down and get it." So
it's the end of another great event. Jeff, you are now well and truly an honorary Brit, and congratulations for that. Thank you for your company over the last few days. It's been great. Thank you to everybody who's helped us out here in the booth. And with that, my name is Paul Tarsi, and as always, if you have been, thank you very much for listening.